results, better M&E, better impact, less expensive, more frugality, more humane, and more accountable, and more transformed into better use of earnings. Because when women earn money, they always use for better purpose than the men who earn money. वो रास्ते घर पहुंचते पहुंचते तक कई बोतलें खाली हो जाती. So so there is a difference between the two. So I would like to pinpoint, and every one of you is invited to read our empirical study-based case study called Suchnapreneur. Suchna is information, preneur is entrepreneur. We have about 2,400, what Manisha, 2,000 is now become almost 2,400, in about as many villages, in 28 states. They are women, they take technology, and they are not just users, they are providers of the services which is technology driven to the rest of the villagers. And हमारे research के हिसाब से, it has come out that the impact is higher, the effect is better, we don't spend as much money as they are more accountable, they are better reporting, and because of them, what happens is that when women serve to people around them, more women come to them, more older people will come to them, more children will come to them, so everything is much more, inclusive, that the impact is much higher, and whatever they earn, they go and spend it better at home for the children's education and so on and so forth. Even better, if the woman is digitally literate and digitally included, the whole house becomes digitally included and digitally transformed for better usage than just men and watching YouTube in a corner of under a tree without having a job in hand. So this is very, very interesting, and these are empirical study that has been done. It's not like I'm saying, बहुत ज़्यादा मोहब्बत है मुझे औरतों से और इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऐसा. It's only because it works better. Also, M&E, we have not spent much money on this. And there are many more examples that we have created. Woman-to-woman, peer-to-peer learning. There is a model that we have created where on video you can learn better, So woman is a mentor and the girls in the villages are the mentees, and then you can learn better and all that. So there is a very strong thing is that, in fact, through this conference, I would like to propose that when we talk about gender and inclusion, we do not leave the hands of technology away and take it and humanize it, or make it more feministic, feminist technology to make it work better for the development. And that is what I would like to propose here. And therefore the onus on this department and this Kautilya School of Policy is very important, is that we actually impact on the policymakers. That we really need a very innovative way to put on policy ways of taking up technology. We have no policy saying that there should be a subsidy on connectivity for women. We have no policy like we say that if the women buy a smartphone, it will be cheaper than the men buy the smartphone. There is no policy that all the fact checkers should be women and not men. Because fact checker to men hoga to wo to khud hi forward karta rehta hai din bhar. But when women are they forward less, they are more conscious, they will only look at the messages which is more important. So your work is much easier and easier when you do these kind of things. And that's the reason why it's not an accident that we have 500 women fact checkers at a village level. It is a very strong, intentional way of fighting misinformation that we have women fact checkers at the, bottom of the pyramid. Because that's the way you can fight it better and better and better at this era when information is untrustworthy. So my proposition to all of us is that how do we tweak the, the whole policy? We do not say that, we will have a, handicraft workers and there is a generalized, subsidy. No. If the woman is a person who is a loomer and who is making a cloth, you will get a better subsidy, you will get a better phone, you will get a, a cheaper phone. And therefore they will be, and we have tried and tested. We have taken a scheme into the village level at our organizational level. When we say this is only meant for women, ultimately the family gets ready. वो फिर नहीं बोलती है कि मेरे हस्बैंड को दे दो या मेरे बेटे को दे दो, because this policy is only meant for women. It's as simple as that. You know, we can't compromise. If you are not there, then your village will suffer. We will go to some other village to make it work. So this is, I would like to end there, but let's keep this statistics in mind and let's take the onus through this conference. And it is also not an accident that we are doing in an educational society, because that is where, you know, we learn what are the problems, how do we, you know, convince researchers and all that to make policy which is much more feministic in technology consideration, and therefore, you know, tackle the developmental issues much more empathetically. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Ambassador Syed Akbaruddin, the founding dean of the Kautilya School of Public Policy, to give the welcome address. KSPP is also our partner and co-organizer of this conference. Mr. Akbaruddin is a distinguished former diplomat with over 3 decades in the foreign service, Indian Foreign Service.
First of all, welcome to Kautilya, and I'd like to thank CDPP and the other partners here for having included us in the effort that they are making to focus on gender. Because let me start by confessing, I am the least informed about these things here, but I think it's thanks to my colleagues who have made Kautilya a safe space for all genders. Because when we started here about 4 years ago, our thinking was that let's first get the numbers right. As Mr. Manzar has just said, numbers matter. So we thought, in 5 years, our goal was to get 50% women students. Due to the efforts of my colleagues like Dr. Karju, Dr. Rakra, Dr. Menon, Dr. Vishnu Pillai here, today we are more than 50%. Of course, like all such issues, they lead to challenges of a nature that we didn't imagine. I will not go down that road and tell you what those challenges are, because we will handle them as they come, but very interesting challenges, because all inclusion is a wicked problem. You need to look at it in a much more broad perspective than we usually do. We went with the goal 50%. Now we have, I must say, if you include our staff, etc., 62%. I'm in a minority, but that's good to know that we've done well for ourselves. So we are happy to join such an effort. I just wanted to thank the original creators of this forum that they've included us. Since I don't know very much about these issues, I thought, what should I say? And then I looked at some of the work that some of our students are doing. And I thought, let me share a story with all of you, because it's a true story. It's a story of a village in Rudraram, not very far from where we are. And it's a story that one of our students collected when they were going for collection of data about women, inclusion, empowerment, etc. And that story was about Sunita. She's a 18-year-old. She doesn't have a smartphone, but she's using the smartphone of a younger brother who has access to that smartphone. He uses it after he's seen all the news for the day or whatever else he's browsing. And she is helping her mother sell pickles through WhatsApp. And she's very good at Instagram Reels. So she is promoting that through Instagram Reels. So I found it a very heartwarming story of somebody who is trying to use technology, who has gender challenges, who has issues of patriarchy, etc., yet trying to do. And I asked my student and said, oh, this is really good, we need to publicize it. And then he said, sir, but Sunita is an exception. She is not the rule in this even in Rudraram, which is just across the street for us. And he came up with some statistics which were astounding to me. He said in this same village where Sunita lives, nearly 1 in 3 women never use the internet. And he said fears to use the smartphone. And he said, well, you were talking about this good story, but there is an obverse side which we are forgetting about. And he then put forth many other statistics. He said, sir, in India, 250 million women, adult women, don't have access to mobile phones. I said, oh, is that so? Because we are saying that virtually we have more than 1 billion. All of you guys, you are using 2 phones. So that's why, but there are a large number who don't have. He said 30% are less likely than men to use the internet through mobile phones. And he said this is a global phenomenon because in developing countries, it's usual that about 15% women have less access than men to all sorts of connectivity. Then it got me thinking that maybe we need to give everybody gadgets, problem is solved. And I started reading a little bit more and I found that, oh, this is not only about gadgets actually. It's about opportunity because the gadget provides you the opportunity. Frankly, without digital access, you're impeding those opportunities and large segments of our population are not having those opportunities because those who don't have that miss out on job opportunities, miss out on basic tech skills, miss out on going to classes in COVID because you don't have access to mobile phones. And public services increasingly are accessed by those who have access. So if 1/3 of our population of women don't have access to phones, obviously public services are being challenged that how do they reach them. And I understand, I know a little bit of SDGs, so I wanted to find out what's all this in a global thing. And I found that this gender digital divide apparently by 2030 was the goal. And so if there is no divide, you would unlock $1.3 trillion in terms of GDP. But this is not going to happen because if we go at this pace, you possibly may reach this gender digital divide, you may breach by 2050. And you can imagine what the cost it is. So it's not only a social imperative, but it's an economic imperative for those developing countries who want to bridge this digital divide. But even if you have access, even you have opportunity, you will have challenges because technology is not neutral. I mean, we all grew up with the belief that, oh, technology is neutral, you give the technology, it will solve the problem. But technology is amongst the most difficult issues to handle in terms of social, political, and economic challenges that it throws out. So I'm grateful that you've chosen a topic which is at the intersection of all these multiple challenges. So congratulations to all of you. I also know that gender is not a binary. And I've so far talked only about women, female gender. But transgender and non-binary persons face even deeper digital exclusion. I don't have the figures in that, but there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that says that platforms are not catering to their needs. If you want digital IDs, they ask men or women. They don't, there are, of course, some initiatives to try and bridge this, but we need a lot more in terms of training transgender persons, skilling them in digital skills, enabling them to tell their stories and to earn sustainable livelihoods. So we need to move beyond binary conceptions of gender and try to see there are excluded genders, and we need to address that, because if you want to do about vulnerable sections, women are the largest in this concept, but there are others also, and we need to look at them too. So what needs to change? And I'll end with that. We've heard Mr. Manzar just talk about subsidizing smartphones, making them affordable, etc. Basically, we need to say that digital access should be treated as infrastructure, not as charity. I mean, nobody is doing anybody a charity by putting public Wi-Fi. You need to ensure that infrastructure is treated as infrastructure, not as charity. Oh, I'm giving to them, I need to give to these self-help groups, I need to give to Anganwadi workers. You're not giving to anybody. You're providing the infrastructure, and that's how we need to look at it. Again, Manzar has said that we need to embed digital literacy, because you may know how to talk on the phone, you may know how to WhatsApp, but you don't know how to fill a form, you don't know how to use Zoom. All those will only, so digital literacy is also an important aspect. Finally, you also perhaps need to have platforms that design for everybody, not only on gender basis, but on linguistic basis too. A country like ours, not many people know English. So somebody knows Telugu, somebody knows Bhojpuri, somebody knows something else, etc. and all. So we need to have a more diverse approach to these things. And finally, I suppose the United Nations once had this He for She program, which was very good because it showed champions of people who could, they highlighted stories of people who were fighting on behalf of other genders. And perhaps we need that again, because the more stories you can tell, the more impact it will have on society, because facts, etc., these are all for all you smart people, but storytelling is as important for the success of an initiative as facts would be. So I do hope that you will, from all your discussions, you will come up with good stories, not so good stories, and highlight them. And people say that the next decade will define whether gender divides will grow sharper or reduce. And I hope you all can try and bridge that and reduce that gender divide, because it's in all our interests. It's in our social interest, it's in our economic interest, and it's in our political interest. The last thing I want to say is connecting devices is not about connecting devices, because what they do by these connections is we connect dignity, we connect ambition, and we connect justice. Because behind every connection, there are individuals who are striving for dignity, ambition, and justice. So thank you very much for patiently listening to me. I'm not an expert on these things. In some ways, I thought I'll tell you stories of my students who've done well, who provided, and also my professors who provided this environment where such topics can be discussed freely. And I wish you all the best in that initiative that CDPP started. It's now growing into a bandwagon, and may you grow further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is our honor and pleasure to invite our next guest, Ms. N. Bhavani Shri, an IAS officer currently holding 2 positions in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. She is the Secretary of the newly inaugurated National Turmeric Board, as well as the Deputy Development Commissioner, SEZs and EOUs, Telangana. She began her professional career in the IT industry with TCS before entering the public service. She has earlier worked with the Government of Nagaland, as well as the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Ma'am will be delivering the keynote address.
Mr. Syed Akruddin, Mr. Sama Manzar, Dr. Amir, and all my dear friends here. Very good morning to all of you. I don't know how suitable it is for me to talk about public policy, though of course we are all in the we are the policy makers and the implementers. In a way, I feel that after discussing with Dr. Amir's students at CDPP, all of you are so well read and so well informed, and you have enough perspectives on how things can be done better. So I would like to, in fact, keep it interactive and learn from you more than what I can say. To start with, maybe a couple of experiences from my career in civil services. The mic is not audible. So recently I worked with the Tata Institute of Social Sciences on reference from Dr. Amir, and a couple of students had come with me and helped me in developing the policy for the turmeric board and the CDPP as well. I mean, all of you, I think, are doing a great job, and we need more people like you to have that intellectual mindset to come up with ideas which would lead for the progress in various sectors. I have earlier worked in the IT field, and the reason I moved from IT away and into the public policy was mainly, it was more about technology, developing solutions. We did do that part, but then I felt that we were not addressing the social problems. But as and when I got into civil services with a lot of effort, I had the satisfaction of working in tribal areas, working for women, girl children, etc. So with that gap, I want to go back to 2010 when I started my preparation for civil services. I was an average student, but then it took 4 to 5 years for me to clear the civil services. I was able to do it, if I reflect, as I was traveling from my way from Hyderabad, the city, to here. How did the gender gap persist at that point in time? When I could prepare for civil services, 1 attempt, 2 attempts, beyond that, a lot of our classmates, a class of 250, 300, there were not many women after first attempt. Initially, when we started 20, 21 years old, there were a lot of them, but then they dropped out. We could not get that period of 4 year, 5 year taking away from your life for various reasons. It could be to do with marriage, mostly to do with marriage. As we all know, the average age of marriage in India, as per the NFHS survey, comes to only 18 to 19 years, with 1 or 2 years difference between the rural and urban. When a woman has to get that early married and also go for child rearing and taking care of your families, in-laws, and all the other social responsibilities, where is the opportunity to first come up socially, become empowered, and economically become empowered? So that is how we get missed out of education opportunities, job, and the fact that the society is patrilineal and how women relocate to the husband's place. Again, you miss out on a lot of opportunities and also the social network which you have built over years. This is the observation I have about a lot of friends who prepared with me, but then they ended up going to the US or going to another city and state, and had to drop out of a successful career which they would have otherwise made. When I gave my civil services interview, I was asked one question. I had given my interview 4 times. As I said, I was not a great student, so it was with a lot of difficulty. I had to give many attempts, and there were several challenges in the way. I mean, the discouragement and, the time of, you're 27, 28, till the time you have to keep preparing. So one of the UPSC interview I went to, the board chairman was from Northeast. He was a professor. He asked me the right question. He said, I don't know why he asked that. He said, if you are posted in Northeast, will you serve? Though that interview I did not clear. So I said, why not, sir? Why is that question? In fact, I'll be more happy because, Northeast is more backward. Like, no, I don't see women officers serving there, especially even people from the South. As we keep posted them there, you have your family, you have your children, none of you stay there. I said, sir, no, today the days have changed, the infrastructure is developed. I think, my home will be just 1 or 2 flights away, even if I'm posted in Northeast. I didn't clear that interview, but then I got the Northeast cadre in my next attempt, and I had manifested what I said. I ended up staying alone in the Northeast for 5 to 6 years, thanks to the infrastructure and how we have progressed as a society. It was a safe place, and I could frequently come down, visit my family, thanks to the infrastructure and technology, how things have progressed in the last 10 to 20 years. Now, despite the progress, we all know that how gender disparity is a universal concept, whichever society. I might be talking too much about my personal experience, but I think that is how a commonsensical mind would think. Now, I have people in my friends, like all of you in the US, who work so ambitiously, who have gone there with education and being doctors, engineers. But when you interact with them, the opportunity of having a child and able to have a nurturing role as well as have a career, not many societies offer you that. So in the US, somebody has a child, but within few weeks you have to return to work. The state does not provide you the childcare benefits as much. You put the child in a nursery, or you have elders at home if you are fortunate. Then the phase of nursing a child is also missed out. Whereas I think India is doing very well in this aspect. Me as a new mother, I had taken 1 year leave apart from the 6-month maternity leave. So the government of India is giving 2-year childcare leave, which is very progressive in the sense the woman need not have to actually drop out of the career, which is what is happening in many industries, corporate. Like you might know your friends who are living in city, working in IT or chartered accountants, working in huge corporates, but they do drop out after they have a child because of the policies not supporting the woman to take care of her career aspects as well as the nurturing role. In that aspect, I feel we have touched the European standards. The 2-year CCL which the government gives is not there in many of the developed countries. So let's talk about how a woman starts her day with. So morning you wake up, you have to, either if you are from a lower middle class family, you have to do all the chores, sweep, mop, utensils, or if you can afford a maid, you have a troubling maid who does all of this for you. In her absence, you manage her, then you have the children, take her to school, drop her, get her ready, and then you finish all these chores, then you go to work. You work like a man, or more than that. You try to prove, you fight the gender discrimination there or the gender gap. As a leader, you want to prove there, you work more than what maybe is required otherwise. Then again you come back home, again you do your chores. Whereas compared with a man, what opportunity he has got? Wakes up in the morning, goes to the gym, comes back, reads the newspaper, then he's on the phone talking to his friends, his colleagues, goes to work, comes back, again is in the TV, he has access to technology, access to go out, have a network. Look at the kind of opportunity a guy gets versus a lady. We miss out on the time which goes into educating yourself, the free time which can otherwise go into your hobbies because of the domestic, the work being not shared by both the genders. Though certain societies have progressed and certain urban pockets have progressed. But universally, we know that the dual burden is on the woman, and more so in the agricultural society. So as you see in the rural India, we know that the economic empowerment, when we talk about women getting access to job or going out of the house, it is more in the agriculture society, the rural area, than the urban. So statistics say that 80% of the women are placed in agriculture sector, and more than 60% of the people operating, 60 to 70, operating in the agriculture sector are women. So what does it say? The figures indicate that women are more economically empowered in the rural area than in the urban. They have access to the land, they have access to go out, work, more opportunity. on the face of it, that's how it looks. But then when we go into a closer picture, we also realize that the land ownership rights is only 10%, whereas 60 to 70% women are working on the field. So we have this kind of disparity which leads to not just not having access to land, but other opportunities which comes with it, which could be the access to credit, access to various institutions, and the entire cycle where women get completely left out and they only give the free labor in the fields. So what is the government doing? Again, as I kept coming from the city, I realized that the police has done a beautiful job. The cities have got much safer. We have she shuttles, we have she police to take care of the women who go to work and are able to reach back safely back home. We have CCTVs installed everywhere. Like if you take about Hyderabad police, we have a society, SC, especially in the Hyderabad region, where there are a lot of women who come back late in the night because of the corporates over there. So extra attention is given, more police patrolling is done in the nights. There is a strong network with all the corporates which meet regularly and try to address the issues faced by women. And they've also set up counselors and a complete network where any issues could be dealt on time by the police. So 2 days back I was going to Nizamabad for my other posting. So on the way there was one truck which was heavily loaded. The truck was almost like it would cause an accident anytime soon. So immediately I picked up the phone. I didn't want to call my batchmates because every time I go I'm calling them. So this time I thought, okay, let me not come out as a troublemaker, let me just call the toll-free number. Within 30 seconds, the number on the website, the police had picked up. And within 10 minutes, there was a woman police SI who came there to, understand how whether it is in condition. Then the transport officer had come. So the truck is still lying with the police station and assessment, whether it is overloaded, all that is taken. Anyways, what I mean to say is the action was taken in 5 to 10 minutes and there was access to the police, which is exactly what is happening in the cities, which I've heard from a lot of women as well, where, the police is only a phone call away. So I think we have made a safer city. This is just one example. Overall, we are progressing in the right direction, though there is a lot more which could be done. So when I was in Nagaland, I also joined Nagaland with an impression that, okay, Northeast is going to be a very, women empowered society. That is how we all read in the books. But after going there, I realized that, of course, they are empowered in certain aspects, but it is not. The gender disparity and divide is there in all the societies. So we all know about Kasis of Meghalaya. It's a matrilineal, matrilocal society. So of course, they are more empowered compared to the other tribes. But whereas if you take in Nagaland, there are close to 16 tribes. And there is complexity of the gender disparity, which varies across depending on the caste here, but the tribe over there, class, the village, the education, so many factors which determine, but universally there is disparity as indicated by literatures also. So bearing few examples, so when you take this Ima market in Manipur, it's a all women run market where no men are allowed to participate in the market over there, and it has been a successful model. But when you come to, I was serving in Phek district in Nagaland. It is one of the most remote district in bordering Myanmar. So on the face of it, people are happy. There are more women coming out. They do come out because of jhum cultivation. But then it is always like the men are sitting at home and having rice beers, traditionally. But the women are the one who actually go out, work and come back. Despite all this, do they get the access to make decisions? That is something we need to think of in whichever society, who is the decision maker. So when we talk about this political representation, again, this was one major issue which I noticed in Nagaland. So the village councils, which actually takes care of all the decisions in the village is only led by men. There are no women members. And Nagaland Article 371A has protection of their customary laws. So when the government tried to make a move of 33% representation in Panchayat Raj institutions, this was not accepted by the state, claiming that it is not in line with the customary laws. So that is where we stand when it comes to leadership with women, leadership by women. However, there are examples like in the Peg district where I served, Chizami is an exemplary village where with the help of Northeast Network and women leaders, the village itself had come up with a resolution to have 2 women members in their village council. And the Chizami Weaves is anybody can read about it, is a very successful model where the handlooms of that region has been promoted and connected to a better market. And you all should be knowing how the disparity of wages is there in almost any society. But this village had made a resolution that the wages will be given equally for men and women. So that's how it is complex. We are growing, but we do have much to progress. And successfully, rightfully, the earlier speakers had mentioned about the transgenders also. Like I was discussing with Amir sir also about the new policy which the Turmeric Board would have to come up with. So to address the question of the Dean of DEF, do we have policies specifically for women? We do have in many schemes, and in Turmeric Board also, though it is not passed yet, it is in the formulating stage. So the turmeric involves a lot of stages in the post-harvesting, which could be to do with first the primary processing using boilers, polishers, and bringing it in a form which can be later packed and promoted and exported. So there are several interventions which could be done along the turmeric value chain, where we have progressively made sure that we will make sure that whatever subsidies and interventions are done across the turmeric value chain, we would specifically address women. And for example, the subsidies for boilers and polishes, say it is 10 or 15% to a general guy, but for a lady, it would be 10% more. This is what we have in mind. I hope the government passes it. So that is for the subsidy part. But apart from that, when it comes to research or promoting startups for turmeric and the export promotion, exporters, again, there is a huge gap. Most of them are family business. It's only male-led. So how many of the exporters are women? I don't have the figures, but I've had so many conferences, I have not seen a woman exporter yet. So these are the gaps we would also be trying to address through policy. Fortunately, there is a scope for me to make a policy now. And with respect to transgender also, I have it in my mind. I hope it passes as well. But identification could be a major issue. But if that problem can be addressed using other methods which other schemes might have developed, I think that is also a part we would be addressing. And to conclude, I think we are doing, we are progressing. In fact, I would say much better compared to a lot of other societies or other Western countries also in many ways. But gender disparity exists even for women who have successfully made in the career in leadership positions. You talk to anybody in leadership position, they would always say how they have to extra prove themselves. And you would also hear those comments from your male colleagues who will say, why is she doing too much? She's just trying to, she feels she's not heard. She's actually heard. That is why she's talking too much more than what is required. That energy is not required. But they don't realize most of them do it because they actually are not heard. So women in decision making and leadership, I hope the two-day conference and having wonderful intellectual people like you and more access to technology. One example I forgot to quote. So 2 days back, I had a discussion with this Green Trust. It's an NGO. So exactly what the earlier speaker were talking about, they have used technology they are using it to address the digital divide. They're reaching out to rural societies, especially agriculture, using an app where they're giving information on the climate, the crop nutrition and all the aspects which are required for cropping. But specifically, they have made sure they train the women FPOs, or directly there is a network of women with their team. The access has been, the loop has been properly set, and also they were also indicating how the access to mobile phones, the women have only the small phones but not the smartphones. So they kind of addressed it by 1 or 2 hours, exactly what the other speaker indicated, a woman gets access to the smartphone of her husband. So that 1 or 2 hours they're having skill development courses and pop-up messages which would be used for their education purposes. So I think as a society we are progressing because of the joint effort by all the stakeholders, and a lot more to be done. These 2 days I hope to learn from all of you as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to now invite Amir sir to give the vote of thanks.
Thanks. So let me use this opportunity to also talk to a few students here. I'm going to ask you a question. You know, the problem with being a professor. So here is this. I'll give you some clues, and I want you to guess the name of this person that I have in mind. She was born 200 years ago. One of the most famous novelists who emerged from England. Wrote, yeah, that's enough. Slightly later. Good answer, but later. Yeah. Smart answer, because it is contextual. But there's this lady who precedes her by about a few decades. Writes a little novel that is easily, and I think certainly, the most adapted in Hollywood. Meaning, there have been at least 30 versions of that story that have been filmed. Doesn't help. Married to a very famous poet. Yeah, well done. And what's the novel? Frankenstein. What about Frankenstein? Why am I talking about that? Frankenstein was written by this young girl when she was challenged by these 3 giant authors who were with her that stormy evening in the west coast of Italy. And they were dismissive of this little girl, saying that we are the 3 greatest people. Shelley and Byron were 2 of them, and 1 Italian author. And they decided that evening they will write a horror story. Because it was stormy night and whatever, they were romanticists. They said, let's do something different. Let's write a horror story. They totally disregarded this little girl who was sitting with them. All 4 go, write the horror story, come back. The only one that remains is Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Shelley then, because she was born to Mary Wollstonecraft, who was really the first of the true feminists who argued for electoral reform, then takes, for the rest of her career, she takes up inclusion. And what she focuses on, and that's what I think is the feminism that Osama was referring to. In the early 19th century, Mary Shelley talks about why women need to be empowered and given agency, because what it lends to public policy is compassion, is a sense of egalitarianism. That, she writes 200 years ago, is the essential nature of feminism. And today, what more do we need? What else do we need in today's world, whether it is in India, Russia, now the United States? And that really is something I want some of you here who are going to do your projects. That was a fascinating project that Dean Azad talked about, that you take up. For example, another question, that if I give to a woman-headed household an extra 100 rupees after their budget is made, what would that woman, head of the household, spend that 100 rupees on? What is she likely to spend it on? And the same question for a male-headed household. You've made your monthly budget, you've decided this is what you're going to spend on XYZ, on rent and electricity and all the essentials, and then I give you an extra 100. Who is likely to spend on what? There's this fabulous paper that shows in some part of the world that almost always the woman-headed household, the male-headed household will spend on education. And almost always the woman-headed household will spend on health. Now, which is more important? So, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much to all of you for setting the context to this conference. The idea, as Manisha and Rashad said earlier, was that 4 or 5 years ago, we realized that the gender aspect of development policy is often ignored. And therefore, we focus through this series of annual conferences on each sub-theme. We did the workforce, we did Muslim women, we did the issue of inclusion overall, and today we are looking at technology. We will, by the end of these 2 days, decide what the theme for the next conference is. And I will lean on Masuda to help us identify a theme that we should look at for next year. I can't thank Mr. Syed Akbaruddin more than I have already done. And I really wish to, for not only setting up one of the finest public policy schools in the country that looks at all these futuristic questions, that brings together practitioners, academics, civil society regularly in raising these issues, and being such a wonderful host for this, and so such a ready host for this, I'm sure, nudged by Professor Vasudha well. But thank you so much for doing that. The DEF and Osama Manzar have been our steadfast allies and comrades in this fight ever since I started associating with them 25 years ago. And in each conference, we bring together these learnings that DEF has from various parts of the country, from all parts of the country today. Today, DEF operates in every part of India at the village and mandal level, and brings to us insights and information that we otherwise would not gather sitting in our academic cubicles with secondary data. So thanks so much, Osama and the DEF, for partnering us in not only in the other issues, but particularly in this issue of gender and technology divide. You know, this young lady, Bhavani Shri, she brings this zeal, enthusiasm, and a fresh look at how we can correct the policy issues from the very beginning, from the cultivator and the agriculturist that Osama referred to. She brings that enthusiasm in almost everything that she has done so far, and I'm sure that in this new capacity, in a sector, Bhavani, the turmeric sector, which will serve as, to me, it will be the template that will help us focus finally on each crop. You know, we've otherwise our agriculture policy has been cereals, has been inputs, has been output, has been post-harvest, but now we will do that focus, which will allow us to benefit all farmers within a particular crop, and that is really something that you have taken up. We will be with you in this journey in all earnestness. I know, that's a threat. Yeah, and thanks so much, all of you. I'm sure that with this galaxy of people that we have spread over the 2 days, you will learn a lot as students. All of us. What is it that we can give to you at this level? You're all graduate students. What more can we teach you that is not there already on YouTube and Google and ChatGPT and what? It is this. It is these insights that you will not get. And it is a sense of curiosity that you would like to kindle in you to ask difficult questions to yourself. and then answer them. That's a good student. That's a good, that's a good person who makes a great career. And I wish that you use this wonderful opportunity you have at Kautilya. By the way, I'm biased. I'm faculty here, so I really, it's a great place to be in. I will see you sometime later. So I wish that you will use this. It's a great opportunity to have conferences like this that bring to you the best people in the world working in this very formidable area. Thanks to Lubna, who is now going to. Okay, come. Thank you very much. This is what?
Yes. So after a series of engaging conversation, we now proceed to the next room, which is the Chanakya, which is the horseshoe classroom for the paper presentations. So we can move into that space. Yeah, thank you everyone.
टेबल निकाल दीजिए बोलो ये क्या लेके जाना बोलो अभी मैं थोड़ा लेके जाता हूँ क्या लेके जाना जल्दी उधर जाना है ये ले लो लैंड टेबल लेके थैंक यू
Is it fine? Second, through a student survey analysis, which involves analyzing data from an online survey administered to students who have moved to Delhi for higher education. These students reside in a range of housing types, including app-based co-living spaces. This survey explores students' social experiences in the city, particularly issues related to loneliness, the formation of friendship, and the broader process of adapting to life in a new urban environment. Both the analysis is aimed to provide a nuanced understanding of the ways in which student housing is marketed and experienced in contemporary urban India. So we have done a content analysis of 3 leading app-based co-living student housing platforms in India, that is Stanza Living first, and the second one is Zolo Stays, and the third one is Your Space. Stanza Living, it comes with the tagline, Your Second Home in a New City, which positioned itself as a premium take-based enabled housing solution for a student and young professionals. Quite interestingly, the Stanza Living itself founded by Anandya Datta and Sandeep Dalmia, the company was built upon their experience, their personal experience of inadequate student housing in Delhi. And Stanza Living markets itself not just as a housing provider, but as a lifestyle brand that addresses both functional and emotional needs by emphasizing safety, cleanliness, food quality, and above all, community and belonging. On the other hand, Zolo Stays, promoted with tagline Easy Find Stay, Bond, has evolved from a PG aggregator to a full-fledged managed co-living operator. Initially working through partnerships, the company transitioned leasing properties to gain full control over quality and service delivery. Zolo emphasizes user experience through prompt service, cost optimization, and robust communication via its app. The app streamlines request-related maintenance, housekeeping, and other daily needs, ensuring services within 48 hours. Zolo operates across 3 verticals. First, it is by co-living. The second is for student housing, and the third is short-term hostel services. It also promotes community technology and design, highlights its goal for providing a holistic and emotionally satisfying living experience. The third is our Your Space. The motto of Your Space is Your Home Away Home. It is a student-first initiative that reimagines the traditional hostel model. Your Space is highly personalized, community-driven accommodation experience. Their facilities focus on safety, comfort, wellness, and holistic support, featuring 24/7 wardens, biometric access, air-conditioned rooms, walk-in closets, and private bathrooms. The company also prioritizes food quality through in-home kitchen and mental wellness through programs like meditation, fitness classes, and partnerships with brands like Mindhouse and CureFit. So collectively, these platforms showcases a shift in a student housing narrative in India, particularly in Delhi, from basic shelter to curated living environment that blend comfort, safety, and social belonging. Each brand is reflecting a student-centered approach, using digital platforms not only for service delivery, but also to foster connection, well-being, and a sense of community in an otherwise isolating experience of urban migration. We have done an online survey interviews that has also conducted, and 64 students were there to were as a respondent who have migrated for Delhi for higher education and currently living in various student housing arrangements. Now it is showcasing majority students coming from different regions of India, and it is giving a diverse cultural variety to our responses. Most of them are undergraduates. Most of them are living in their university hostels or rented shared flats. the affordability, because of the affordability or the proximity of campus being the key reason for them to choose their housing facilities. The amenities that they have in their housing facilities are electricity, meals, housekeeping were typically provided. While students valued independence and the freedom that came with living away from home, many also described emotional shifts, that is, ranging from developing self resilience to missing family support. It also highlights the formation of close friendship, especially during their emergency or through shared daily routines. Loneliness was also a reoccurring theme, with 42% of reporting that they felt lonely, and how they overcome it by managing it through walks, conversation with their roommates, or reading or cooking. So, when asked about improvements, students cited lower rent, better food hygiene, and more personal freedom as top needs. Importantly, among a subset of female students using app based housing platforms, technology played a crucial role in choosing and managing their accommodation. They relied heavily on reviews, photos, app based services such as rent payment, guest check ins, and complaint management. However, the concern remains that emerged about the gap between digital services and human responsiveness, with some expressing frustration that while the apps worked well, the on ground management was not always efficient or supportive. This points to a crucial human tech interface that shapes their overall living experiences. The analysis comes to situate student housing within a broader feminist and urban framework, especially in the context of post 2012 Delhi following the Nirbhaya gang rape case, where we find that organizations like Jagori played a key role by conducting over 40 safety audits across Delhi to identify factors contributing to unsafe environments for women in educational, residential, and commercial areas. Campaigns such as Take Back the Night, Safety Pin app was also emerged to navigate the city more confidently. Complementary government initiatives have also been taken place, like Pink Ticket Scheme, offering free bus rides to women, and upcoming initiatives like Seheli Smart Card further reflect a shift towards gender inclusive urban mobility and infrastructure.
experience with these things. And so basically for the digital access is defined by that many people in a different way for their utility, but for the different group of women coming from the different background, how they perceive. So the aim was to understand what is the digital trust and how digital trust defined by them and also defined by their that peer groups, their family members, by the society and by the others, they how they define that, how the women should engage in, and how that woman and what are the limitations that women can use while they are using these platforms. So understanding all these are the that research method we used, like a participatory vulnerability assessment, where we used the daily digital clock, so then we can trace that what time these women after that household work they are using these platforms and what are their purpose. And also we use that my digital yatra, my digital journey, then from where they started this journey and what kind of that barriers and that perception they developed throughout the journey. And also we used that key informed interviews, and these are the methods we used. These are the major research questions, that what are the reasons for the low digital adoption by women, and how do women make decisions around legal welfare, and beyond service delivery, what are the that determinant of women's trust, and what beyond the technology itself inspires women's digital trust. Because there are many perceptions about that women, because always we never talk about that ki what kind of that experience women have, because that uh, for for us it's a very simple thing that she is carrying the mobile phone and she is not carrying the mobile phone, but there is a different kind of story and experience behind that. वो कहते हैं ना कि हर किसी के पास एक कहानी होती है, बस आपके पास सुनने का एहसास होना चाहिए. Everyone has a story, but you have to care to listen that. But because if you listen to the story, you will come out the become thing. To stopping that generalizing concept about that what women has experienced, that this is the come, because sometimes it is not about that the caste, class, and economic background about that which restrict women to access the phone and utilize the phone. Sometimes we came out the different stories कि अगर आपके पास फोन है तो वो भी एक अलग आइडेंटिटी क्रिएट करता है. वी ऑलवेज दैट डिस्कस अबाउट दैट क्वेश्चनिंग एंड डिबेट अबाउट द आइडेंटिटी फॉर्मेशन ऑफ वुमेन सिंस द पेट्रार्की एंड एवरीथिंग, बट द वे दैट टेक्नोलॉजी इवॉल्व इट्स ऑल्सो इंटरकनेक्टेड विद दिस सेम थिंग. जहाँ पे हमने वुमेन को लेके एक आइडेंटिटी कंस्ट्रक्ट शुरू से कर दी कि दीज आर द थिंग्स रिलेटेड टू वुमेन, वो चीज़ें मोबाइल फोन्स पे भी आ गई. दैट मेल कैन यूज फ्रिक्वेंटली दीज मोबाइल्स, बट वुमेन को ना women can't that use that much. Because I am also that insider of the one of the tribal community, but I know that how my mother, my sister, that experience about these things. आपके पास अगर mobiles है तो आपके पास certain limitations है, being particular gender, especially in urban areas. To think about that, what about that rural women, what about the tribal women who don't know that different kind of English and Hindi features loaded in the mobile, because tribal people have their own distinct and that thing. So what kind of barriers they are facing and what kind of things they are that facing from the society, from their family that is restricted their engagement in mobile, and how these things is affecting their trust in digital platform. So to understand, we have a different kind of that theoretical contribution to understand. So we opted these four theories, like a feminist theory, intersectionality, adult learnings, and affect theory. These are the theoretical framework we used in our paper, in our project and research paper. So these are the some of the key findings we came out from the using our participatory research methods, which is answered some of the research question. And still it's not that final findings we can say. We are still trying to gather all these things, and so because we are not reached at the saturation point where we can say these are the things. And but so it's that ongoing study. So whatever we captured, we are trying to share here, so we can go back through your feedbacks and your inputs, so we can develop more about these things. And so that when we talk about this key, when we talk about that accessibility of and device ownership, mostly that that the responses came from that. This is the that one of the general things we see that from in a that very low income group, they don't have that much of financial capacity like of device they can't afford, so that is they don't have that individual ownership. Mostly women use the shared ownership, either it's a brother's phone, either it's a father's phone, and also that data expenses, because if you have a smartphone that you have to that recharge with that uh, mobile plans and everything, so you can use everything for this thing. And reason why women said getting a personal device, that because that some of the women who has an individual that ownership on the mobile phone, because after COVID that change has been occurred, because that it was essential to not for them, because for the child's education, because for the buying things online and everything. So some of the respondent that which is comes with the individual ownership which in the urban areas, because these studies conducted in two areas, that Ganjam which is tribal and rural area, and Bhubaneswar which is the urban area. So this is the mix that response came from the both area. So we talk about the capacity, that how that literacy and confidence levels are there. So these are the things came through that capacity ki they do not have a personal phone. They are socially not allowed to independently explore the digital trust. They do not have opportunity to learn how to these things. And so, and mostly that women don't know how to operate these. Whatever they are learning and what they are browsing, they are either they are learning from their from the family members or from the peer groups. And these are the some perception about that what are the socio-cultural barriers that already that which can be see in the universal form in the different society, like a gender norms which is not allowed to them, because one of the respondents say कि हमारे बगल में एक लड़की थी, उन्होंने मोबाइल फोन्स पे बात की और उनका एक लड़के के साथ रिलेशनशिप हो गया, फिर वो उनके साथ भाग गई. तो दिस इंसिडेंट सेट दैट बेंचमार्क विद इन द सोसाइटी कि अगर एक लड़की मोबाइल फोन रख रही है तो वो लड़के से बात करेगी, फिर वो रिलेशनशिप में जाएगी, फिर वो वहां से चली जाएगी. तो दीज थिंग्स स्टॉप within the society ki we don't have to use all these things. So I have left 1 minute. I don't know what to say. These are the economic empowerment through digital platforms, that mostly that using these for this purpose, that entertainment, education and upscaling, e-commerce for the buying and selling online and the communications. And also these are the also that high privacy concern that restrict. Ek story thi that she was using the mobile phone and that become a switched off. एंड उनकी बेटी ने बार बार उनको कॉल कर रहा है, वो स्विच ऑफ हो रहा है. जब आई वो आकर जब घर पे अपनी माँ से पूछा कि आपका फ़ोन नहीं लग रहा है, सी सेड दैट कि मुझे लगा कि मोबाइल ख़राब हो गया या मैंने कुछ छेड़ दिया या मैंने कुछ गलत टच कर दिया, मोबाइल ऑफ हो गया, मे बी दैट. तो सी डोंट नो दैट कि दैट फ्रॉम द बैटरी दैट डिस्चार्ज होने के बाद वो स्विच ऑफ हो गया. तो दिस काइंड ऑफ दैट एक्सपीरियंस these women are having, so that makes that kind of restriction to having these kind of trust. And also that what kind of that learning centering we can come out through our experience, that is that arising needs, learning and unlearning, choice, reflection and experience. So that, and also that we have to develop that it doesn't mean to enhance the participation of women in digital platforms, or that creating a trust within the digital space. It's also about to take care of as a policymakers, as a practitioner, as a researcher, to think about that. We have to go beyond that kind of that things is happening in the society, and also see that what kind of socio-cultural technical and institutional infrastructure is existing, and that infrastructure is how these infrastructure is that restricting these women from the different background to access these digital trust. And these are the recommendation. I am not a tech person, I am the social science person. So I think these are the some of the our experience that which can be definitely help to the person who is going to develop the app. And it doesn't mean that you are creating different kind of amazing apps to the phone. It's because of that you want to sell that phone. But you have to also look out the pen that because India is the second largest country after Africa, which has have the highest largest mobile subscription in the country. So we have to also think that what kind of that things we have to keep in the mind. I think our study gives the idea that it cannot be in a very general way. we have to go in a very context specific way with what is the need in a different woman, because woman is a not women. Women has a different background, women has a different geography, women has a different class, women has a different tribe. So we have to took all these things in our mind when we're trying to develop how we can develop the digital trust and what kind of that platforms we can provide to increase the digital participation of women, especially in a different kind of society in India. Thank you so much. टाइम बहुत कम था, कहानियां बहुत थी. I would love to request go in our website and read the full reports. It's a very interesting study because we have interacted with the more than 200 to 300 women, especially individual interviews and case studies are there. So I would love to request that please go and read our report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raviraj. Now I'd like to request Ritu to come to the stage. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Ritu, and this study means I'm saving my time. So this study was done during my MA development course at Azim Premji University. It was a part of my winter field project. For that I spent 45 days in Hathiakan Panchayat of Bihar, and my topic is Beyond Access, Digital Financial Inclusion in the Role of Self-Help Group in Hathiakan Panchayat. Yeah, so as we know that how the digital revolution has been taken in India after the Jan Dhan and Aadhaar UPI, almost in India, even if we go through the NFHS 5 report, there is 77% women who are holding bank accounts in rural area. If I take urban, then I think 80 plus, it's according to the NFHS 5 reports. So now in rural area, every woman has the bank accounts, but when it comes to the access, now even we have different ways of using our holding or using our bank accounts. We have UPIs, we have digital banking, but when it comes to the rural areas, still women are in the queue, long queue, and they are going and taking just to withdraw the 500 rupees. So my idea of looking this study was that how this digital banking is, or digital financial literacy is there in the rural space. So I just wanted to see how this access is actually is there, and it's a part of this true inclusion. So my research question was that what are the challenges women face with respect to digital financial literacy when they are using the digital financial services. And with respect to that, there was 2 sub-questions. How do SHG contribute to improve digital financial literacy among women, and when the position of non-SHG women in comparison to SHG women with regard to digital financial literacy. So why SHG I included particularly when I wanted to see the access of this digital financial services, because in Bihar almost 13 million women are the part of SHG. It's a large revolutionary project by the World Bank and BRLPS, Bihar Rural Livelihood Society, who are taking care of this SHG, and they are they are empowering these women through the SHG. So I wanted to see this empowerment from the lens of SHG. And my location was Hathiakan Panchayat, Danapur block, Patna, Bihar. And the research methods was qualitative. I spent there, I wanted to understand their experiences, their words, how they see, and what are the number of women who are holding the mobile phones, what kind of mobile phones they are holding, either it's keypads, either it's smartphones, and what are their educational qualifications when they are, whoever I have interviewed, one of the questions were like that also, because when we see digital literacy, even my perception was also like that, that if I am educated, I can use the digital services. So with regard to that, I had 20 SHG women and 6 non-SHG. I found very few non-SHG women because every woman was the part of SHG. The 6 SHG women, non-SHG women who are majorly Anganwadi members and PRI members who are majorly not the part of SHG, but the non-SHG members I interviewed, they had out of everyone, almost everyone has this ownership of mobile phones, but when it comes to the smartphones, the touch phone, there was 9 SHG members who had the smartphones, and the non-SHG, And out of 6 non-SHG members, there were 2 non-SHG members who has the smartphones. Now, when I talk about my findings, so when I see the devices access, yes, there is access of mobile phones to every woman, but when it comes to the uses, there are few women who use, there were only 2 women out of 26 who were using their mobile phones for the digital services, like using UPI and all. But while asking to them, do they use frequently? They were like, no, I have this fear of fraud. I can't use it. They were, many of the time, even we have this thought that phishing is happening, somebody is calling, somebody is sending OTP, then it's happening. But while asking to the questions, they were like, no, my son did that, because their phone was linked to this UPI, Aadhaar KYC. This is very romanticized thing that we have to link with our phones to our bank accounts. But in the villages, I had, I think 4 or 5 women who were saying their own in-laws, their own family members has done. Manrega's money came in their accounts, their phone is linked to their number, OTP came, they don't know, they shared their fund, their own son did that scam with her. So these were the findings which I came through. In Hathiakan Panchayat, there was one CSP, customer service point, which was running by Bank Sakhi. Bank Sakhi is one of the member from their own community, so they were very comfortable to go to that place and take the money out. While asking to BRLPS, Bihar Rural Livelihood Societies, some of the employees who work with the financial inclusion, they were like, for us, digital inclusion and digital financial literacy doesn't mean that we are giving training to all the women. For us, if we have one center like CSP and women are finding their space there, they can go, and for us that is also a empowerment, a sense of empowerment which we are providing to Bank Sakhis. For them, they were giving training or giving this familiarity with the digital skills to only the leaders of SHG and the Bank Sakhis, who were also the leader only, but after some time they become the Bank Sakhis and they have some different responsibilities. So they are empowering that Bank Sakhi, and the role of Bank Sakhis was actually amazing in that village. Women were so friendly, they were going to them and they were sharing their stories. Even in villages when you go, because I was there at the CSP for around 20 days, I was observing around 200 women, more than 200 women, but I could interview only 26 women because their consent and their time was also mandatory. I was very young when I was doing this study. I was like, oh, women, they must be free in the rural women, what they do. But when I entered to that place, they had huge work. They were not free for me. I was there for almost 1 week and I was not finding a single woman who were ready to give me 10 minutes for my questions or for my study. So that was also a different kind of experiences which I had while conducting this research. Yes, and talking about, since my study is mainly focused on SHG, so SHG, what I found that SHG is actually for the savings, for the mutual support, it is very much effective in that space. However, digital skills remains limited to the few functionaries which I told, that bookkeepers and the Bank Sakhis, who are majorly the leaders of this SHG groups. And most of the members do not receive direct digital training or smartphone supports. And the digital financial inclusion is not yet woven to the SHG routines, because they are majorly for the savings and majorly for the exchange of their thoughts, how they are saving, how much money they have saved. And what I found, a shared space where women are coming and discussing their financial things too, because it's very tough to share the financial thoughts among our group only, but that place, based on my experiences, is what I found. And the key insights which what I found, that yes, SHG is provide a social capital that that can ease of tech. Thank you, but it's also a disturbing elephant. 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. SHG provides a social capital, yet also I found that benefits are very uneven. Majorities are behinds, like majorly only the group leaders are getting that skill training. And also it's a peer learning space, but peer learning is rare in informal when it comes to the digital financial or digital skills. And recommendations which I can give, one recommendation which was talked by many of our previous talk which I heard, that subsidizing the shared mobile phones, at least for the training too, because there are many women who can't have this 30K or 10K, more than 10K smartphones for their for using the bank accounts and all. And expanding the digital literacy training for the all group members, which I found that only 2 members of the group are getting that training. And in the skill of digital mentors like bank sakhis, which I found familiar to them, and they were learning from their groups. And build a trust focused approach, come back to the fear of boost confidence, because I found that fear of fraud was one of the major component while using these digital financial tools for the women. They are hearing the story of one woman and they are afraid of using it. So that I found there is a confidence boost or something that we can plan of it, and then embedded digital skills as a fundamental SHG activity, not an add-on. And the concluding point which I can take it, digital inclusion begins with the confidence and capacity. Self-help groups are the ideal platforms to move beyond digital access towards true inclusion, and it requires dedicated efforts to build skills, trust and equitable participation. And empowered women using digital finance can transform their lives, provided we close the gaps proactively. Yeah. These were the references which I have. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ritu. Now we'll be having our last presenter for this panel, Zoe.
Hello. This paper is the case study of digital budget running. It's a digital financial inclusion project, and it was written by Navika Harshe, Tejaswini Madabushi, and myself, Zoe Kennedy Hughes. We all work with the Hyderabad-based NGO Uganda. Digitalization is Digital Budget Running was a digital financial inclusion program that ran for 18 months between 2023 and 2025. It aimed to empower women through mobile phone digital payments by leveraging the National Payment Corporation of India's Universal Payment Infrastructure, UPI, on all types of phones, smartphones, feature phones, and basic phones. The initiative trained 41,235 women in digital payments across 15 districts in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Digitalization is now a major focus of Indian policy to drive financial inclusion. Initiatives such as Jan Dhan saw India's bank account ownership increase from 35% to 78%. However, India still struggles with low active accounts, and the fact that the majority of account holders, approximately 70%, had never made a digital payment, and that includes debit cards, mobile banking, or internet banking. UPI, that we all know and all widely used, was introduced in 2016, but it was only with COVID that we saw its exponential growth. As a result of UPI, financial inclusion in India has become synonymous with digital inclusion. However, this push towards a cashless India highlights deep inequalities, especially for marginalized communities such as women, that a lot of my panel here have been talking about. But with this in mind, in 2022, NPCI introduced 123Pay Ultra Cash BIM. This used several methods of making UPI transfers on feature phones and basic phones. The paper or the case study that we used focused specifically on IVR, the IVR method, which is a predefined phone number that you call. It's available in all major Indian languages, and you follow the steps one by one for several services, whether it's checking your bank account balance, changing your PIN number, or making transfers. So Digital Budget Running was designed with the premise that if a woman was able to send, store and receive money with the mobile phone that she had access to, it would include her relationship with the bank as she was able to make more transfers. And then she'll be available for a larger, greater number of services. With this in mind, we designed a community mobilizer model. We had 980 mobilizers trained on digital payment methods and how to overcome women's apprehensions regarding UPI. They taught women the different types of UPI, onboarding, making payments, and online safety. Mobilizers also supported women with mobile phone number linkages and opening bank accounts. Our women were selected depending on their affiliation with the Telangana Domestic Workers Union or self-help group members through the Society of Elimination of Rural Poverty or the Mission for the Elimination of Poverty in Municipal Areas, as well as Safai Karmcharis through the GHMC. From these groups, women largely tend to be from marginalised caste backgrounds and disadvantaged socioeconomic groups. The initiative collected basic programme data using an AI chatbot on Telegram. And this paper looks at that MIS data as well as reflections from programme implementers. So a total of 41,235 women were trained, 96% on smartphones, with the remaining 4% on feature phones. Among basic phone users, 55% had an education less than 5, showing a link with literacy and access to technology. However, 41% of smartphone owners chose to learn both 123Pay IVR and smartphone-based apps, showing a general preference towards IVR technology. During field implementation, it became very clear, very quickly, that for the technology designed for marginalised groups, it must account for their access to the broader digital ecosystem, including the type of phone they use, its features, and their access to debit cards and ID documents. For instance, the IVR technology was initially reliant on debit cards for onboarding. However, we found that in the GHMC, most women did not have access to debit cards due to an unofficial banking policy that did not give debit cards to women who could not sign their name. It was also found that old feature phones and basic phones and some old feature phones could not leave the IVR call to receive the OTPs to enter required for onboarding. This meant that the technology that was designed for those people specifically couldn't actually access it. So someone else said here, fear of fraud is widespread. IVR technology helped build user confidence through slow, language-localized audio prompts that repeated transaction details, reducing errors and addressing trust concerns. The option to end a transaction by disconnecting the call gave women a sense of control. This assurance was critical as it was found that women's adoption of digital tools hinged on them trusting their ability to use it. The benefits of UPI from our participants: women appreciated the ability to take control and manage their finances from their phones. Timely salary payments and the ability to check their account had been credited as empowering. Women also found it empowering to be able to take control of their PIN numbers without having to depend on someone else. Many women were aware that family members could access their finances and control their phones through their PIN numbers, and being able to change it was empowering. Women also appreciated targeted services such as gas cylinder booking and mobile phone top-up, or the fact that IVR did not require internet. These features made the technology useful and appealing. Many women started with passive acts using their phone technology, such as checking their bank account balance and checking that salary payments had been made, before building up to larger transfers such as SHG payments, remittance payments, and transfers to family members. Barriers that we felt to UPI adoption. Patriarchal norms such as policing women's phone and managing their PIN numbers or adding password protection to app downloads prevented women from accessing technology. There was also a persistent belief and often internalized by women that they were more likely to get scammed than men. Additionally, restrictive safety norms, such as the 5,000 rupee daily cap by the Reserve Bank of India, meant that the technology didn't meet their needs of making SHG payments and remittances. This limited access and adoption. Lastly, women don't have much time on their hands, and when technology fails with bugs or, for instance, such as receiving OTPs, it reduces their confidence in technology and they're less likely to try again. The limitations. So our initiative initially had a 70% target for women with feature phones and basic phones, and 30% with smartphones, so a larger focus on marginalised women. However, due to the challenges faced with technology, there was a programme shift and less marginalised women with smartphones became the dominant group. The initiative used an incentivisation model. This was successful in reaching target numbers, but it meant that there was a preference for easier cases, i.e. women with mobile bank account and debit card linkage and higher literacy levels. The initiative demonstrated how user-centric technology such as 123Pay IVR isn't just a payment solution, it serves as a crucial bridge for greater financial inclusion. It provides a transitioning pathway from cash dependence towards financial inclusion and digital empowerment, enabling women to participate more fully in the digital economy. Even among women with smartphones, many preferred the voice-based technology due to low literacy levels, limited digital skills, or a lack of confidence in navigating app-based technology. The familiar, accessible nature of IVR can foster greater comfort and trust, making digital financial tools more inclusive. However, it does highlight that technology must not only consider the daily use of the technology, but must take into consideration the onboarding process and the access to the wider digital ecosystem that users have access to, without which they can't access the technology.
Thank you, everyone. Now I will hand over the mic to the chair who will give her comments.
Thank you. I thank all the four presenters for their wonderful presentation. Quickly, a brief recap so that the audience can have their questions right. The first one, which was so very interesting on app-based co-living, and how when you spoke of Zola and stanza living, and how the gendered experiences of loneliness and friendship which you found out, and the content analysis which how it was done, and how this kind of curated living, as you call it, is different from a living otherwise. My quick question rather, or comment would be, if you can answer at any one point of time, or later if you can figure it. One, when you talk of such kind of curated living and app-based living, it is given that the people who live here are from middle class. Okay, the lower class are absolutely off here. So that is a big limiting factor. And so what is the difference if in terms of loneliness and friendship and emotional needs when it comes to, say, public university living in hostels and these living? So if that kind of trend is sort of brought out, the basic Gemeinschaft-Gesellschaft relationship, as Tonys would have called it, that becomes very clear. Very good paper and very good suggestion that there is no national national housing policy which has to be looked into. Coming to Rabi Raj's paper on women in general from tribal areas and from other areas, how the differences between access and to agency, and the whole notion of digital trust, which was so very beautifully brought out, which is a major concern today when you talk of usage of internet. And the digital trust is so big, because of course access is a concern, but when you have the access, how do you come over all these things? Somewhere you had pointed out that there are socio-cultural barriers. I mean, one understands education is a barrier. I mean, inaccessibility of, say, geographical locations is a barrier. But when you talk about socio-cultural barrier, do you really mean only patriarchy, or what kind of, besides education, what kind of socio-cultural barrier you talk of? The third paper, Ritu's paper, was again very interesting, talking about digital financial inclusion, role of self-help groups in Bihar. My only concern was when you took the number of respondents, which I think was 20, and 6 from non-SHG, which was really too small to make such big generalizations. But because you are studying a district in Patna, Bihar, of course. But the best thing about your paper was when you said that, of course, access is not true inclusion, and of course the challenges which women face, and what is the role of SHGs, which talk of it, and the role of social trust again, and the role of what you call as cultural intermediaries, the bank sakhis and the bookkeepers. But when you say that social networks help, but they don't solve problems. I strongly feel today internet is the new opium of masses. It is because you have it and you are all the time, seeing the reels and going on and on. But how much is it beneficial is a big question. So the question of digital financial inclusion is a big one, but you have to look at a larger data, maybe. Consequently, was your master's project, maybe. Then you can come to better generalizations. Zoe paper was again so wonderful. Yugantar's thing, where you talked of digital budget rani, and again financial exclusion, and how very rightly pointed out that today financial inclusion is becoming synonymous with digital inclusion, and that's a point to be noted. It is not really digital inclusion per se, it is just financial inclusion. But yes, when you talk of how these are all male centric, and when it comes to bank access, it is more of males than of female. This has been a concern, and of course limited debit card access, that's so true, which was pointed out. So all these 4 papers on bridging the digital divide was so wonderful. The role of the chair is that of a timekeeper, and I was given 10 minutes, but you don't have time for the others to have your questions with the panelist. So now I open the floor for discussion, for questions. Please be very specific, precise. You raise your hands and you can have your questions to the panelist. Above me is the timekeeper, and that's him. So, okay. Yes.
So thank you everyone. For those who have questions, you will notice that there are these black boxes in front of you. Once you press them, you'll be on the screen and you can ask your question. Thank you.
The one point that you made, which I thought was very insightful, was that digital empowerment now is almost synonymous with financial inclusion. And I'd like to ask that together. Is that, do you agree with that, or does technology empowerment also give a certain sense of belonging, a certain sense of curiosity of going out there and looking at the internet for information? Is education part of that empowerment is access to healthcare also somewhere in that checklist, or is it purely financially?
I think for financial inclusion, how we look at it now, you can digital. Okay, sorry. For financial inclusion, how because my project was actually a financial inclusion project. Okay, so it's about linking women to more services at banks. So I think financial inclusion is synonymous with digital inclusion now, because if you don't have all the right bank account linkages, you don't have if you don't have a debit card, okay, you don't have a phone, how are you meant to access the money in your bank? Okay, you can't access the money in the bank. And then people wonder, oh, but why is bank account usage so low? Well, obviously you can't, without digital sakis or these banking correspondence, you can't access it. So obviously it's low. So unless you're going to improve other infrastructure, at the moment the focus is on phones. So yes. And I just want to add a point as well, because everyone talks about this shift to smartphones like it's happening thick and fast. It's not happening thick and fast. Even among men, there's a large dependency on basic phones, okay? And if a phone breaks, a smartphone, it's very expensive to fix. What are you going to go back to? You're going to go back to a feature phone. So if you don't look at technology that can be used easily on basic phones, then yeah, you're not going to have digital financial inclusion.
There are, I would like to be in the queue, but there are other hands there.
If you can just press the black box in front of you. My question to all of you, the three of you, is the back end of all of the stuff that we're talking about is trust. And that's the thread that sort of brings it together. Could you talk about these examples of experiences where you've been able to sort of like increase this trust of women? You know, like how do you, are there like examples of programs, maybe in Odisha, you know, how, you know, where you've sort of like been able to do that? Because, you know, it's one thing to say, well, there is phishing, there is like all kinds of schemes out there, there's cybersecurity, that scares people, right? And then we also hear about all these like family, you know, stuff going on. But how, you know, are there examples of good programs that have done that? I'm very interested in hearing that if you can share. Thank you.
I'm able to. Yeah, because of the limit of time, I'm not able to discuss the many examples that which is that also highlighting the good practices regarding the digital trust, because that one of the initiative in the state of Odisha, that is Mission Shakti. So Mission Shakti provide a platform to the SSG women, so they can start their own businesses. So that when we interacting with the women in an urban area in the Bhubaneswar, that one of the women, she has that through that one of the methodology we use, that my digital journey, मेरी digital yatra. He said that कि हमें शादी से पहले फोन नहीं दिया गया था, because we have a shared accessibility, because वहाँ पे important लगता ही नहीं था कि that कोई तुम्हारे भाई के पास फोन है, तुम्हारे father के पास फोन है, तुम्हें फोन की जरूरत ही नहीं है, that thing. So the moment she got married, then after that that husband, वही होता है कि वहाँ पे उनको फोन मिला, then she joined SSGs, और SSG में धीरे धीरे grow करते करते she become a leader of SSGs groups, and they started business and everything, that money is coming. तो that एक टाइम था कि that connectivity or the connection with the phone restrict किया जाता था. The moment she started earning through the phone, then everybody started appreciating them, that it's a good thing, that, and now they are also supporting, they started supported from the family, and that now they are, she is running a cafe within the city. Now she has a more than 20 to 25 staff, that college going students, they're joining as an intern in her cafe. So that the journey, seeing that how she that overcome that trust barrier in his life, and how she overcome these trust. And also one of the example within the that we can see that how digital trust is working in the rural areas, that major is ruled by the ASHA worker, Anganwadi worker, and that SNG women. So these women set an example that how these women are using this phone, because that this is that government policies and apps that they are that different. You have to log in this an app for the registration, for the data and everything. So that other women, they are saying that that these are the good practices which is also done by the women as a SSG, as a Anganwadi. So these are the things which is happening, which is creating such kind of trust within these women. So these are the some practice. Yeah, peer learning. So that's why I use two theory in that, affect theory and the adult learning theory, which helps to build, to reconstruct all these ideas. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, one person at a time. Okay, so this is more like a comment and a suggestion that we use digital literacy or financial digital literacy slightly in a more generic manner, but most of you have presented that access is not enough or digital literacy is not enough. And there is a terminology called meaningful access or meaningful digital access, which actually leads you that just having a phone is not enough, just knowing how to make a call is not enough. And therefore your research approach also, if it takes, because there is a whole framework on digital literacy, meaningful access, which actually takes that it should be powerful enough mobile, it should be a smartphone, it should be literacy enough to figure it out that what is right, what is wrong, and whether it's working or not, whether I can do transaction, whether I can complete my transaction, whether I can send messages, whether I can understand that it's a fraud message or it's a linkable, clickable message or not clickable message, forward message, or it's a forwardable or not forwardable, and so on and so on. So it's a whole framework on that. And that's very important part, because we are not in a stage of digital development where we think that just having a phone is enough, because access is all related to context, content and meaning. That means I want to do transaction, I want to watch a movie for education, I want to do something or the other. And therefore meaningful access as a terminology, as a well-defined framework-based upgrade of digital literacy is very, very important. Therefore, we also use critical literacy, critical digital literacy, or digital financial counseling also is the new term that they have started using. Because just having a bank account is or doing online is not job, because that's the reason why frauds is so much happening. And fraud is not happening because of the technological issue; it's because of behavioral issue. Yeah. Yes. 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 Yes.
Hello? Yeah. So I think sometimes with this journey among marginalized people, we're expecting them to go from not using technology pretty much in their life. Okay, we've all been trained in technology, like as soon as we're born, TVs, fridges, like we have this experience of technology around us, and we know that that if it doesn't work once, we'll keep trying and we'll make it work. But a lot of marginalized communities to go from zero to like zero very, very fast. And I think that technology can help bridge this gap. I do think you said that fraud is happening because of behavior, not just technology, but actually I think that technology can build in trust building mechanisms and structures that can build people's confidence and limit fraud. I hate to go on, I can talk about UPI for days, but I just add one thing, that our smartphone apps are getting faster and faster and faster to make payments, because that's what we need. But fast payments leads into the hands of fraudsters, okay? The quicker you can do it, the quicker it will just go and you won't get it back again. When something's slowed down, like IVR technology, and it's repetitive, actually it reduces the chance of fraud because it is so slow. And you know what, there's bugs in it as well, so it's possibly not even going to work, but it does reduce the instance of fraud. So I think we can look to technology providers to do a slightly better job of protecting us, especially in the environment now that we're in, where there is literally no recourse. You send your money to someone, you can do that cyber hotline, they're not going to get back to you, and they're not. It's very difficult to use, especially for low literacy people. You're not going to get your money back.
So the kind of usage which is increasing for AI, all of us, even in rural areas, now several specific solutions are coming up for various issues in local languages. So maybe when the language is accessible to the woman who has missed that women or the rural people who have missed that technological transformation over the ages, but the language in local can solve most of the issues, I feel. Anybody wants to comment?
So we started training the staffs that how they can write the proper mail with the help of this AI. And we trained our staffs only because the staffs are from there only. They speak the Odia. They are not very familiar with the English. They cannot write which you can understand. They write English, but it's not some English which you can get the proper meaning of it. So started training they how can they get benefited from this AI usage. So now they talk in Odia to AI, they translate in English, and they write the mail, and then they copy paste it to mail to the. So these are some experiences which I feel like, yeah, it is effective. Like in local language, AI is actually effective. I know it has, and it will have some very critical role in sometimes, but I have some positive stories which I can share from the villages of Odisha.
Well, thank you everyone we will now conclude this panel. If you all exit and turn left, the volunteers will guide you to tea. Thank you. The tea break will be from 11:25 to 11:40. So we'll meet back here at 11:40 for the DF technical session. Thank you. In the same classroom. Thank you.
I'm Arpita. I am from Digital Empowerment Foundation as one of the organizers as well for this conference. Thank you so much for being here. I am joined by esteemed panelists Shalini ji, Shubhika, Suvarna ji, and Momita. Just to give a context, I think like our morning presentations were really enriching for me as well to connect those conversations and bring to this session. We started with platformization of housing. Then we spoke about the need for digital trust to ensure meaningful digital adoption among women. And then we spoke about digital financial inclusion and then how it's completely linked to the ideas of like trust and lack of digital financial literacy, the fear that people have when they are using technology. Then we also spoke about adoption of digital public infrastructure and the very crucial role of frontline workers such as the SHGs and Anganwadi workers. And it ended on that note that the digital transition is extremely rushed. It feels almost rushed, forced, to the extent that citizens are always running and chasing all the systems that we are asked to adhere to. So in that context, in this conference, we all have that understanding to start with, that when we talk about inclusion of women, it definitely intersects with a lot of different identities, realities. That's established. Here in this session, we are specifically going to speak about the intersectionality between disability and gender. So here, of course, so we have very different voices here. So to just set the context, we will play a documentary. This is about Digital Empowerment Foundation's Samarth Suchnapreneur program. If you break those words, Samarth is self-reliant. Suchnapreneur is the model of digital development that DEF has developed over the last 2 decades, whereby we have more than 2,000 communication information resource centers in India's last mile, where these centers become nodes of enabling e-governance, welfare, access, schemes, etc. So let's start with the documentary because that will really set the context of the conversation, and then we'll begin with the conversation.
আমার গত সময় একটা ট্রেন অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হয়। ট্রেন অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হওয়ার ফলে আমার একটা পা নষ্ট হয়ে গেছে, পুরো কেটে বার হয়ে গেছে। আমি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ হয়ে গেছি। যে কোনো কিছু নিজেরাই করবো, কোথাও রাস্তা পেতাম না। যে আমি যে একটা হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ হয়ে গেছি, মানে চারদিকে আমার অন্ধকার হয়ে গেছে। আমি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ মানে আমার জীবনটা বেকার। আমি ভাবতাম বেকার, আমি একদম কিছুই করতে পারবো না। বাবার কাছ থেকে কোনো কিছু আমার যা দরকার হতো बाबा काछ থেকে নিয়ে চালাতাম। मैं फिजिकली बैरियर, मैं पहले कोई काम नहीं करता था, ऐसे घूमता था। गाँव का आदमी मेरे को बुरा नजर से देखता था, इसका द्वारा कुछ होएगा नहीं, ऐसा सोचता था। আমার ফ্যামিলি সংসার চালানোর জন্য বহুত প্রবলেম হতো। আমার বাবার আন্ডারে আমি থাকতাম। আমি প্রতিবন্ধী হয়ে এমনই অপরাধ হয়েছিল আমার হয়েছে জীবনে। আমি খুব কষ্ট করে সাইকেলে যাকে তাকে দিয়ে স্কুল যেতাম, না খেয়েও থাকতে হতো। আনতে যেত, আসতাম, না হলে আমি আসতে পারতাম না।
पढ़ लिख कर ऐसे बेरोजगारी बैठ गए थे तो कोई हमको घर में उतना वैल्यू भी नहीं मिलता था कि क्या करेगी। गांव वाला भी नहीं उतना वैल्यू देता था कि ऐसा है तो ये क्या करेगी।
पहले पूरा चिढ़ाते थे तो कि तुम लंगड़ा हो, ऐसे क्या कर लेगा तुम।
জয়দেব রাজবংশী আমাদের এখানে যে কম্পিউটার সেন্টারটা খোলায় আমাদের লোকাল লোকের খুব উপকৃত হয়েছে, কারণ আমরা এখান থেকে মোটামুটি 2-3 মাইল দূরে গিয়ে এই সমস্ত কাজগুলো করতাম। আমি এখানে জেরক্স করছি, অনলাইনে কাজগুলো যেগুলো হয় সেগুলো করছি, তারপরে ধরেন যে ব্যাংকের যেগুলো কাজ হয় সেই ব্যাংকের কাজগুলোও করছি, ऑनलाइन काज सबटाई करছি।
और जहाँ भी पहले देखते थे, पहले बैठते थे, जहाँ बैठे वहीं रह जाते थे, कोई बात भी नहीं करता था वैसा। आजकल अभी जहाँ भी बैठते हैं 10 आदमी मेरा साथ बैठता है अभी।
हम लोग कभी बाहर जाते थे, यहाँ से दूर दूर जाते थे, गोला कभी जाते थे, कभी चितरपुर जाते थे, कभी प्रोजेक्ट जाते थे, जेरोक्स कॉपी हो, श्रम कार्ड हो या आधार कार्ड हो ऑनलाइन निकालने, कभी मनी ट्रांसफर हो, वो हम लोग के यहीं घर के या आधार कार्ड हो ऑनलाइन निकालने, कभी मनी ट्रांसफर हो, वो हम लोग के यहीं घर के
Yeah, so meanwhile, I think I can just introduce Samat Suchnapreneur program. So, like these centers which become nodal like sites for enabling access to welfare schemes. So you see that that ICT adoption is extremely crucial and has lot of potential in enabling that access to last mile communities. But we also learn from India's extreme rich diversity is that we have lots of different communities with very different needs, right? When we talk about digital designs, when we talk about policies, no one size fits all approach works. And that has been our biggest learning at Digital Empowerment Foundation. So we have a specific Summer Suchnapreneur program where persons with disabilities, they go through this journey where, of course, in the first part of the film, they're talking about the struggles, stigma, challenges that are creating hindrance. And then the journey of transformation that they have seen in their lives through becoming digital entrepreneurs. So, yeah,
आधार कार्ड हो ऑनलाइन निकालने, कभी मनी ट्रांसफर हो, वो हम लोग के यहीं घर के सामने मिल रहा है, और वो इतना मेहनत कर रही है जो चल नहीं सकती है, बहुत अच्छा चला रही है। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि इतना परिश्रम करके वो कर रही है।
हम कुछ पहले नहीं जानते थे कंप्यूटर के बारे की, मोबाइल चलाने के बारे में कुछ नहीं जानते थे। कुछ दिन के बाद मतलब हम लोग 2020 में जुड़े थे, उसके बाद हम लोग को जब सीखे, ट्रेनिंग लिए, उसके बाद सामान मिला, उसके बाद काम अपना करने लगे। तो पहले फोटोकॉपी वगैरह करने लगे तो कुछ पैसा आने लगा, उस पैसा को हम इकट्ठा करके फिर दुकान में मतलब हम कुछ कुछ सामान रखने लगे। मतलब अब मेरा कमी नहीं होने लगा, मतलब 10 से 15 हज़ार तक हम ले आते हैं महीना में।
मेरे को तो पहले कंप्यूटर के बारे एक भी नॉलेज नहीं था, तो सर बोले कि हाँ अगर तुम सीख लो तो अच्छा रहेगा तेरे लिए ही। तो मैं फिर वहाँ जाने लगा कंप्यूटर सेंटर, तो मैं कुछ कुछ सीखा। फिर 2021 में मेरे को कुछ कुछ सामान जैसे कि फिर फोटोकॉपी मशीन मिला, ये डेस्कटॉप एगो मिला और मोबाइल मिला था, उसी के जरिए मैं काम कर रहा था। तो काम करते करते इतना कुछ आगे मैं किया हूँ, प्लस अपना पैर में खुद से अभी खड़ा हूँ। प्लस मैंने करीबन 2000 वृद्धा हो गया और विधवा हो गया, उन लोगों का पेंशन का काम मैंने खुद से अपने करवाया कि गोला प्रखंड पूरा प्रखंड अंतर्गत में। और दिव्यांग का करीबन होगा 150 से मैंने उन लोगों का भी पेंशन पास करवाया। फॉर्म भर अपने से यहाँ निकाल के भर के और रामगढ़ से सदर अस्पताल से उन लोगों को करवा के ला के हम उन लोगों को सौंप के उसके बाद फिर उन लोगों के सारा डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके और पेंशन पास करवाने तक का भी मैं उन लोगों को सेवा दिया।
खुदा माँ बारे में हम कहना चाहिए वो अच्छा व्यक्ति है, अच्छा लड़का है, वो समाज सेवी भी है और काम भी अच्छा करता है। हमारा वृद्धा पेंशन भी दिलवा दिया है।
पहले तो हम जीरो थे, इसमें भी कुछ नहीं कर पाते थे, तो सूचना पेनियर से ही हमको यहाँ और डीएफ दोनों के माध्यम से यहाँ खड़ा हो गया। तो आज हमको इनकम जो होती है उस इनकम से आज घर का खर्ची चलती है मेरा, तो अन्यथा मैं कुछ भी नहीं था।
अभी इस हर सुविधा मैं दे रहा हूँ इधर, आधार का, बैंकिंग का, फोटोकॉपी का, हर चीज़ का जरूरत इधर होता है। ऑनलाइन जो काम होता है
और काम मैं करता हूँ, पैन कार्ड के बारे में सब कुछ करता हूँ।
पैसा भेजना हो और उठाना हो वो सब काम वही करते हैं। हम लोगों का गांव का लोगों का बहुत दिक्कत होता था पहले, अब वो काम यहाँ पर होता है तो हम लोगों का गांव का लोगों का बहुत टाइम बच जाता है, पैसा बच जाता है, वो लोगों का बहुत अच्छा होता है इस सेवा में।
তো আমাকে অনেকে দেখা হাস্যকৃত করে বা পড়াশোনা করেছি সেই মুহূর্তেও আমাকে অনেকে হাস্যকৃত করেছে। তো আমি নিজের সেই বিষয়টাকে দেখিনি, নিজের ক্ষমতায় চেষ্টা করেছি নিজেকে চলাফেরা করার, নিজের উদ্যোগে পড়াশোনা করেছি, এমএ পাস করেছি। এইভাবে পড়তে পড়তে যখন ইনকাম সোর্স এলো না মোটে, তারপরে আমাকে ডিএফ একটা সংস্থা কম্পিউটার সেন্টার দিল, তাতে কিছু রোজগার করে চলাফেরা করে ইনকাম করতে পারছে এবং মানুষের কাছে সমাজের প্রতিবন্ধী হিসাবে মানুষ হিসাবে একটু মানুষ মনে করছিল, তাতে একটু আমি সুবিধা দিতে পেরেছি এবং আমাকেও সম্মান দিচ্ছে।
সে এত ক্ষুধার্ত অবস্থায় থেকেও, এত কষ্টতে থেকেও সে এতটা ডিগ্রি হাসিল করেছে এবং নিজেকে এতটাই ইন্সপায়ার করেছে লোকের কাছে এবং নিজেকে দেখাতে চেষ্টা করেছে যে আমি প্রতিবন্ধী হয়েও আমি নিজের কাছে হারিনি, শুধু বিশ্বাস রেখেছি ঈশ্বরের ওপর এবং নিজেকে কর্মের প্রতি বিশ্বাস রেখেছি।
Thank you. So I think one of the best takeaways and learnings from this journey of running Samaj Suchnapreneur program has been that PWD communities who are seen as seekers in this society because of a lot of stigma and more structural barriers and challenges, right? This journey actually turns them into providers where they have a very solid social community standing, where they are received as rightful citizens, and now of course in digital ecosystem as digital citizens who can contribute to the digital economy, not just be part of it, right? So here I will zoom out a little bit and take two statistics in hand. One, that when we talk about gender digital divide, we talk about rural women, and we see that only 26% of the India's population among women are able to access internet meaningfully. The word that Osama also highlighted here many times. Then let's look at the statistics of census data from 2011, because that's the only census data we have now, and that's also a big source of worry, because if we don't have a quantitative measure of how many PWD communities in India, how many women in India with persons with disabilities, and then the diversity of disabilities, how will we inform policy making? So when we look at 2011 census data, there are 200 million women, persons with disabilities. So keeping this context here, Broadband India Forum, Center for Development Policy and Practice, and Digital Empowerment Foundation, we are coming together to have this multifaceted conversation where we have Suvarna Garu, who is a Samaj Suchnapreneur herself, who runs a center right here, right? So it will be first-hand lived experience account of what it means to run that center, what it means to go through this journey. Then we go to Shalini Kalaji, who is a rural inclusion expert, who is a governance expert, and Shubhika, who is a lawyer with Broadband India Forum, who will reflect on how in the legal landscape, with all the changes that are coming, with say DPDPA Act now we have with Digital Privacy Data Protection Act, what are the various implications of all the facets of legal landscape on persons with disabilities? That's something Shubhika will speak about, and Momita, coming from a very policy perspective, will reflect on what are those policy gaps that we have currently that we need to address. So I'll start with Suvarna Garu. I will ask in Telugu, and she'll be speaking in Telugu, and then I'll try my best to translate back in English. So Suvarna Garu, మీరు ఒక సమర్ సూచన ప్రెన్యూర్గా ఈ జర్నీ మీ జీవితంలో పర్సనల్గా మరియు ఆర్థికంగా ఎలా మార్పులు తీసుకొచ్చినారో చెప్పగలరా? అలాగే మీ డిజిటల్ సర్వీస్ ప్రొవైడర్ పాత్ర మీ సముదాయంలో ఎలా మార్పులు తీసుకొస్తుంది? ప్లీజ్.
అందరికీ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్. అంటే నా ఇంట్రడ్యూస్
ప్లీజ్.
ఓకే, నా పేరు సువర్ణ. ఐఎమ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఉప్పల్, హైదరాబాద్. ఓకే, ఐఎమ్ disabled from effect of polio అండ్ ఎట్ ఆఫ్ 3 years. అండ్ నేను స్పెషల్లీ స్కూల్లో చదువుకున్నా అప్ టు 10th వరకు. దాని తర్వాత కొన్ని హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ వల్ల నేను ఇంట్లోనే ఉండిపోయాను, బయటికి రాలేకపోయాను. ఇంకేమీ ఇంటర్ డిగ్రీ ఇంట్లోనే చదివాను డిస్టెన్స్లో. దాని తర్వాత నాకు ఎందుకు నేను ఎప్పుడు ఇలానే ఉండాలా, ఏదైనా బయటికి వెళ్ళి నా అంతకు నేను ఏదైనా చేసుకున్న డిపెండ్ అంటే మీరు ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేస్తారా మ్యామ్? తర్వాత చేస్తాను.
I will translate. మీరు చెప్పండి కొద్దిగా, ఇంకా కొద్దిగా చెప్పండి. Okay, so first thing what she said is, I'm from Uppal. I have studied until 10th in a supported, like a specially supported school, and then I could not continue my education because of health related reasons.
ఓకే. దాని తర్వాత చిన్న షాప్ పెట్టుకున్నా మ్యామ్, జిరాక్స్ సెంటర్ లాగా ఉప్పల్లో, నియర్ బై మై హోమ్.
Yeah, so she set up a small Xerox center to sustain herself near her home.
నేను వెహికల్ మీదే వెళ్తాను, నాకు 3-wheeler వెహికల్ ఉంది. ఇంటి నుంచి ఆ షాప్ దాకా నేను వెహికల్ మీద వెళ్తాను.
Yeah.
అక్కడ చిన్నగా పెట్టుకున్నాను కానీ అది అంతగా ఏం రన్ అవ్వట్లేదు. దాని తర్వాత సోషల్ పీరియడ్లో నాకు ఆన్లైన్లో చూసుకున్నాను, సోషల్ మీడియాలో. దాని తర్వాత నేను పద్మ మేడంని కలిశాను కాంటాక్ట్ నెంబర్ ద్వారా. మేడం డిఎఫ్ గురించి చెప్పారు, ఇదంతా సోషల్ గురించి. నేను అందులో జాయిన్ అయ్యి నా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసుకొని దాని తర్వాత ఇంటర్వ్యూ అయింది. దాని తర్వాత సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని నాకు ఒక ప్రింటరు, ల్యాప్టాప్, బయోమెట్రిక్, లామినేషన్ మిషన్ అవన్నీ ఇచ్చారు.
Okay, stop please. Okay, so basically when she was working in the Xerox center, then she was also on, researching online on opportunities, and then she came across Digital Empowerment Foundation's Summer Suchanapreneur program. So she got in touch with Padma Garu, who leads the center in Chanchalguda in Hyderabad. So then Padma Garu explained everything, and then she registered, sat for the interview, got selected as Summer Suchanapreneur. Is where, yeah.
దాని తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు షాప్ బాగా నడుస్తుంది మ్యామ్. నేను ఇంకా దాంట్లో కొంచెం ట్రైనింగ్ తీసుకున్నాను, ఎలా ల్యాప్టాప్లో ప్రింట్స్ ఎలా తీయాలి, జిరాక్స్, లామినేషన్స్ అవన్నీ తీసుకున్నాను. ఇప్పుడు నా షాప్ బాగా నడుస్తుంది. ప్లస్ నా ఫ్యామిలీని నేను రన్ చేసుకోగలుగుతున్నాను ఇప్పుడు. నా హస్బెండ్ కూడా డిజేబుల్డే, నార్మల్ డిజేబుల్డ్. నా ఫ్యామిలీ ఇప్పుడు నేనే రన్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. నా షాప్ మీద నేను ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ చేసుకుంటూ.
Okay. So once she became a Samaj Suchanapreneur program, basically she was provided with printers, basically ICT tools, and along with it, when she says biometric, basically it's the government license that, common service centers, right? You have the license, so people in the vicinity visit those centers, apply biometric, and then avail e-governance services. So that's the role that she also plays as a digital service provider, right, in her center. So that's what she's saying. And then of course that brought a huge change in her life because financially she evolved, and she also said that her partner is also a disabled person. So today she is very confident and happy to share that she is able to sustain her own expenses and family's expenses on her payroll.
ఓకే, నాకు ఇంత సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చాక మ్యామ్, ఇంకా కొంచెం నాకు ఇంకా సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తే నేను ఇంకా చాలా ముందుకెళ్ళి నా ఫ్యామిలీ కానీ నా చుట్టుపక్కల చాలా సర్వీసెస్ ఇస్తున్నాను. నేను ఇప్పుడు నా దగ్గరికి పెన్షన్స్కి వస్తారు డిజేబుల్డ్, మహిళా గ్రూప్స్ వస్తాయి, వాళ్ళందరికీ నేను చెప్పగలుగుతున్నాను దీని గురించి చెప్పి, ప్లస్ వాళ్ళని ఇంకా మోటివేషన్ చేస్తున్నాను.
Right. So now, like a lot of elder generation, then self-help groups, a lot of women leaders who address a lot of community issues, they all come to her for advice and for seeking, solutions to how to go about addressing bureaucratic hassles, etc. So and she also says, of course, that this has been a huge support, and with more support I will do more.
నాకు రీసెంట్గా కలర్ ప్రింటర్ కూడా ఇచ్చాను మ్యామ్, దానివల్ల నేను ఇంకా చాలా వర్క్ చేయగలుగుతున్నాను.
ఓకే, సువర్ణ గారు, క్వశ్చన్ మీకు ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పుడు మీకు టూల్స్ ఇచ్చారు,
ఓకే,
పర్సన్స్ విత్ డిసెబిలిటీస్, వికలాంగుల కమ్యూనిటీ కోసము ఏదేది అవసరం ఇప్పుడు? సో ద క్వశ్చన్ దట్ ఐమ్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఇస్ కి, of course we have ICT tools, but we also need accessibility features, we need assistive technologies, because only ICT tools will not really solve. That's when we say that digital design cannot be just one model and it has to be nuanced. So అదే అడుగుతున్నాను. సో సెంటర్లో ఏమేమి అవసరం? ఇప్పుడు ఒకవేళ వీల్ చైర్ ఉంది, మీకు ఒక ఫిజికల్ లొకేషన్ ఉంది, ఏమేం అవసరం ఒక పీడబ్ల్యూడి ఆ సెంటర్కి వచ్చి సర్వీస్ తీసుకోవడం, ఎందుకంటే చాలామంది ఇప్పుడు ఇబ్బందిలో ఉన్నారు.
ఓకే మ్యామ్, నాలాంటి వాళ్ళు చాలామంది ఉన్నారు. నాకు ఇప్పుడు వెహికల్ ఉంది కాబట్టి నేను కొంచెం దూరం రాగలిగి నేను ఆ షాప్ రన్ చేసుకుంటున్నా. నాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి వెహికల్స్ చాలామందికి లేవు. 3-వీలర్ మేము వెహికల్ రన్ చేసే వెహికల్, అది ఒక వెహికల్ సపోర్ట్ మెయిన్ మ్యామ్. ఎందుకంటే మేము ఇంట్లో నుంచి బయటికి రాలేము. ఏదైనా ఒక సపోర్ట్ ఉంటేనే మా అంతకు మేము బయటికి రాగలుగుతాం. అది వెహికల్ మెయిన్. దాని తర్వాత ఇంకేంటి అంటే షాప్లో మెయిన్ షాప్స్ పెట్టుకోవాలన్నా మాకు కొంతమంది సపోర్ట్ చెయ్యరు పెట్టుకోవడానికి. ఎందుకంటే మీరు డిజేబుల్డ్ రన్ చేస్తారో చెయ్యరో అలా అని. అలా ఇంకా కొంచెం షాప్స్ మాకు అలా ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తూ ఇంకేం ఈ బిజినెస్లోనే ఇంకా మాకు కొంచెం ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తూ మాకు ఇంకా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే మేము ఇంకా చాలా ముందుకెళ్తాం. మాకు పట్టుదల చాలా ఉంటుంది, మేము ఏదైనా సాధించగలుగుతాం.
So 3 things she highlighted, right? One, that she said that physical mobility is extremely important. So having that wheelchair support or any assistive technology is extremely important. One. Second is that there's a lot of apprehension in society that how would a PWD carry a business or a successful entrepreneurship, which of course this program and lot of our Samaj Sunjanapreneurs have disproved, and in fact have now risen, that like they've rose as community leaders in their locations. That's two. And third, she also said there's a lot of need for literacy, capacity building, training, and if that's given, then PWD communities can do as well as anyone else in the society. Right? So here, Suvarna Garu, I'll go to other speakers. Now I think I'll go to...
Thank you.
Yes. Shubhika, let's go to you. So we spoke about ICT tools, we spoke about assistive technologies, accessibility features, and then we are now also talking a lot about trust, fear, literacy, privacy. These are a lot of important components of a digital ecosystem to make it like equal and feel like we belong in this ecosystem. So here, Shubhika, from a legal and rights-based perspective, how well is the current Indian digital ecosystem protecting and including PWD communities, especially women in rural areas, and where are the gaps you see?
Okay, so firstly, the most recent enactment, which is the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which came out in 2017, effective in 2017, was a 2016 Act, was drawn from India's commitment to the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. That act in itself is an empowering act because it does provide for certain rights and entitlements and shifts essentially the mindset which earlier was more focused on, say, guardianship for persons with disabilities, and now shifts the mindset to more a rights-driven approach for persons with disabilities. It provides for certain targeted benefits which must be undertaken by the government, and not just the government, it also brings in private institutions within its ambit to provide certain reservations or other measures which need to be taken for protection of women and targeted benefits for women who suffer with, who basically are persons with disabilities. That is the legal landscape, and there are rules which are there, and in that landscape, one of the developments with respect to accessibility was not just for physical buildings but also for ICT tools. One of the provisions there provides for that, and there to put that into effect, there were the Bureau of Indian Standards came out with the Indian Standard 17802, which provides for detailed guidelines for websites, content, apps, every such online content which is available, how to make that accessible, and what needs to be done by a service provider, a private or a government service provider, or your government websites, private apps, anything needs to be made accessible to people with disabilities. And that indirectly benefits women, that indirectly benefits women who are in the rural areas. So that is the legal landscape. There are provisions under POSH, there are specific provisions under the CRPC which provide for certain specific rights to women with disabilities. who basically are provided rights to get their statements recorded at home or at their convenience. In terms of the gaps, the issue is sort of two-pronged. One is, of course, it is all on paper and there is a lot of implementation related gap. Not just from the point of view of the training or sensitization of the front end government officials, police officials, hospital related officials, or even those one-stop centers where women can go and get access to whatever rehabilitation schemes or other protective schemes that they are entitled to under these acts. So that is one aspect. The other aspect with respect to the ICT specifically is that, or what I would talk from my experience is that at the service providers ends, even though these standards have been in effect since 2021, there is a bit of reluctance to really implement them. They would quote operational issues, interoperability issues, issues with respect to heavy compliance obligations, and that is the reason that they seem extremely reluctant to even implement them. There has been judicial intervention, the most recent judgment Pragya Prasoon, which says that there's a fundamental right to accessibility to digital tools. For instance, when you do eKYC, there are certain gesture-based movements which are required to sort of verify you, and that is something that a person with disability may not be able to do. So, and the court says that there should be measures taken to that effect, and DOT or all ministries are tasked accordingly to ask the service providers to put proper mechanisms in place to ensure that persons with disabilities are included. However, what happens is, again, it goes back to the service provider. There is reluctance. They constantly want to sort of delay the timelines, and one tends to want to question as to what is it that either the civil society or the government can do to sort of enable them to fasten this process. Because the more delayed it is, someone was talking about AI related interventions, right? In that also there is, given that all of that is currently happening, the more delayed general accessibility to digital services websites is, there is likely to be a delay in access to these say high-end or more high-capacity AI-related services, advanced services, for instance, so to speak. Now moving to the, while the government is doing its bit and the service providers are trying to catch up, the aspect of the DPDPA, for example, what the government did there was it clubbed the persons with disabilities their right to give consent with children's rights. So it provided that there would be the consent must be provided through a guardian without taking into account the progressive enactment, which is the RPWD, which enlists about 21 categories of disabilities. And there, not every person with disability has a mental faculty related disability wherein he or she is not able to provide the consent online. So that hampers accessibility, because every time I'm going to go access an app, or a person with disability is going to access an app, they will have to maybe go through a route through a guardian, which in itself, that system in itself is flawed in many ways. And then the government currently, the rules which are under promulgation, did try to refine them, did try to say that, okay, person with disability, or not all persons with disability, but only the ones which would have a certain mental issues, or those which would particularly required guardianship, would be the ones who would have to seek through consent through a guardian. But again, those are, the moment you club a person with disability with a child, you're sort of taking this paternalistic view that they need to be taken care of. You take away their agency, and that undermines trust from such progressive enactments, and it sort of moves away. So I think there is a need for more holistic approach. There is a need to bring on board more service providers. That is one other gap, as I highlighted. And also what civil society can do to really help service providers to fasten that process. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a very critical insight, and then actually we are going to launch a publication today. It's a joint publication from all the three organizations where we have tried to dissect the DPDPA Act and its implications on persons with disabilities. We will talk about this a little later. And now let's go to Momita. So Momita, we know there's a large digital divide for rural women with disabilities. In your research and your engagement in the policy space, why do you think existing digital inclusion programs, or do you think at all, often fail to reach them meaningfully? Yeah, you could start there.
Hello everyone. Thank you once again for giving me the space to talk about the policy aspect when it comes to digital inclusion, entrepreneurship, women and disability, which is intersectional in nature.
Working.
Hello, yeah, am I audible now? Okay, great. So before I begin, I would just like to summarize beforehand so that we can save some time as to listen to other panelists as well and for the launch. So the first point that I would like to go over, of course, is the challenges, but from a data perspective. The second thing that I would like to go over is what are the current policies that do exist but sort of haven't reached its potential when it comes to India. The third is, of course, Samad Suchnapreneur, which is a unique model, and why it is important to not just replicate, but also to promote in not just in India, but other countries at the same time. And finally, I'll end with some best practices which are there globally that India can fine tune it as per our resources and our needs. So coming to the data aspect, NFHS 5, I think we all have read about it in detail from 2021. What it suggests is that only 33% of the women have ever had access to internet, which gets worse for rural, which is only 25% currently. Now, GSMA report, which was released in 2024, it suggests that South Asian women are only 41% less likely to use internet than men. Those are the two important data that I would like to highlight. Now, why is it important when it comes to convergence of entrepreneurship and women? The government itself has stated a data from McKinsey report of 2020 that said that if 68 or 70 million women from India are included in the workforce, then India as the GDP can create $0.7 trillion. So that is the importance as to why women should be included. But the challenges remains. Women workforce participation, as we know, is only at 41% currently. So challenges हो गया अभी हम बात करेंगे कि कैसे policies are there. There are policies such as district aspirational programs. There are private policies such as Internet Sathi, which is one of the well-known program when it comes to digitization, which is by Tata Trust and Google, where it has empowered 70,000 women in terms of training. And of course, there are other services, common service providers as well, that is very famous in Meghalaya and other northeastern states that we have. So these are some of the policies that are there. However, with any policy, there comes challenges or roadblocks that we see. Like I said, they have the potential. However, be it because of geography, be it because women belong to other intersectional marginalization, be it their socioeconomic group or a certain type of a disability, or let's say their religion or their ST/SC or OBC social group. When we put this, like Arpita had mentioned, there is no one-size-fit-all policy that should be implemented in the long go. So now coming to the best practices from where India can learn from, there's a study by Cornell University where in Nepal, they saw that mobile first training, which is basically a program where mobiles were given to basically include distance learning that we do here in online, but they were given mobiles because Nepal, again, geographically it becomes difficult. So they were given mobile and they saw that they had increased learning process. In Namibia, again, a study by Cornell University suggested that when you give them affordable devices and data vouchers, there is again increase in terms of financial literacy and inclusion. And there have been another South Asian report that I cannot recall the name of, but I'll definitely try to find it out, which suggests that when you have a very flexible model which includes digital literacy, financial literacy, as well as leadership mentorship training, it has led to, especially for women, to increase their digital as well as financial inclusion in their countries. Now, coming to adaptability when it comes to India, there are just three main points that I would like to go over. First is that any policy or any initiative, be it a PPP model or be it from the government or private completely, it has to be inclusive and accessible and affordable. So these three factors have to be there. The other thing that I think every policy student and every policy scholar knows about when we learn about the whole policy cycle is that it has to be from the bottom up approach rather than a top down approach. It is the people that we learn from and we construct the policy as per them. It's not we teaching them how to do A, B, C, D. It's rather them teaching us how to implement the A, B, C, D that we have proposed. And finally, I think from the paper presentations today that we looked upon, patriarchy is a very big deal, because of which women are not given the devices, women are not given the access. So I think policies have to confront patriarchy and other such notions from the head-go, which again includes community and local level initiative. So yeah, that's from my end. Thank you.
Biggest takeaway from Momita's talk, I think, is that we should definitely work towards having more hyper-local, decentralized, community-led informed policy making. So I think then that will help us build that framework for meaningful access that we were talking about in the morning. So now I will go to our final panelist, Shalini ji. With your more than 2 decades of experience, you are the most senior in this panel. So please tell us, what are the systemic ways in which rural women with disabilities are left out of policy intervention or governance frameworks? And I mean, it's established that community-rooted models like Samaj Sujnapreneur are effective. So, but like, if you could also please share your reflections on how these models can bridge this the digital disability exclusion.
Yeah, so I think everyone has spoken before and now, about how there is marginalization and how rural women who have to deal with disability are, I mean, among all the layers of marginalization that we see among rural, urban men, women, and then persons with disability and others who don't have such a disability, it is a group which is very, very marginalized. Of course, there are other marginalized groups also. And broadly speaking, our policies policy making process, including the policy implementation process, hasn't been very well informed by the communities that it was targeting. And I think digital tools and the digital ecosystems offer a solution to be able to reach the communities that the policymakers are targeting, instead of being too bottom up, too top, driven, to be more, bottom up. So in terms of just looking at how the experience of, especially of the Sushnapreneur model and other digital tools also, that the way they are being used, definitely it is not going to take away all the other things that need to be done for PWDs in terms of solutions that they require, in terms of their integration fully into the society, for them to be able to make full contribution. And I really feel that persons with disability have more to offer in different ways. So it's not the same thing as somebody who has all their organs working, but in different ways they can probably contribute much more. So the idea is for society to see how they can bring about that change, what is needed. That digital is not going to change very much. That has to happen separately, That, but yes, can digital become a way to ease that process? To my mind, the first thing that Sushnapreneur the lesson that it gives us is that empowerment of the people themselves, the people that are involved here, the PWDs, is very important because it helps them to get a voice, to be a voice in the policy making process that is targeting them, and not just going beyond the access to entitlements that are already embedded in our current policy framework. Of course, our policies for any marginalized group, whether it is PWDs or others, has always had some entitlements, but digital tools and digital technologies made it easier to access them. It informed them, it made them a force, it built a constituency within the community itself to seek those entitlements, and that is very important. So I think digital, a good, productive, effective digital ecosystem should be able to help PWDs take their development in their own hands. To say, I seek this policy, okay, I will help the implementation of this policy. It is very difficult for policymakers sitting, wherever they are, and I'm old enough to know that it's not as if policymakers have not tried to reach, but it was always very difficult to reach these communities. I'm not just talking about PW. I mean, I worked a lot on poverty, on rural poverty. It's not very easy to reach, the poor all the time and get all their information into your policy making process. You will always have things which have not worked out, if you don't have enough information. So I think, to my mind, the Sushnapreneur model actually validates and demonstrates the fact that PWDs not only can become important contributors to the community, of course, with their own empowerment, they can access their entitlements, but they can also potentially become a voice in ensuring that policies made for them are informed by them and the implementation is effective.
Thank you, Shalini ji. So, I mean, here I think we are all talking about how digital can become a means for empowerment, but a big learning for us has also been that digital only solutions are also not something that we should be obsessed about, I think, as community of professionals, researchers, because many times in many situations we do not need digital as a layer, a filter for systems to operate. For example, for Narega workers, like now we have additional biometric system that really creates an hindrance in accessing their salaries after doing their services.
That's the poor use of digital.
That's the poor use
very
of
poor
technology.
use
So
of digital.
yeah, so while that I just wanted to keep that point also, that while we are for digital empowerment conscious, we want to build digital agency, but at the same time be very aware not to use digital maybe. And yeah, so here I think I will the conversation will be closed, I think, with Suvarna ji. Here, there are researchers, policy experts, policy researchers. So I mean, whatever we are speaking is something that you engage in everyday classrooms. So I'm sure this is not new for all of you. Just for one information, that in Telangana right now, Digital Empowerment Foundation and Government of Telangana's Department of IT&C and TGIC, Telangana Government Innovation Cell, we are running, along with CDPP, we are running the Serve and Earn project, where in all 33 districts, we are now basically facilitating the empowerment of 250 persons with disabilities. And this is an ongoing initiative, and this is we welcome you all to be part of this initiative. We've already CDPP working with us here in Hyderabad. Then TIS students actually did internship and did very powerful research led by Momita herself. And so, yeah, this is a invitation to even Kautilya School of Public Policy, that if you are interested in any program, not just Samad Suchanapreneur program, kindly please get in touch and intern with us, work with us, let's collaborate, etc. So here I think Suvarna Garu, I want to ask Suvarna Garu to place one recommendation that I think if we as researchers, we as development professionals can take forward through our work. So Suvarna Garu, ikkada చదువుకునే వాళ్ళు యూనివర్సిటీ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఫ్యాకల్టీ ప్రొఫెసర్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఎన్జిఓలో పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, సో రకరకాల మనుషులు ఉన్నారు. సో ఇప్పుడు పీడబ్ల్యూడికి డిజిటల్ ఇంక్లూజన్ అవ్వాలి, లేకపోతే పీడబ్ల్యూడి కమ్యూనిటీ ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలి, ఇంకా మంచిగా అవ్వాలి, మీరు చెప్పారు ఆ జజ్బా ఉంది. సో మీరు ఏం చేయాలి, ఏది ఇప్పుడు మిస్ అవుతుంది, అందరూ ఏ పాయింట్ మీద వర్క్ చేయాలి, ఏం అవసరం ఇది ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలంటే? ఎలానా లైక్ ఇప్పుడు ఒక పీడబ్ల్యూడి సముదాయం ఉంది, ఇప్పుడు డిజిటల్ వల్ల మీకు ఉపయోగం వస్తుంది, అలాగా చాలా రకరకాల విషయాల్లో సపోర్ట్ కూడా కావాలి, గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి స్కీమ్స్ కూడా కావాలి, రకరకాలు ఉన్నాయి కదా, ట్రైనింగ్ కూడా కావాలి. సో అదే బేసికలీ మీరు ఏది ఇంపార్టెంట్ పీడబ్ల్యూడి కమ్యూనిటీ కోసం?
ఓకే మ్యామ్, ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ మాకు కొంచెం ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ కావాలి మ్యామ్, చాలా.
ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్
మేము ఒక నుంచి ఒక దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళడానికి మెయిన్ ప్రాబ్లం అది.
రైట్.
ప్లస్ వెహికల్స్ ప్రాబ్లం, వీల్ చైర్ అయినా, ట్రైసైకిల్, మేబీ వెహికల్ ఏదైనా. ఓకే, ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే గవర్నమెంట్ స్కీమ్స్ ఎన్నో ఉన్నాయి, కానీ అవి మా దాకా రావట్లేవు.
ఓకే,
మాకు తెలియట్లేదు అవి ఏంటి అనేది, మేము ఎలా యూజ్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఎలా వెళ్ళాలి, అప్రోచ్ ఎలా అవ్వాలి అనేది మాకు తెలియట్లేదు. మెయిన్ అది.
There are many government schemes that are applicable for persons with disabilities, but there's complete lack of awareness. So that facilitating that information to the community is extremely crucial. Yes.
ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే మ్యామ్, ఇప్పుడు ఇది సృష్ణపెన్యూర్ ఎలా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుందో మాకు ఇంకా అందరూ అలా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే మేము ఇంకా ఎన్నో ముందుకు వెళ్తాం కదా.
Yeah, I mean basically there shouldn't be bias or there shouldn't be partial treatment of topics, subjects, issues, challenges in society, and persons with disabilities should also be accounted for when we are talking about inclusive policy making.
ఇంకోటంటే ఇప్పుడు చిన్న ప్రింటరే ఉంది మ్యామ్, కొంచెం పెద్ద జిరాక్స్ ఇస్తే మేము ఇంకా దాని మీద చేసుకోగలం. ఇది ప్రింటర్ చాలా ట్రబుల్స్ ఇస్తుంటుంది చిన్నది అలా.
Yeah, so a lot of
I need.
Yeah, so digital infrastructures is something that she's focusing on. She's saying that we need more digital infrastructure so we are able to facilitate further. Okay, thank you so much, Suvarna Garu. Here I think it ends our discussion, and here I'll just speak a minute because we are left with 5 minutes. DP add as, do you want to add something?
I will give him.
So one thing that I wanted to also share among all of you is that most of the best practices that come to where digital is coming to the people and helping people and making people is still driven by technologists and digital sides of the world and the digital sector of the world. I mean, for example, take this Samarth Sushnapreneur model as enabling disabled people and all that. It's a whole sector, right? That sector, it's not an initiative of the sector. It is the initiative of the digital design or digital side of the sector. Either it's an IT. Here also in Telangana government, they like this model. They said that okay, we will work together in 250 locations. We will create this model. It's an ICT department's initiative. It's not the Ministry of Social Welfare and Department's initiative. And that is a big bottleneck of the policy, is that we still trying to push technology to solve social problem rather than pull the social the department or the sector pull the technology to solve their own problem. is what I wanted to highlight, and this is a very important part even for the researcher. I feel even the researchers are motivated and influenced because it's a digital design and it's a hyperbole, and therefore they want to do the research in this area, and therefore it's a great thing, and therefore it is a solution, and it is not because a social problem is solving because of a new technology that is on the block which is not being used by the people. And that's a huge approach issue. It is only going to keep creating a small little pilots, a small little great case stories, but not really going to solve the serious, systemic problem. And is what is the problem that I find in the last 20 years of even the technology. Even today we are pushing technology. अब AI आ गया, अब AI को push करो. AI से लैंग्वेज भी ठीक हो जाएगा, पैर हाथ भी ठीक हो जाएगा, सर भी ठीक हो जाएगा, सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. वही पॉलिसी में डालो, उसी को ही डिज़ाइन करो, उसी से वही रिसर्च करो, उसी से PhD मिलेगी. This is whole cycle is very, very pathetic in terms of approach that we have. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, and just adding to that, then Manisha ji, Mike will come to you. That with AI also, all the conversations are about innovations, which rightfully should be so, because you need to be clear, very sure about fair data sets, should be sure about ensuring privacy, etc. But it's not as much on deployment or adoption among citizens and communities. So it's true that our approach to technology and the conversations even in the governance space, as we see as younger generation after decades of work that seniors have pulled off, is still stuck in that approach. So we should definitely be conscious of that fact when we are as younger generation talking about it. And we'll just do a quick launch, and then I will pass the mic to Manisha ji. So this is a publication which I told you about. It's basically talking about direct implications of this legislation on PWD communities. To some of the things that Shubhika highlighted, it basically mixes up children and persons with disabilities, has a very paternalistic, patronizing perspective. Then it also basically in the name of guardianship, it takes away a lot of agency of persons with disabilities. Then, it talks about, of course, multiple linguistic adoption, but at the same time, it does not talk about, different disabilities that needs to be accounted for. So there are many more pressing concerns, and we will definitely share this link with you. We only have 5 prints for now. So we'll just, sorry, we have in the counter. Okay, great. So please collect your copy also if you are interested, and we'll just do a formal launch with a photo, and then let Manisha ji. And Manisha ji, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to take the opportunity of having Suvarna ji here to ask a question. And we talked about this a little bit in the context of digital as empowering different communities, right? But what I wanted to understand and maybe hear from you a little bit more is how does a person with a disability having a PWD help other marginalized communities? So does that also increase? Because I'm interested in understanding the link between different marginalized communities and if there can be some sort of a, sort of peer support kind of thing. So I'm sort of trying to understand, by her presence, those groups, have they also sort of started to speak up? Thank you.
Right. So basically, Manisha ji అడుగుతున్నారు, ఇప్పుడు మీరు PWD కమ్యూనిటీ నుంచి మొత్తం కమ్యూనిటీస్ హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. పెన్షన్ వచ్చే వాళ్ళకి హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు, సెల్ఫ్ హెల్ప్ గ్రూప్ మహిళలకి హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. అట్లాగే చాలా సముదాయాలు ఇలా ఉన్నాయి, వాళ్ళకి కూడా లేదు, డబ్బులు లేవు, సర్వీసెస్ లేవు, మీ దగ్గరికే వస్తున్నారు వాళ్ళు కూడా సపోర్ట్ కోసం. సో లాంటి ఇబ్బంది, ఇంకోలాంటి ఇబ్బంది, అందరికీ వేరే వేరే రకరకాల ఇబ్బందులు ఉన్నాయి. ఒకరు మహిళ అయితే ఒకరు PWD, రకరకాలు ఉన్నాయి. సో తనంటుంది, మీరు మీ సెంటర్లో వేరే వేరే సముదాయాలు కూడా హెల్ప్ చేయగలుగుతున్నారా?
అంటే నా స్పెషల్గా ఒక ఫౌండేషన్ ఉంది మ్యామ్. నేను డిజేబుల్కి ఇప్పటివరకు డిజేబుల్ టు డిజేబుల్ 30 మ్యారేజెస్ చేశాను. ప్లస్ ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళకి చిన్న చిన్న అంటే షాప్స్ లాంటివి పెట్టడం, ఒక 10,000లో చిన్న కూరగాయల షాప్ కానీ, చిన్న డబ్బా లాంటిది, కర్రీ పాయింట్, అలాంటివి నేను నా పర్సనల్గా కూడా చేస్తున్నాను. అంటే నేను దీని మీద సంపాదించుకుంటూ వాళ్ళకు ఒక చేస్తున్నాను. అలాంటి డిజేబుల్ వాళ్ళకి ఎంతోమందికి
ఇంకా మిగతా వాళ్ళు డిసేబుల్ కాకుండా వేరే వాళ్ళు
మహిళలు ఉంటారు మ్యామ్, పూర్ పీపుల్స్ ఉంటారు, స్లమ్లలో ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళకి మేము మోటివేషన్ చేస్తున్నాం. మాకు ఎలా వీలవుతే మేము అలా వాళ్ళకి సపోర్ట్ కూడా చేస్తున్నాం.
So one interesting thing she shared now is she has ensured 30 marriages of people with disabilities, and she is so she does a lot of other works also other than Samaj Suchina Pranya. And yeah, good. Thanks to the question, so it came out. And also answering to your question, yes, it's an organic relationship that grows when someone's constantly being that nodal point for enabling access. So poor people, slum dwellers from the community do come to her, and self-help groups and elderly people who are from, who are not as literate but want support to get pension, etc. So yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So, okay, let's do the formal launch. I'll request Professor Amir and Osama to please join us for the formal, launch and a picture. Thank you so much for being a very kind audience. Yes.
ఇంకా నా ఫౌండేషన్కి నా పర్సనల్గా ఇంకెవరన్నా కొంచెం సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే మేము ఇంకా చాలా చేస్తున్నాం.
This is an appeal to everyone here to extend your support in any way to her foundation. You can please get in touch and talk to her and learn more about her initiative. And yeah, she looks forward to any form of support. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the DEF team for this lovely technical session. I would just like ask our volunteer to give these mementos from the side of CDPP to our speakers. No, not for the moderator. And now everyone, again, you may proceed from there and the volunteers will take you for the lunch place. We will meet back here at 1:30 for the second paper presentation panel. Thank you. After lunch. presentation panel, which is on technology and economic empowerment, exploring gendered impacts of emerging innovations. As you can see, all the paper presenters are here, and we are joined by Miss Divya Gaur, who is the program lead at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. She'll be chairing the session. So without wasting any time, I would invite Aleka to the dais, and she will present her paper.
Shall I start? Am I audible? So, good afternoon, everybody. I am Alaika Aftab, and today I'll be presenting my paper titled Ghar Baithe Entrepreneur, The Paradoxes of Digitally Mediated Entrepreneurship Among Muslim Women in Kolkata. This study emerged during the COVID-19 lockdown when restricted mobility led many Muslim women to turn to digital platforms to generate income. The internet's low entry barrier and wide reach have opened new avenues for historically marginalized groups, transforming entrepreneurship by democratizing access to opportunities and minimizing traditional barriers, qualifying digital entrepreneurship as a great leveler. Davidson and Vaz define digital entrepreneurship as entrepreneurial opportunities enabled by digital media and information and communication technology. For women, such ventures are particularly appealing due to their flexibility, allowing income generation while maintaining proximity to their domestic roles. However, this narrative of meritocracy and equality obscures deep structural inequalities. Sassen contends digital spaces frequently reproduce offline exclusions related to gender, race, class, reflecting deeper structural inequalities. Drawing on ethnographic fieldwork conducted in Muslim-majority neighborhood of Kolkata, this study centers on the experiences of Muslim women digital entrepreneurs and the opportunity and constraints they encountered in their journey. To explore these dynamics, I conducted in-depth interviews using live narrative method and observation of Muslim women running home-based businesses through platforms like WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. The study is informed by three theoretical frameworks. The first, intersectionality, as proposed by Kimberly Crenshaw, that allows for understanding how overlapping identities compound marginalization. Second, I draw from Pierre Bourdieu's theory of forms of capital, which highlights how unequal access to economic, cultural, social, and symbolic capital stratifies social life and shapes entrepreneurial outcomes in digital economies. The third is the three levels of digital divide proposed by sociologists Ragnada and Rui, which relates to inequality in digital possession, infrastructure, skills, and outcomes. Oh, sorry. So now I will provide a broader picture of Muslim women and the marginalization they experience vis-a-vis in Indian society and economy. Muslim women in India face distinct structural barriers that limit access to formal employment and push them towards self-employment within the home. The Sachar Committee report notes nearly 70% of urban Muslim women are engaged in home-based work. Robinson notes it is primarily due to intersecting constraints of mobility, education, safety, and residential segregation. Hence, self-employment becomes the only way of participating in the labor market. Self-employment, according to Salman and Chowdhury, these are ethnographic work, becomes they say that self-employment becomes a way through which Muslim women exercise their constrained agency in the face of discrimination. This gets further complicated in digital space. Digital technologies are often framed as equalizing tools. The NFHS data reports that only 33% of Indian women have ever used the internet compared to 57.1% of men. For Muslim women, digital access is further constrained by economic precarity, limited literacy, and cultural restrictions. In this study, In this study, I draw on Ragnar's and Rui's three-level framework of digital divide. The first is access divide, which translates to ownership of devices and connectivity. The second is skill divide, which correlates to digital literacy and competencies. And the third is outcome divide, the ability to translate digital use into economic or social benefit. Muslim women experience digital divide on all three levels at two various degrees. However, the constraints they experience are not unified but are determined by their social location and accessibility to various forms of capital and the ability to transform that capital for meaningful opportunities. So now I will delve into my ethnographic findings. In this section, I will focus on affordances of digital entrepreneurship among Muslim women. Muslim women show remarkable resilience in pursuing digitally mediated self-employment. For instance, Saba turned to Facebook to sell frozen food after her husband's business collapsed. With only her phone, internet access, and family support, she gradually developed a thriving business, revealing a democratizing potential of digital technology that enabled women to navigate economic uncertainty. Mahinur, though educated, was discouraged from formal employment due to safety concerns about visibly Muslim women in public spaces. With support from her parents, she launched a modest fashion brand from home. Digital entrepreneurship emerged as a means for Muslim women to navigate both discrimination in the formal labor market and the threat of violence in public spaces. The autonomy and spatial and temporal flexibility associated with entrepreneurship in digital spaces have allowed women like Farah to embody what scholars may call halalpreneurship, aligning business practices with Islamic values. It also enabled women to align economic activity with religious obligations and domestic responsibilities. One participant described this life as Izzat ki zindagi, a dignified life. The narrative of women in my study suggests ways in which women negotiate new forms of respectability by managing visibility, restricting male gaze through blocking and having all female close friend groups, having modest self-representation online, aligning with their Islamic faith, and assimilating care work alongside digital entrepreneurship. They exercise agency through what Candioti terms as patriarchal bargains, which is strategically working within gendered and religious constraints. However, the digitally mediated entrepreneurship is not always empowering or meritocratic, but always reflects inequalities that exist in the social world. Successful digital entrepreneurial ventures require not only access to digital capital, but also possession and strategic deployment of other forms of capital, which I have mentioned: economic, social, symbolic capital, cultural capital. These include economic, cultural, social, symbolic capital, all of which deeply influence outcomes in digital spaces. For instance, Suman, despite her entrepreneurial aspirations, lacked the financial capital to invest in a good quality smartphone, limiting their ability to present products effectively online. Other participants emphasized the importance of social capital, particularly support from family and friends, who offered not only emotional and financial backing, but also access to informal knowledge and resources not equally available to all. Is this mic working? Yeah. The absence of such networks result in differential outcomes. Khushbu, a trained makeup artist, and she has skills, she has cultural capital in the forms of certification, struggled to attract clients due to her lack of elite connections. She mentions that she does not have source, highlighting how social capital facilitates visibility in digital markets. Cultural capital also play a decisive role. Many women express discomfort using English or navigating aesthetic trends like filters and reels. As Bourdieu notes, linguistic and aesthetic fluency often function as a marker of legitimacy, shaping whose work is deemed professional or marketable. These inequalities are further compounded by religious and gender discrimination in digital spaces. Mahinur experienced image misuse after her hijabless photos were leaked, while Sana received communal abuse from unknown accounts. Despite operating on global platforms, many women reported that their clientele remained confined to Muslim networks and were not able to move beyond their local economy, revealing how digital economies often mirror offline communal boundaries. In conclusion, while digital entrepreneurship creates new avenues for Muslim women in Kolkata, these opportunities remain deeply mediated by structural inequalities. Success is not only a matter of motivation or accessibility, but hinges on ability to convert various forms of capital within the digital space. Digital platforms, often perceived as neutral spaces, frequently reproduce the exclusion and hierarchies of the offline life. To foster truly inclusive digital spaces or economies, we must move beyond the technocratic notions of access. Instead, intersectional and equity-oriented frameworks are needed. One that acknowledges and addresses these structural barriers related to gender, class, education, spatial segregation, and online safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alika. Now we have Anand who will be presenting next.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alika. I think key outcome for me from the entire social and cultural capital is digital divide. The aspect of outcome-driven divide as well, and social capital which comes along with it. Which is very important because that gives a very good segue to our paper as well. I think, what if I actually told you that the next job application that you apply is likely to be rejected by an algorithm because the algorithm saw a gap in your career and that gap actually meant incompetency. And this is not hypothetical. This is something which has come out in our study as we have been doing research and interviews. Started off with one such question, this paper. And that led to many others, which is why are AI-generated tools showing white men as CEOs and women as cleaners? Fairness, dashboards, when you start looking into it, why is it creating the most harm to the people? Case in point being the recent outburst in the media as well on Microsoft Azure, laying down a lot of data sets for the Israeli government as part of it. And third is, why are we just focusing on compliances and policy checks? Why are we not being very reactive and proactive about it as part of it? Ghost in the machine, that's our paper. I'm Anand, good afternoon everyone. And I'm joined by my colleague Anna. And along with Anna and myself, we have a few other colleagues who collectively come from an industry perspective, bringing the technology nuances and trying to ask the basic fundamental question, can AI be much fairer before it can be deployed? And therefore, what can we do to prevent that? So our entire study is about it. And Anna is going to talk a bit more about our entire survey research and methodology.
So just to begin with, this is the question that started it all. When a system assumes your gender even before it knows your name, what kind of a future are we building? Just to begin with, how many of you use ChatGPT or even Google search and you get that AI summary and use that in your daily life? So what are the chances when you apply for a job or you're going to get a promotion or someone's going to allocate you work, they would also use it, right? More or less, definitely. And that's where we started looking into things. It goes back to the question of social mobility, opportunity, and ultimately standard of living. Who gets the chance to do those things? So when we went through looking for stories across literature, we came across around 10 case studies. The first example, this is something that happened at Amazon, just as an example. 100 applicants for a software engineer. This, we would expect it to have, men, women, software engineers. But what turned out was just men, predominantly because the data that it was trained on, or at Amazon, you currently have a lot more men software engineers than women. So we found that the system downranks if someone's taken a maternity gap, someone's done informal or volunteer work before, and hence before you put such a system into place, you need data, you need audits for bias and counterfactuals, right? So if not this, what else? The second type of story that we found was there's a lot of intersectional exclusion. And I'm sure a lot of you in the room we heard papers about this, right? First is race and gender. So there are a lot of AI tools which you make your job profile on. So it takes your picture, it analyzes it. At Google, they check if you have something called googliness, right? And we saw that African American men lose out the most, especially when their pictures are used to make any sort of assessment. And in a different study, there was 85% of preference for names that were identified or related, we thought was related to Caucasian men. Caste, obviously, is another narrative. Caste and gender creates significant disadvantages. In UK specifically, we had a case where 50% of women's chances of being shortlisted were being pulled down by, using a particular system. I think it was in a university. Last but not least, we think when we put a technology system in place, right, we are taking out the bias, right? So now no one's going to be biased towards their people, or, I won't give this job to a classmate, probably. But we saw that this specifically was for a market, like a geographical analysis tool related to jobs. So in Hyderabad, how many software engineers can we find? Can we find women engineers? We saw that one of their key selling points was we use government data for authenticity. And all the government data that they used checked for gender assigned at birth. And this meant that your identity in terms of non-binary genders was set back in terms of narrative. So yes, so that, and this is obviously further compounded by religion, marital status, disability, like we spoke about. So having that multi-attribute analysis becomes quite important. The third type of story we found was about bias amplification, very similar to what Anand was talking about. I don't know if you know Leena Nair. She used to work in Unilever, where we get all our soaps, shampoos from. She's now the CEO of Chanel. And when she had a meeting at Microsoft, they asked ChatGPT, show us a picture of Chanel's CEO board. It showed a bunch of Caucasian men, right? Though the brand has 76% women employees and 96% of the brand's clientele as women. So the fact that in the world there's a small, let's say, disparity that exists, but AI is going to amplify it, even in an organization where 96% of the brand's clientele are women, that is the sort of impact that we are talking about if we do not put checks and balances into place. So visual representation studies, being able to explain why the hiring or promotion cycle, or even when you're firing people, that you are making that decision, if you're doing it with AI, being able to explain it becomes important. So this is where we talked to people from across 25 organizations with, I think, 31 people. We found that when people adopt AI, they don't do it to transform things. It's not from an innovation in that sense, but how can we make things efficient, cost effective? We found out many of them didn't have a diversity inclusion policy or a strategy, and there was very limited human involvement in terms of oversight. So having those demographic audits, manual reviews, and how do you have an integrated framework when you put a tool into place was what was lacking. So yes, just in a nutshell, we went over 100+ papers, 10 case studies, some of them existing already, some from our interviews and the survey. Algorithms now control your visibility as someone who exists, your career progression and your risk, right? And it magnifies and mirrors prejudices that are in society today, and there is systemic exclusion that happens. I'm going to hand it over to Anand as to how we sort of.
So if that diagnosis feels a bit heavy, that was our intention, because the entire objective is it's just not look into the hindsight and understand what the data set actually tells us, what are the case studies have told us, or what surveys that we have done which actually reveal the actual biasness which are actually coming in. It was also about creating a framework which we were lacking. I think first and foremost, we were doing this entire study for all the European Union and the UK-based ecosystems, and briefly in the India-based ecosystems as well. We haven't yet moved to that phase yet. And we realized that no one such framework which exists, which brings all of the ecosystem together. So in collaboration and also conversation with Alan Turing, a few other colleges in the UK, looking into the EU AI Act and a few others, our objective was to say, what can we do? And that's where the bias before deployment framework which emerged, which predominantly focuses on 3 specific areas: the foundation, the execution, and the oversight. The foundation focuses on the empathy that exists in design, because even before any deployment can happen, can there be empathy existing as part of it? Because without that, you're likely to find biases coming in. And execution and oversight becomes equally important as well. So foundation, the core is like, think about, when you're applying for a CV and the assertive languages which the CV detects through the talent portal, that is likely to pick up. But the question is, who decides and defines assertiveness? There is no standard rule in the industry that goes with that. So therefore, the key thing is to ensure that you have empathy in design and focusing on empowering tools through that human in the loop collaboration. Second is on the execution. Deliberation is very, very key. Deliberate every single trade-off that you're likely to bring in. Interpretability, operability, all these things become important, and explainability as well, the tracing of everything that happens so that accountability gets executed as part of it. So that's a core, because that's where transformation happens on bias detection. Last but not the least is the oversight, because this is where the ecosystem starts coming together on how do you handle gender and inclusion in every single system deployments that you execute as part of it. So therefore, having a consortium of bodies is what we are proposing, and we are working with quite a few schools and colleges at this part of it, so that we can make this a bit more prominent and take this forward to quite a few industry ecosystems as well, and involve them. Want to leave you with the message. I think that what we are trying to say is that we started off with the message that there is a ghost in the machine, but there is an opportunity for us to tame it as well equally, because we won't get second opportunities to get the first principles right. And I think that's where it becomes, which is prioritize with empathy and human in the loop, which is what we have been hearing in the panel since morning as well on the social sciences of things, before even you get into the tech side of things as part of it. I think that's our core message, and that's what we wanted to leave you with on understanding that make more assumptions, ask questions, because biases exist in cultures, biases exist in us. I think it's a question of bringing human and machine collaboration together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anand and Skili. Anika, please.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. I am going to present on the topic politics of the digital body, and through my topic, hello. I'm looking at online sexuality education in India, and I look at how online sexuality educators on Instagram use their bodily presence to teach about sex, sexual health, and reproductive rights. So first, I would like to take you to the history of sexuality education in India, and to give a bit of context, there was a survey done by UNESCO in 2019 among 5 countries, including India, which asked young people the source of information they use to learn about their body, sex, relationship, and sexual health. So digital spaces was ranked as top source for young people. However, ensuring the quality of information also poses a challenge, because in the same survey, it was shown that pornography was a major source of information for young people. to learn about sex and sexual health on internet. While India has adopted the Global North policy of comprehensive sexuality education, its implementation remains inconsistent with legislative bodies because sex education has been gaining backlash as being against Indian culture and something that can potentially corrupt the Indian youth. However, in 2020, the National Education Policy placed sex education under health and wellness curriculum. Although the curriculum talks about reproductive health, HIV prevention, and menstruation, sexual harassment, consent, and abuse, the focus continued to be on nationally and serviceable bodies of the adolescent grounded within the discourse of population, disease, and disease control discourses. In such a fraught environment where the formal sexuality education is still a cultural taboo, online sexuality education charts a new way to rethink about development of a sex-positive pedagogy. The social media has emerged as an informal but potent space for young people who are using Instagram or Reddit for answers that schools and families fail to provide. But even here, the visibility of sexuality is not in a neutral space. Scholars who have explored online sexuality globally see how marginalized desires are present on the online spaces where people use Instagram and social media platform like, how do I change this? Yeah, thank you. So, secondary literature on sexuality education and online sexuality has shown that in social media space like in Instagram has become an intimate space for exploring marginalized desires, signaling romantic interest, erotic self-presentation, while navigating censorship through creative workaround. To unpack this space, I introduced the concept of digital body. I examine how sexuality educators on Instagram in India are using their body as a pedagogical site to talk about sexual health. I define the digital body as an assemblage of sexuality educators' aesthetic performance, emotional labor, and their negotiation with platform regulation that are present with the Instagram moderation policies. So my analysis, okay, this is the theoretical concept that I'm using, which includes Pere Bourdieu's concept of habitus that is used to see how digital sexuality educators are speaking about their bodies from everyday life to the online medium, and the idea of embodiment and effect to see how body and pedagogy are coming together. So my analysis is based on digital ethnography of 13 Instagram influencers who talk about sexual health and reproductive rights, and also interviews taken with these sexuality educators, and these include medical professionals, influencers, intimacy coaches, and feminist collectives. I closely examined how they construct content, respond to censorship, manage emotional labor, and make their bodies visible on digital sphere. Based on this is the three main research questions that I'm asking, and the thematic section look at the gender and embodied practices that the especially female sexuality educators perform to teach about sex, how intersectionality is present on sexuality education, and different bodies like queer bodies and disabled bodies are represented in sexuality education, and thirdly, how digital bodies are constructed through algorithmic regulations of Instagram. So looking at the first section of what do digital bodies do, I particularly focus on female sexuality educators who try to teach about sex, sexuality, and sexual health through their bodies. Through the interviews and field observation, I found that many sexuality educators, especially female sexuality educators, employ a feminist ethos to reclaim the silence around female body and female pleasure. Aarti, a young sexuality educator with more than 200,000 followers, makes trendy Instagram reels a short 5-second video where she usually is seen doing makeup or some fashion beauty trend or dancing in the reels. In her caption, she explains about issues around menstruation, female orgasm, myth about the female body like hymen, and what is the difference between vulva and a vagina. Her body, though visible through her performance of femininity, has no relation to the content. Instead, it helps her to increase the audience reach controlled by the algorithmic processes of Instagram. Such videos help her to tap into the viral trends and gain more audience. She often also collaborates with beauty and sexual health product. As she tells in an interview, the algorithm constantly works against you and you have to promote something to survive online. Her bodily presence online is not only limited to providing sexual health information, but also shaped by how she can monetize her body and how she can make it more consumable. On the other hand, another case study, I elaborate this with example of Pooja. Also, pseudonyms are used for the sexuality educators who used to anonymize their name and not reveal their identity. So Pooja is a 40-year-old sexuality educator and an intimacy coach who talks about aging sexuality in women and how she has to constantly balance between neither hypersexualizing her body or completely desexualizing it. In a post particularly, she talks about aging sexuality, and she posted a picture of her bare back sitting under the sun. Through her interview, she tells me, I made the post to reclaim my sexual agency as an aging woman, but all people talked about was my bare back. My bare back was objectified. Eventually, people reported it and it got flagged for being obscene by Instagram policymakers. Pooja's aim here to fight cultural stigma and shame about her body by making her body vulnerable was reduced to public judgment and moral scrutiny, underscoring the gendered risk of performing sexuality education online. Across From these two examples and across many examples like Pooja and Arti's, the body of female sexuality educator emerged as a contested space between feminist resistance and self-commodification, asserting their educational voice and platform visibility and performing care work of teaching sex and consumer culture. While most online sexual education still centers cisgender, able-bodied, heterosexual women, there are other educators that are foregrounding queer, disabled, and non-metropolitan bodies. For example, one such collective is Agents of Ishq that often share personal stories through illustrated carousels on Instagram. I give an example of one story of a person with locomotive disorder who narrates romantic vulnerability during pandemic. His story is a representation of how digital bodies remain untouched by inequalities of disability. During pandemic, he met with a stranger on dating app and became really close to her. When he met her offline, he was hit with the hard reality as she said that she was repulsed by his disabled body before engaging in any sexual activity. He ends the story with a poignant question: how can someone's bodies be their own when others are repulsed by it? While his story is important reminder of how digital body remain enmeshed to the social inequalities of disability, his vulnerability also becomes a type of pedagogy where the body carries the story which is not to be explained but felt. The last section looks at, okay, so this is the post from Agents of Ishq where Hriday had sent them the story about body image and his own story about disability and going on a dating app. And this is how they represent through art and through colorful, vibrant images and teach about sex in a very different and alternative way. So, okay, so the last section looks at how algorithm and censorship on social media affect this content production of sexuality educators. So the content creators I interviewed consistently describe two-tiered control system. One is infrastructure control through platform design, content moderation, and algorithmic visibility. And the second one is political and ideological regulation, where moral policing, cyber trolling, and societal norms within the cyber community suppress non-conforming voices. The infrastructure control through algorithmic censorship is not neutral. It privileges aesthetics of a heteronormative culture and commodified expression of sexuality, which one queer sexuality educator in an interview calls as conformist content. Another educator observes that nowadays you can get sex toys on Blinkit very easily, a moment that captures how commodified heterosexual pleasure is increasingly romanticized and normalized, while feminist and queer sexual education is rendered invisible. As one more sexuality educator in my interview points out, that they use euphemized content calling penis a banana, vagina a vajayjay, but even then they get flagged and they have to take off their content. The experience of shadow banning and being flagged despite the self-censorship shows how platform encourages self-policing, where users have to modify their behavior to conform to the invisible rules of algorithm. Another educator, a young sex therapist, told in an interview to me that I used biologically correct terms to inform my followers about the difference between a vulva and vagina, yet my account gets suspended the next day. The demand of endless reels for audience engagement erodes the depth to nuanced sex education. As one educator who uses art to teach about sex tells, in a reel of 60 seconds, you can say so much and nothing at all. This is a compression of education. The second form of regulation comes from political and ideological regulation, where the digital disciplining comes from not only algorithm but also how educators receive gendered violence, such as trolling, slut shaming, moral surveillance faced by female educators, whereas male educators in my interviews told that they were either dismissed intellectually, and other educators like female sexuality educators or queer educators were targeted for their bodies. They were called as being fat, ugly, old, or even other trolls that used to troll them to silence them. Both forms of control operate on body, determining whose bodies are allowed to speak online and what kinds of desires become acceptable in algorithmic spaces. To conclude, the digital body of the sexuality educator is not just a visual presence about sexual health and reproductive rights, but it becomes performative through reels, disciplined by algorithm and morality, and negotiated by educators through aesthetic, emotional, and political labor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Anika. Now on to Lubna and Manisha.
So, oh yeah, just go back. So when we started thinking about working on something to do with, let's say, apps, if in general we wanted to talk about it and look at it from the so-called gender perspective, menstrual apps obviously kind of came on the forefront. And first we decided we'll just kind of look at the literature that's available. Of course, the first thing that you see is the health apps per se, which are the general apps. And then you go and narrow it down further into the menstrual apps. Now, when you talk about femtech, which is the female technology that obviously has the software, that has the devices, that has the diagnostic products, that kind of is like the umbrella of all these apps. And then you narrow it further down into the M-health apps, which are the menstrual health apps. Now, within the menstrual health apps also, when you, obviously, I'm sure some of you would have used the apps here. It starts off as a very general sort of the language is a very general sort of a thing that it gives, that you're feeding in the basic information of the gender, your age, and what your health issues are. And then you assume and you expect that when you are talking about a menstrual health app, you are going into the very base, so-called sensitive data, if I may call it, and then narrowing it down. So the whole idea of looking at these apps was, so we have these apps, they are all out in the open, in the sense that there are a lot of women who are using it for different reasons. Menstruation per se, we realized that menstruation per se, if you were to look at these apps, that's just a very minuscule part of it. A lot of these women are looking at these apps from the fertility point of view. They want more out of these apps. That's the expectation each one goes into with these apps. And this, why I'm saying, is obviously Lubna will be detailing it out a little more for you, but I'm just saying it in a very broader sense, that when you go into these apps, you expect, okay, I'm going to be looking at this very particular fertility aspect, my so-called PCOS, my the cycle, the ovulation, and all of those. But what we realized is,
apps per se, yes, they do give you some of these aspects, but they do miss out on some very, very crucial aspects, which is again what Arpita was talking about in the morning, that one size fits all. So these apps go on that sort of a narrative. If you were to look at a PCOS per se cycle, PCOS per se issue, no, we didn't come across anything that really kind of helps you navigate that part. So broadly, we looked at Clue, Flow, Period Tracker, Maya, and Miu as the apps. So these were broadly some of the research questions that we looked at. But what we realized was that we will have to, the data is something that's one part of it. But what are we trying to see is the data protection and the data security aspect of it. We know that the health apps do ask for all sorts of data, which is needed. Sometimes it's not needed, but they do take it. Where is it going? What's really happening? It as a user, you really don't go into too much detailing of it. So in our, again, Lubna will be sharing some sort of findings of it. Absolutely nails that we do not really care in that sense, that where is my data going, what is really happening with it. One thing that we came across is, to generally tell you, is that there are these apps that I was talking about: Flow, Clue, Period Tracker, Maya, and Miu, out of which Clue and Flow are the most popular ones and the most widely used ones, and Maya is an Indian based app. Now we went back and thought, why don't we just look at the global, so-called the popular ones, and compare it to maybe a Maya, which is Indian based, and assuming again that it will be looking at the Indian context. We realize that apart from the fact that it does come in 14 Indian languages, there's nothing Indian about it. It's completely copied from the global apps. So you're really not targeting or really focusing on what the local, the regional issues are here. One thing that came across all these apps again was this PCOS and PCOD issue, which a lot of women nowadays do face. And we just, in one of the findings again, we came across, we spoke to a few gynecologists, and they said that we do encourage young girls especially to use these apps, because it kind of helps them track it, it helps them, some sort of, it's like something you can lean on, something that kind of helps you navigate this whole journey of what you have started. But somewhere along the line they say that we kind of also tell them as a disclaimer that you cannot rely on it, because what the doctors, again, we have just spoken to 2 gynecologists, but by and large they think that it affects their behavioral mental issue, I mean the mental psychology, because the girls start leaning on these apps, and the moment your cycle gets delayed or something comes, something goes wrong, or some sort of change that happens in your body, you start doubting yourself. You start thinking, oh, there's something wrong with me. And you obviously, Google is our go-to. So we start Googling and we start thinking, okay, there could be other issues with it. So it is definitely impacting those aspects also. So that's the reason why we thought something which was supposed to be a tool for self-power is also becoming a, what do you say, a dynamite in your hand, because you really need to use it for the right reasons. If you have some sort of something which is available in the market, but there is nothing. So that's one aspect. The second aspect that we came across is that yeah, I think I'm done. I think we'll just focus on the methodology, because the findings are very interesting to see here. Again, a small disclaimer that we did not look at a very big sample size. It's a small sample size and we're still working on it, but it will show you how the mental, the way the women perceive these menstruation apps are.
That's it.
What is the sample size? I mean, whatever the users of the apps are using.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
So, ma'am, I'll just quickly take you through the methodology. So, in the section, so our study used a mixed method approach to gain a holistic understanding of the ministerial app usage. For the quantitative part, we conducted an online questionnaire with over 60 urban women in India aged between 15 to 55. To provide a deeper qualitative perspective, we conducted interviews with a range of key stakeholders, including 2 gynecologists, 3 academicians, and 2 app developers. We also incorporated a comprehensive review of secondary literature, which included some privacy policies and legal framework like India's DPDP Act. We used a snowball sampling method through social media and WhatsApp to reach our participants. Now, with respect to the limitations of our data collection, our sample was skewed towards younger and tech-savvy urban women, and we found that rural and older population were underrepresented. Additionally, our study had limited gender diversity and did not capture the experiences of non-binary or transgender menstruators. Finally, we also noticed that there's a significant gap in digital literacy, as many respondents admitted to never reading privacy policy, which may have impacted the validity of their responses on the privacy awareness. Now, some of the findings that are mentioned here. So, like Manisha ma'am mentioned, with respect to popularity, Flow is the most preferred one because it is free and it is more accurate and user friendly. Some of the participants that said it is a good fit, but I wouldn't use it once it becomes paid. The gynecologist said that most apps don't serve women with PCOS as well because they assume that it is just regular cycles, which excludes a lot other women. The implication is that the personalization of these apps are limited, and with these apps need to evolve in a way that it includes other medical conditions as well. Moving on to the usability and design, we understood that there's a relation between simple UI UX design to making them being a sustained longer use. Flow was praised in terms of functionality and a clean design, while Clue was described as a very overwhelming design. So, with respect to the interview with an app developer, he said that design needs to be both functional and friendly without too much data on the screen that scares people off. The implication that we found out is that a balance between clarity and the data collected needs to be managed. With respect to privacy and data security, many users were unaware of what kind of data was being collected. Like Manisha ma'am mentioned, their sexual activity was collected, their location was collected along with the data. Awareness in usage, like ma'am mentioned, they were also not aware as to what the privacy policy did contain. Inclusivity and gender, they did not include intersex people, transgenders, or non-binary. Tracking features and customization, it is not customized as per one's use. So, with respect to, I'll just conclude. So, in conclusion, we do need the ministerial apps are an empowering tool, but it needs to change its current design to include a larger spectrum. With respect to privacy, it needs to include privacy, inclusivity, and medical accuracy. While speaking with the developers themselves, they have said that there is no relation that happens between the legal team, the app developers themselves, and the design team. So they need to come together and include policymakers, health practitioners as well to certify these apps and tell that yes, you can use these apps as per your need. Thank you.
Thank you, Lubna and Manisha. Now moving on to Suruj.
Hello everyone. So today I'm here to talk about digitalization in the handicraft sector and the case study of women weavers. So it's before I start on the presentation, it's very interesting to see the composition in this room. whatever today we are talking about digital technology, but still the gender composition of the hall remains same. Before it would have been like 20 years or 30 years, I don't know, till the fire ages. But anyway, moving to the topic. So the research context is how women weavers make up the significant share of the handloom and the handicraft sector. And the women weaver workforce do face issues like invisibilization, undervaluation, and the vulnerabilities of the unorganized sector, which is the handicraft sector. The precarity of the women workers also increases due to the absence of equal playing field in terms of wages, in terms of access to market and different opportunities. Women weavers and artisans are also one of the most affected communities in accessing programs and schemes meant for them for welfare due to lack of information, low literacy, lack of bargaining power, gender digital divide, and etc. But we also see, like in our first presentation, so this last presentation will have quite a resonance with the first presentation, how digital platforms are emerging as a site of social and economic empowerment for the women weavers. It's a slow process, but it's happening. So we'll go through that story. So research objective. The first objective is to understand the role of digital technology in supporting women weavers in building entrepreneurship beyond resource constraints and gendered barriers. And the second is to understand the intersectionality of gender digital divide for digital entrepreneurship. Again, salute to all the feminist organizations and women that today all the panelists have been talking about intersectionality. And the research questions are, what are the resource constraints, digital, technical skill gap, and gendered barriers faced by women weavers in handloom sectors or handicraft sectors in Tamil Nadu? And what role does digital skilling, this is for organizations and for those programmatic interventions where organizations are involved in digital skilling, digital marketing, and digital finance training, what impact it is having on the women weavers' lives? So methodology is, because quantitative, we tried quantitative method to understand what changes it's going to have on the women lives, but we were not able to, since our chair is sitting here, so for monitoring and evaluation projects, it's important for academicians have been using qualitative feminist methods for a long time, but for organizations and civil society organizations and the tech startups and different companies, they need to take into intersectional qualitative feminist method to study gender digital divide, because this method will help us to come, for example, if I tell you that according to Mobile Gender Gap Report 2021, 15% of Indian women didn't have access to internet. What will this tell? Who are these women? Where are these women? And then within these women, where are those? What are their lives? What are their challenges? So all of this, not just nuances, their stories and their experiences are only will be able to come if we use intersectional qualitative feminist methods. So, and so we all know that what they bring out the possibilities of understanding realities of entanglements and experiences of digitally excluded women. So this is like how I did. So this study is again a multi-sited study. So across three digital cluster locations in Tamil Nadu. First is Uti, Nilgiris, another is Salem, and third is Patamadai in Tirunelveli. So I'll just take a brief moment to tell. In Nilgiris district, the digital cluster which we studied was about the Toda embroidery. It's done by Toda tribal women. Then in Salem, we looked into a digital cluster where the Salem fabric, the cotton fabric, and the Salem the silk fabrics are woven. It's a loom industry which is also dominated by the power looms. And the third is like a Patamadai, which is a village or an area in Tirunelveli where it's a mat weaving is done. It's again done. It's done mostly by the Muslim women. So we also see this studies that it's the nature of the craft which is very different, and also the women locations are very different in all the three locations in the three different sites. So I think we will not have time to go through their stories, and it's better to listen. For stories, we really need time. 10 minutes presentations will never do justice to stories. So so I'll directly go to the findings. So this table talks about across all the three locations, what was the situation of the women weavers before they were going for digital absorption, before they were going for digital adoption. So this table shows about while I did my study, it was through the qualitative interviews, through the FGDs and through the in-depth interviews. So I took out some case stories, and based on that we try to understand the nature of the digital divide and digital, what were the problems faced by them in digital adoption. So for example, if you see Salma, again the names are changed. Salma got the opportunity to learn digital skills at IIT Madras, but they were kind like institutes like this who would give chance to women from weaker sections to learn something, but she didn't have access to her own laptop and computer. So imagine in the absence, you get like 2 days training in an institution, but while you go back to your home, you don't have access to your laptop and computer. What you're going to do of those 2 days of training? So this is that leads to gap, and you are not able to continue whatever you learned. And then another story is of Roshni, who had no access to computer in an internet cafe in her village. She had to travel more than 10 kilometers to get basic digital services. So in the first is the institutional failure. The second is the the digital public infrastructure failure, where in a village there is no internet connection. Where there is no internet connection in a village, what happens to a woman who has to travel more than 10 to 15 kilometers to get digital services? And then to think of starting a digital entrepreneurship is another story. So what these findings leads to? Of course, unequal digital infrastructure, lack of resources for women to access and own digital services. I think our first presentation was, for the past 5 to 10 years, the organizations who have been working for digital equality have been saying more than access is the ownership of devices which matter for the women. The second, if you look at the two stories, Salma has been reaching out to young Muslim women for adopting digital technologies in mat weaving. Muma has been reaching out to Salem cotton weaving for digital marketing for Salem fabric and silk. So in another situation, we see that women want to, they have, for example, in this case, she knows how to use social media, but there's a social taboo of women using social media for digital entrepreneurship, which we already saw in some cases of the first presentation. Then how this intersectionality in different contexts are becoming barriers for women to engage in digital entrepreneurship. The third is like we see that Salma has learned mat weaving from her grandmother. Roshni has learned weaving from her mother. So most of this handicraft, small scale handloom practices are passed from generations to generation. So again, when there is a art and craft knowledge which is passed from generation to generation, and that too again from women to women generation, making it into a more formalized, making into a more institutionalized form becomes very important. And there the role of digital technology, where it's formalizing the education, is becoming very important. Then this is the table, second table, which is about what leads when digital adoption was when digital adoption was supported to those women weavers across the 3 locations. So we see that in the first, how empowerment through digital adoption. Again, empowerment is a very loosely used term, but here what we mean to say is that even in terms of if they were aspiring to become entrepreneur, or they think that they could become entrepreneur, even that one notion which came to their mind, okay, now I could become something, I could use this social media platform to sell my products, is something is looked at something which may not be looked by quantitative researcher, or may not be looked by policymakers as empowerment. They may want to see like something over something over the in terms of numbers, over what revenues you have generated. But even to see those notions of aspiration, dreams, is something which feminist qualitative methods helps us navigate them through. Then what we provide in digital literacy and access to information of welfare schemes and programs. For example, in our study, in a field site in Ooty, there are a lot of welfare schemes meant for tribal children, meant for tribal women, but they're totally ignorant about that information. So there's an information gap, and that information gap is more has been broadened more because most of this information are now available online. Earlier, your panchayat office will have the information, somebody from the panchayat will come to your house and deliver the information. So that information is bridging, and which is again creating more problem for women in those unconnected areas. And the third is like how intersection of gendered labor and the relation of intersection of gendered labor and economic empowerment. So we see that something like self-recognition. So we saw that in our study of Patamadai mat weavers, the women did say that now they would be known by their name, the products They sell on the Instagram pages, they sell on the Facebook pages, they would be known by their own name. And we all know how the handicraft and the handloom industry is very notorious for intermediaries and different who try to navigate those sale of those products. So I think I'll end here. If we can discuss more in Q&A round. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Suruchi. Now I hand over the mic to the chair for her comment.
Thank you so much. Firstly, it's lovely to be here, like back to college life. And usually I'm on the other side. Even in college, even in work life, presenting presentations to policymakers, clients, and getting their feedback. So thank you so much to Kautilya, CDPP for the opportunity. Great presentations. I was thinking before this started, like, what do I want to evaluate on? So one is the relevance, the research problems or questions that we've picked up. Are they relevant or not? How robust our methodology is, and how are we presenting our research, right? And also, how are we thinking about the solution to the problem or insight that we have gotten from the research? So these were some of the lenses that I looked into. And I'll just go one by one very briefly. So presentation one, very, very relevant topic. Even in my work today, I'm working on clean energy powered solutions for livelihoods and closely working with women micro entrepreneurs. So digital divide, even in terms of tech adoption, the hesitancy that is there, etc., that quite resonated. The topic that you picked is very relevant. The research, the findings that you had were very relevant. Now, in terms of presentation, I felt that it is a good practice because it's a paper presentation, so it's a good practice to have our methodology very clearly defined. For example, I felt all of you had such beautiful human stories. And the way you highlighted that qualitative is so important to be included. And policymakers are, by the way, now aware of this. So we do demand qualitative insights in the research or the work we do. But such beautiful human stories, what I thought was pictures were missing and those stories were missing in terms of how well they could have come out from the work that you have done. The women who have actually broken those barriers and taken up digital entrepreneurship. So that would be another recommendation that I would have. And when I think of women, empowerment as a word, I do not like it as much. I feel we are empowered. There is no potential also. I think this is an advantage that we have. The world needs to stop thinking of us as gender potential. It should be gender advantage. But the kind of framework I look at is, first is the self, in terms of social barriers, psychological barriers, etc. Then is my immediate community, which is my family. And then the whole society and the ecosystem. So in your research, did you also interview the male members of the family? How do they think about the opportunities that women have picked up? Do they want to support them? How can they support them? Because this change cannot happen without the support of male allies. So that was one observation that I had from your presentation. And finally, it would have been great if we could have touched upon the solutions to it. Like you mentioned, there should be inclusive frameworks. What those frameworks are, how could we create those frameworks? That would have been super helpful. But thank you so much. I learned a lot today. Thank you. On to AI and gender bias. We've been hearing a lot, and because even in our organization, we started using AI, there is an AI team, and we keep talking about how there is a gender bias. So great presentation. And I think there was a clear difference between how academics present and how industry presents. It was a lot more visual. It was to the point, just sharp bullets. This is what it is. This is the problem. This is the solution. So I would say academics to take some inspiration from this, because this is what will work in the real world. And that's what I also learned when I transitioned from university to industry. Um, it was a very comprehensive research, very well in terms of the problems you laid out and the solutions, and very relevant as well. Um, I was very keen to know who these organizations were that you interviewed, because you mentioned you're working with schools, colleges, and organizations as well. And I feel an IT organization will have a very different view of their workforce versus, let's say, a development sector organization, right? So it would have been great to see some of these organizations, some details around, or just bifurcation by the sectors you covered to make it more robust. Another recommendation that I have is that in one of the suggestions that you made was empathy in design. Can we relocate it and say equity in design? Is one of the recommendations that I wanted to make. But great work, and I think this is super helpful. I would also probably take this to my HR for them to make use of what you're doing. So thank you so much. On to presentation 3, which was on online sexuality education in India. This was super interesting, and also something where, in which, like, livelihoods, digital entrepreneurship is very close to heart. I'm working on that. AI, of course, we keep hearing about it, but this was a topic where I personally learned a lot today, and my awareness increased on this topic. So great work there. What overall, again, very, very relevant. This is something that we really need to look into, unpack, and figure out what are the challenges and work towards the solutions. What I was curious to understand while you were presenting was, what way worked better? Was storytelling or the comics better than, let's say, just the picture that a woman put? And then looking at the day and age and the kind of audience we are engaging with in the platform that we are in, what methods work best? So some kind of number in terms of engagement, how well the audience or people were engaging on the platform through these various methods of imparting education would have been very, very interesting to understand. And also in terms of knowing what solutions we could have. Like while you were presenting, I was thinking what we could do. Can there be like certified sexual educators online where people also consider them genuine? Or can we penalize on the other end where people are not respecting the educator? So I was thinking of solutions and would have loved to hear about solutions from you. And just a very minor comment coming from a research perspective. When you presented your literature review, it's always helpful to have it in a chronological order, year-wise, right? Because then you can make sense of what happened when and then how it all evolved. So that was my overall comment. But thank you so much. I truly learned a lot from this one. Presentation 4 on menstrual apps. Super interesting, and I would say one of the very good presentations when it comes to presenting the robustness of the research. Like there was a methodology, there was also limitations of the study, which is a must-have when you're presenting research. That this is what we could do and this is what we could not do. So as the listener knows or the reader knows what I can expect from this. So that was actually very good, and that's my recommendation to all the presenters here, to have limitations of the data or study as a good ad. Overall, my reflections on AI and on apps presentation was that how many of these developers or AI product developers are women? Or how many women are in their team? So the starting point, can it be that, when we talk to these app developers, can we understand how many women do you have in your team? Because that diverse perspective needs to come in. So even these menstrual app developers, were there any women in? We did one woman and one. Okay.
And was there a difference between how a woman designed an app versus a man? Was there any difference?
So basically, I think one thing which came out commonly was that we were never involved in the content part of it.
Huh.
So that divide was very clear between both of them. And the woman obviously had a few points to add, especially this PCOS point of view. But unfortunately, I think I'm loud enough. But unfortunately, it was not really taken by the content point of view.
Yeah, yeah.
From the content point of view, it was not really taken because they said that it is not part of your, what we are developing. So
Yeah, yeah.
that definitely.
Yeah. And another point, I think experts really need to back this up. The gynecologist or health experts need to back up these health apps. Because even I had a sleep tracker on my phone and I switched it off after a point because it was messing with my mental health. So how much can you really track your life all the time? So we need greater awareness on that, but very, very relevant topic, and this research should be strengthened further. The sample size should be expanded to study more and generate more insights because it's a relevant one. Presentation 5, again, great research, and we also work closely with handloom entrepreneurs in textile, mostly with solar powered silk reeling machines. There is physical drudgery, and of course could totally resonate with the digital divide, and you presented also very well. I think overall comment on everybody's research here was that I think overall we could have structured our insights a lot better. And I'm not sure if there is a familiarity with thematic analysis. So whatever data you gathered, what were the themes that were emerging out of it? What were the positive themes? What were the negative themes? And today we have a lot of tools for visual expression of data. I was really looking for a word cloud here, where all the like major insights would have come from these interviews that you did, and that's a very, very nice way to engage with the audience or to make your point, right? So that would have been great. And second point being on the solutioning part. So like you did point out that there are infrastructural gaps, there are institutional gaps, but who's going to look into them? How does the whole ecosystem come together? I see there is a role of CSOs here. There's a role of CSR also here. There's a role of policymaker also here. So how do all of these ecosystem actors come together and make this happen and bridge the divide is something that we should also think of so that our research is more applicable in the real world. So that's about it. Thank you so much. Like I said, it was a great learning experience for me as well. I learned a lot today. And I am taking back a lot of these insights with me. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
We just have 5 minutes for question and answers. So
I have the question for people who presented on algorithm and AI. I'm a public policy student, so my question would sort of revolve around policy. That we know that algorithms or AI often mirror existing social realities that we see. But whether it is gender representation or an algorithm, but how should we prioritize fixing the tech versus tackling the underlying social inequities that actually feed it? Because that would be, like ma'am said, that, the real applicability of it. Because India has we have a budget, we have a constraints among that. So this conversation is important and we're having it. But the urgency of importance, like do we focus more on the policy sector or do we sort of focus on the representation? Because at the end, it's anyways tokenistic. So if you could please, any of you could answer that. Where is the sex education on AI platforms or algorithmic governmentality in any way?
Okay, if I go first? Yeah. No, I think I'll go back to the first presentation which was addressed, right? And I think I did mention that there are 3 aspects to it, which is digital divide, skill divide, and outcome divide. I think these things are very important to be understood at the very beginning. There comes an element of representation, empathy, equity. These are aspects which tech will not teach you, but because tech is only built based on the insights that you eventually deliver. So there's a lot of deliberation that happens and needs to happen. Most of the biggest companies, product companies like Microsoft and AWS and Google's and SAP's and all, if you see, most of their tech ecosystem pages will always carry clear principles of their guardrails. that guardrails is the first and the foremost thing that actually needs to be addressed before tech can be deployed as part of it. So there's a council which gets formed, there's a team which gets formed, going back to what Divya, you were mentioning about it earlier on, which is do I have my CSR, do I have my CHRO, do I have my CISOs, security, information manager, technology officer, they all need to come together. There's a lot of deliberation which often happens. Then you have the element of policy, because sometimes the policy has a lot of clauses in it and checklists in it, and I think that needs to be very well read as well. These days there are documents after documents after documents which comes in, especially given the macroeconomic situation. The third thing which is also changing in the ecosystem is sovereignty. Every ecosystem is now trying to make data sovereign, AI sovereign. That means that the power struggle is also moving as part of it. So therefore it becomes even more important to get that checklist in place. There's the reason we have this EU AI Act, we have the NIST Act, which is in the US. I don't think so India has a very robust, that's what it has, and I think MIT is right now launching all of these things. So there's an India safety ecosystem which is getting created. I'm briefly part of it as well, and there's also a lot which is happening in Singapore and Japan, because they are all socially forward as part of it. So there's still a lot to be done, and I think the Prime Minister is also addressing something next year, if I'm not wrong. There's a act, so that's coming in. So they have to be all going together as an ecosystem, as it was, as the chair mentioned earlier on. That's my take.
Just a quick, just to answer your question very directly. There's a law called Conway's Law, which says that your technology will mimic communication patterns in your organization or any social structure. So which means that if there's inequality existing, when you are building technology, you need to figure out how to, sort of bridge the gap. Otherwise, your app will mimic it. So it goes hand in hand.
Is this working? Yes. The diversity of the themes, right from Calcutta, Muslim woman, to Tamil Nadu's, handiwork, made it a challenge for the chairperson to find out the methodological strand, how do I tie them up? And that certainly is a problem for most of us. But I think one fine thing I find is very common is that is based on case studies approach, right? Anthropological approach, you interview some sections. What could have been really given you stronger argument and put it on a higher platform is some validation with the macro context. And that, to my mind, is missing. The conclusions are very important. What is tying them up, as I said, case studies approach, and also dealing with some important aspect of digital technology. Now, take the case of Calcutta woman. There is deprivation in the labor market. You can find clearly for the Muslim woman, which is coming out from the case studies. But you can't answer to what extent this deprivation is because of their being women, or to what extent is because of being Muslims, right? So, if you want to find out the real issues of the Muslim woman, you have to make a comparative analysis. You have talked about few Muslim women. If you look at the macro data, I'll tell you from the 2023-24 PL, data, periodic labor force survey data shows that higher the level of education for women, higher the level of deprivation in inclusion. The percentage of women who have graduation and higher degrees, do you know what percentage of them are in the labor force? How many women who have a graduation degree who are working, and how many of them are not working? The percentage is 30% of them are working, 70% of the women who are having a graduation degree are not in the labor force. And that is not because of access of technology. There are, as I said, social engineering, and to my mind, I think what the social entrepreneurship is doing, more than providing technology, is also doing some reform in the social engineering, creating awareness. Would you believe that out of the PhD degree holders, among men, 80% are in the labor force, 20% not in the PhD workforce because they are retired old people. Can you believe what percentage of women PhD holders are not in the labor market? Can you make any guess? It is 82% who are not PhD holders who are not in the labor market. This is surprising, only 18% of the PhD, because basically either they are in a high elite class Or of course, some of them are elderly people, and not because of not having technology. Imagine the women who have PhD degrees not in the labor market. Now that is certainly a matter of providing access to the technology and also doing some amount of social engineering. That's my submission, that you compare, the gender deprivation. A report published by CDPP shows for women it is 100% discrimination, because level of education, level of qualification does not increase the probability of employment. The last point I wanted to mention, I don't want to take much time on this, handiwork. There's a big debate going on in this country at the moment, because female employment rate, work participation rate, which was going down systematically from 2004 onwards to 2019, has suddenly started increasing significantly. There is significant improvement in female employment. And do you know what are the sectors? One of them is this, the weaving, tailoring, the handiwork. And there is a big debate among the government economists like Goldar, saying that this is a great shift which has taken place, because women are getting jobs. They are getting jobs in manufacturing, and they are getting jobs in rural areas. The other position is a recent paper, last week it came out, Maulana, saying that all these are poverty induced. So this is the question I would like to know from you, that this handiwork development which is taking place, 70% of the increase in the manufacturing employment are of women, and they are concentrated in 3 or 4 industries. One is beadi making, other is this tailoring, weaving, that kind of a thing. I think this answer cannot come from the macro data. The case studies approach is very important. You have to find out to what extent this employment growth which is taking place in this handiwork, weaving, can be backed up by technology. It is increasing because our fertility rate has gone down. Women have time to go to the labor market. But are they getting into poverty-induced jobs? Can we provide technology there? So I think it's very important that technological support needs to come in, but social engineering, the women getting into the labor force and also increasing their skill level, because if poverty-driven employment is increasing for the woman, it's certainly not going to help us in entering the Vikshit Bharat by 2045. This can happen only if we make the technology available and do some amount of social engineering so that the women come in the labor market. And for that, I think these ground level organizations like social entrepreneurs of Digital Foundation would be extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So in the interest of time, I'd request everyone who have more questions for the second panel to ask them later on. Now we will be transitioning to the third paper presentation panel. So I'd request all the panelists to please make their way over here. And thank you so much, everyone, for your time. So requesting Manindra, Raina Ghosh, Sarbani Belur, Tuba Kamal and Vani to please come to the stage, please. Thank you. Please have a seat. Yeah. Okay, so Manindra for the time being is not here. So we will, so before that, this is the third and last panel for today. The theme for this panel is Policy, Governance and Global Perspectives, and it is being chaired by Professor Vasudha Kadju, who is an assistant professor here at the Kautilya School of Public Policy. So I will now request Raina and Alfia to take over. I'll just put their PPT on screen.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alfazim Khan and I'm from Digital Empowerment Foundation, and with me is Rena Ghosh. So the topic of our paper is the gendered labor geographies in e-waste chain, in which we are exploring policy gap ground realities in India. So this is the overview of our paper, which consists of introduction and context, literature review, objective research question, methodology, findings and discussion, conclusion, and last is references. So these are the key takeaways. First, we studied the invisible hazardous labor enabling digital consumption in the labor-intensive market of Global South. Second is systematic inequality shaping gendered labor dimension in the informal e-waste economy. First objective is to analyze spatial and social hierarchies shaping nature of work, labor conditions within e-waste economy. Second is to evaluate gap in existing e-waste policies. Research question is first, how do gender, class, caste play a role in e-waste sector? Second is how are policy enabling or excluding these workers? Third is what are the implications of precarious employment for the labor force? Methodology. So we have adopted qualitative, ethnographic, which expanded for 1 month, in two locations, which is Selampur and Nehru Place. Framework we adopted is the feminist political economy, Mistry 2016, Sassain, Khan, Jain and Gidwani, in which Khan and Jain and Gidwani talked about Selampur extensively. Methodological tool, so first is key informant interview. We interviewed one resident who worked with DEF. He gave us insight into the Selampur e-waste market. Second, we did 21 in-depth interview of women laborers, workshop owners and intermediaries. We did snowball sampling of aggregators and segregators, and we did 15 walk-in interviews. So it is important to note that women in these e-waste economy in Selampur are not invisible. They are heavily present. It's just they are not recognized as workers. That is why they are unrecognized. Non-participant observation we did of 2 sites, which is Selampur and Nehru Place. We did transit walked mapping spatial arrangement and work environment. We did field analysis in which we adopted thematic coding FLIC 2015, and we did policy analysis of e-waste management rule 2016, which had some amendment in 2022 and EPR rules. So this is the market characteristics. First is Selampur. So Selampur has 5,000 unauthorized e-waste processing unit, and it is divided into Old Selampur and New Selampur. Old Selampur has a segregation repair work in which you would find almost no women present there. And in New Selampur, the main work of women is wire stripping, in which the whole market is dominated by women. Nehru Place is India's largest electronic and IT market, and it is dominated by Hindu OBC background, and again they have no women present in the market. The main work of Nehru Place is sale, repair, refurbish computer hardware, software and electronic items. So the conditions of workers in Nehru Place and Selampur are as such. Nature of work and pay gap, women are contractual workers who get paid 250 to 500 per day, whereas men, they have fixed salary of 13,000 to 15,000 per month. While in Nehru Place, the workers can earn as low as 10,000 to as much as in lakhs. Division of labor, women they are engaged in repetitive labor-intensive work, and while men, they deal with heavy parts, and in which they are involved in sorting, supervising, and dismantling. Gender intersection, lower caste women, Muslim women particularly are present in the market. Gender stereotype, so we asked why was such disparity in the salaries or in the work pay. So we were told that men do heavy lifting, they are family providers, which is why they have to be paid more than women. Lack of infrastructure, care and occupation hazards, so no crash or childcare facilities are given to women in the market. That's what we observed. There was no safe disposable method of electronic waste to scrap dealers. We also observed that they used to burn plastic nearby their shops or workshops. Precarity of work, so they are given no breaks. No breaks, no leaves, fixed working hours, and they operate informally. No access to protective gear. They work with bare hand, or they have maximum woolen gloves or plastic wraps. यहाँ पे एक last चीज़ points में लिख रहा. Now Rena will take over.
Yeah. So next, basically, we move on to what is the story behind these two contrasting characteristics of the markets. I mean, we just presented what was basically a descriptive part of it, but there's a story behind it. Like what exactly, the question of what exactly sustains this informality is something that you understand by understanding the labor economies in the urban sphere, and specifically in the case of Delhi's urban history. So the reason is that what we found is that it foregrounds the informality as a spatial, social, and political phenomena. And it also answers something very important, which is basically who works, under what conditions, and what forms the recognition or neglect for these workers. This is something that Corbin in 2017 paper, she talks about the differential economies of value making. And what it means by that is something that you see across the two markets. So for example, in Selampur, this is something which has a very rich history of displacement, marginalization, and therefore differential urban governance, because it was born out of like partition, post-partition history, and therefore it was like a zoning location within the Delhi's urban history, but it was like treated as a spatially contained zone. So all the time, Selampur acts as a very peripheral location, and the fact that it kind of helps in a way to kind of sustain this hazardous, low-value, labor-intensive work. Also, the fact that there are also planning norm and violations which results in this kind of unauthorized housing, which also enables in a way to kind, for example, for homes, because the workshops are kind of doubling as homes also in these areas. Because of this low regulatory oversight in these areas, is actually ideal for illicit trade operations, which happens like, say, for example, a truck coming at night, delivering consignments and all. So this Corbin talks about like an extractive market, where the value is extraction takes place through segregation, disassembling. On the other hand, Nehru Place has a very different spatial logic to it, because DDA had ideated it as a between 1970s and 1980s as a central business district. But later on, in the post-liberalization era, what happened is it turned out to be more like a grey market for hardware, peripheral sales, and refurbished stuff. So this market has turned out to be something more like a value extraction, a value extension thing, which kind of feeds into the consumer markets and circuits. So another thing that kind of answers the questions about like why we know that labor regulation is controlled by the labor codes, right? But at the same time, if you see this particular e-waste economy, what is happening is that in 2020, because of the consolidation of the labor codes, the 4 labor codes that we have right now, the Social Security Code or the Occupational Safety and like Working Conditions Code and all, theoretically, they're actually excluding the ones who are working in this sector, because ideally, they kind of consider only the larger ones, the establishments with more employment. We also have the regulatory gaps in the e-waste sector, which kind of sustains this gendered marginalization also, and the precarity of workers, because it sort of pushes a very pro-capital bias to it, prioritizing this formalization and all. And also the fact that it kind of controls the way the collective bargaining or unionization in the sectors can happen, so to say, so which kind of feeds into the exploitation nature also. So the policy gaps as we identify is that there are consistent regulatory opacity in the vendor authorization. Like CPCB, for example, has a list of vendors who are kind of authorized to deal with this. But if you go on reality, the de jure and the de facto has like a huge separation. And there's also slack enforcement of this e-waste import restrictions, or the kind of definition that kind of entails what a e-waste means. That also gets expanded as per the EWMR or 2022, which includes a hell lot of new things that are coming up, which is difficult for women to really handle with the kind of protections that they have. And the same thing, like in the latest amendment that has taken place, it is also mandatory for people to kind of have their online portals, online registration in there, which kind of leaves out these informal workers as well. So this materiality and the risks are kind of contingent upon gender, religion, and caste factors. And so what we largely argue is that there are 2 different factors that are coming out. Like in Nehru Place, for example, the e-waste economy sustains on very male-dominated, trust-based networks, informal credit systems and all. On the other hand, the old and new Selampur, there are more like migrant laborers who are coming from Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and they're men-dominated. Women are there in the wire market, which is mostly the menial tasks that are happening of sorting of wires and all. So it's a fragmented economy, very differentially positioned in the e-waste economy of Delhi. So the persistence of invisibility, that the question that we were asking, is through this through this regulatory design that's there, and also the unrecognition under the Social Security Act, the labor codes, the informal authority that sustains this kind of spatial arrangement, the wage differentials, and the risk allocation. So the intersectional marginalization, which is, I think, keeps on coming out in this conference, is that the hierarchies of caste, class, and gender are sort of getting reproduced and naturalized through this labor arrangements and the kind of risks that are kind of sustained by these labor economies. So the way forward is actually to recognize this labor at the first place, which is important because unless and until they get recognized, they're actually not able to even access the entitlements that are there. And of course, the regulatory inclusion, the oversight, which has a hell lot of corruption in these areas, in order to address the structural exclusion that's there. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'll ask Tuba to come.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tuba Kamal, PhD in Economics from Jamia Millia Islamia. Today, I am going to represent my research paper on the topic of gender digital divide and educational inequality, COVID-19 impact on Muslim secondary school dropout in India. So, as we all know that the worldwide prolonged closure of schools due to COVID-19 pandemic has led to nearly 90% of the global student population being out of the school, with over 800 million of them being girls. And beside this, 320 million students in India have been affected during COVID-19 pandemic due to the closure of school. And as per UDI's 23-24 data, total school enrollment dropped by 3.7 million students compared to the previous year, including 1.6 million being girls. And the shutdown of a school has not only prevented people from gaining new knowledge, but also caused them to lose previously acquired knowledge. And study indicate that the short-term disruption in education lead to the permanently dropout from the school. On the other hand, the impact of rapid transformation toward online education was questionable. As per National Sample Survey 2019 report, only 15% of rural households had internet access, whereas 42% of urban households had internet connectivity. This shift widened the educational inequality and worsened the socioeconomic disparity. However, amidst COVID, many families were confronting financial struggle due to the loss of their income and employment that negatively impacting on their children's to access to education. Moreover, girls face challenges in engaging with digital remote learning due to limited access to internet-enabled device, low digital literacy, and the cultural restriction on technical gadgeted use. And so after going through the several research paper, I could identify the following research gap. The various studies have addressed the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on education sector based on the secondary data only. However, these research has not adequately addressed the extent to which Muslims drop out of schools due to COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the primary reasons that influence basically Muslims to drop out during the pandemic. So these are two research objective of this study to examine the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on secondary education of Muslim in Northeast Delhi. Second, to find out the problem and difficulties faced by the Muslims amidst COVID-19 pandemic that compel them to drop out of secondary school. And these are two research hypotheses. First, there is no significant difference between male and female who drop out due to COVID-19 pandemic. Second, there is no significant difference between caste and dropping out due to COVID-19 pandemic. So this study is mainly based on the quantitative and sample survey approach, and multi-stage systematic random sampling technique was used to collect the sample of 466 sample from 18 schools of Northeast Delhi from May to December 2023. And Northeast district of Delhi has been selected because it is a minority concentrated district that comprised of 29% of Muslim population, and dropout rate was higher among all the district in this district. And the primary data were collected through the direct interview of dropout student through well-structured questionnaire that contain of the two section. And the researcher asked 16 statements related to COVID-19 pandemic that leads to dropout, and these reasons are interrelated and affect dropout together. And the data were analyzed through the SPSS and Stata by using the statistical techniques such as descriptive statistics, principal component analysis, reliability test, and the chi-square test. So this figure represents the sample distribution of dropout respondent. So out of total respondent who drop out around 400, most of them, majority 66% drop out due to COVID-19 pandemic, whereas 34% drop out the reasons other than COVID-19 pandemic. And this table represents the association between socio-demographic variables and dropout due to COVID-19 pandemic. And out of total respondent who drop out due to COVID-19 pandemic, majority of them were female, 78%, whereas 21% were males, and most of them belong to the OBC category, whereas 37% belong to the general category. The chi-square test was performed to examine the association between socio-demographic variables and genders and social group with dropout due to COVID-19 pandemic. Here the p-value is less than 0.5. That means there is a significant difference between the male and female who drop out due to COVID-19 pandemic. And it was observed that on an average, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic is more on respondent who belong to the OBC category, whereas to the general categories, and it was more pronounced on female as compared to the boys. And one of the research also indicate that the female were more likely to drop out as compared to male as per the Malala Fund report, and they estimated around 20 million girls were out of the school after the COVID-19 pandemic. And this table represents the reliability and the PC of COVID-19 related reason. Here, initially, the reliability of the statement were assessed by using the Cronbach alpha, and the Cronbach alpha is an important step to check the internal consistency of the questionnaire. Here, the value of Cronbach alpha is greater than 0.7. That means the statement were internally consistent. And following that, the principal component analysis were performed to decrease the number of items which describe less about the respective factor. And we choose those statements whose eigenvalue is greater than 1. And here the 3 component shows the eigenvalue is greater than 1, that include lack of digital skills, digital access skills and infrastructure during pandemic, that explain the 26% of the variation. And the second component was lack of educational equity amidst pandemic, that explains 17% of the variation. And the third component was learning gap and financial strain due to pandemic, that explained 12% of the variation. So this table represents the gender-wise COVID-19 related reason for Muslims drop out at secondary school. So the foremost reason for dropping out among Muslim students at secondary level was loss of parental income due to extended lockdown. That was described by 89% of the respondent. And the second highest reason for dropping out among Muslims was traditional classes shifted toward online classes and the lack of internet access facility at their home, that was reported by the 71% of the respondent. One of the respondents reported that they face a technical glitches during online education because they don't have an access of internet facility at their home. So they drop out from the school. And more than half of the respondents drop out due to lack of understanding of digital tools. And 23% expressed that they didn't have a smartphone in their family so to attend the online classes, which generate the vast learning loss among them to permanently drop out of secondary school. One of the respondents described that there was no smartphone in their family and her father was a rickshaw puller, so he couldn't afford to purchase a mobile phone for her. So she lost interest in study and dropped out from the school. And the most important reason from among Muslim males were loss of parental income and followed by the huge learning gap. And 1/4 of the Muslim male drop out because of the migration of their families, because most of them live in a rented house and couldn't afford the rent due to the loss of their parental income. And around 26% of the female drop out because they had to do an additional household chore because they stayed at home instead of focusing their studies. This may convince their parents, particularly who didn't prioritize a girl's education, to keep their daughter at home even when school reopened. However, 20% dropped out because they face gender digital divide at home in terms of they didn't get an equal chance to attend the online classes as compared to their brother, and so their parents preferred to give their mobile phone to their son, and 7% drop out due to early and forced marriage during the lockdown period. So the main conclusion of the study is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic was more on female as compared to male, and the finding revealed that the main reasons were loss of parental income, traditional classes shifted toward online classes, lack of access of internet facilities, huge learning loss, and lack of digital access and a smartphone. Thus, the government should take an specific action to address the challenges in online education and reduce the digital divide to ensure no student fall academically behind. And they should provide monthly assistance of 1,000 to 3,000, especially to the Muslim girls, to from school education to postgraduate, to prevent the child and marriage across the Muslim community. And the government should improve the e-platform and provide training program for the teacher and student on ICT for those students who drop out during pandemic, that enabling them to pursue their online education by providing the free smartphone, laptops, and complementary data packages. And the prevalent problem of huge digital learning deficit due to this pandemic need to be tackled through innovative approach and making pedagogical changes by instructor, school, and policy maker for regardless of the school and classes. As well as government should ensure the secondary education is provided to the public free of cost and expand the scope of Right to Education Act to encompass individual age 15 to 18 years. So these are the references which I have used for this study. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tuba. Now requesting Vani to come.
Greetings, everyone. The paper I'm presenting today is titled Digital Governance and the Paradox of Transparency, Exclusions in the Public Distribution System under the NFSA in Gujarat. So this paper engages with the ongoing shift towards digitization in public welfare delivery. As we have been hearing throughout the day, that digitization is seen as a very neutral sort of a policy decision. Similarly, in public distribution system also, introduction of digitization was posited as this factor that will bring about a change in the corruption and leakages in the public distribution system, because it will plug those leakages by introducing transparency. However, that has not been the case. The objective of this research has been to understand the impact of this digitization, to explore the difference between the official narrative of reduced corruption and what are the actual lived realities of Dalit and Adivasi communities in Gujarat, where this research was undertaken, and to understand how digital governance actually shifts the burden of accountability and grievance redressal onto the right holders instead. So it's a qualitative study. Its purposes sampling was done in Devgarh Baria and Madia blocks in Gujarat in 2 different districts, Dahod and Morbi. In-depth interviews were concerned. Online coupons of 3 FPS shops which were fined or licensed or whose license were cancelled were also reviewed, and written complaints from 2 blocks of these 2 districts were seen. These written complaints were accessed through local community-based organizations, women's community-based organizations who had organized to write collective complaints in case of violation of the NFSA. And so the method that was followed was an attempt to triangulate first interviews and try to understand what the experiences of people have been with the digitized aspects of NFSA and accessing ration, looking at online coupons and receipts of PDS shops that were licensed or which were fined for doing violations, and looking at whether the things that they are being fined for or the things that they are being licensed for, is that deficit actually even reflected in the online coupons or receipt, because these receipts on the My Ration app are shown as are positioned by the government as this great empowering tool in the hand of the right holder to say that, you know, now they know exactly how much they are getting. But what we will see is that even in the cases of PDS shops, FPS dealers who were fined, which means that the government did acknowledge that there were corruption happening and leakage happening in those FPS shops. The same was not reflected in the online sheets, in the online receipts. And then we look at RTI responses and written complaints specifically in terms of looking at silencing of ration cards. In Seeing Like a State, Scott talks about the concept of legibility. He says that the state wants to simplify citizens' identity into legible forms for governance, and this is purely a bureaucratic need and is not a neutral thing. It makes it harder for the citizen to prove himself legible to the state again and again. And so what I have looked at is how this kind of digitization, which even though is said in policy papers of the government as something that supports the right holders by making the system, by making the PDS food chain, the value chain, corruption free, is actually just a tool to make the system more easier for bureaucratic purposes for the government, and is actually making it way harder for the people who have to again and again prove that they are legible, that they are a part, and they should get what they're entitled to. There's a rich history of literature in Jharkhand, in Karnataka, in Delhi, where researchers like Ritika Khera, John Reyes, and others have looked at the exclusionary consequences of Aadhaar-based linkages with welfare distribution, of how e-POS machines and digitization is actually making it harder for the right holder to access their rights and entitlements within the NFSA. And so this research is an attempt to add to that body of literature. So we then go to the findings. The first theme that emerged is digital coupons and ration receipts mismatch realities. Digital receipts show full ration delivery and actual, whereas the actual delivery has been partial. So in this particular case, I've taken the case of the Motijhari Panchayat, where after a lot of community-led intervention by the women community-based organizations, not only was the FPS dealer fined, his license was also cancelled, and now the panchayat is actually in charge of doing the fair price dealing and distributing ration. And this change was done in 2024. But the receipts on My Ration app from 2024 period, and the messages that the right holders from the Motijhari Panchayat have received in their phones all show that they have received exactly the amount of ration that they should have received, and not the amount of ration that they have actually received, and the government has acknowledged that by fining and cancelling the license of the fair price shop dealer. We also looked at RTI. So an RTI was done, and the to understand how many ration cards have been silenced, and then ration cards that have been silent were used, and I mean the silenced ration card RTI was then used to identify these people and speak to them about their experiences of their ration cards being silent. And so what emerged in that as well is that ration cards, even though the government GR in Gujarat says the ration card, anyway it's a vague definition, it says 6/12 months of not using or picking up ration will result in ration cards being silenced. But the truth is that even the what emerged was that in the list that came from that ration card from the RTI response, people said that even after 3 months of not picking up their rations, their ration card had been silenced. And when they approached their local FPS dealers to understand why their ration cards are silenced, they said that the FPS dealers say that it's a centralized system. It's done by the NIC. It is not controlled by the FPS dealers or the block office. So essentially what is happening is that because of such digitized practices, the agency of a right holder to even be able to understand what is happening and why their rights are being eroded is being taken away from them. And we see that in the case of Ila Ben, who's and all of these interviews and identifications purposive sampling was done in Dalit and Adivasi communities, and so these people, the participants in the research shared that it is anyway very challenging for them as Dalit Adivasi persons to go to the PDS shop owners who come from social capital and challenge them in any way, and so having to do that again and again is hard for them. Aadhaar and eKYC, Aadhaar card has been made mandatory, even though a 2017 judgment of the Supreme Court said that it should not be made mandatory. The section, because of Section 7 of the Aadhaar Act, which says that any scheme that draws benefits from the consolidated funds of India must have an Aadhaar verification. So people shared the stories of how lost documents, language barriers, difficulty in doing eKYC because of no Aadhaar card make it very difficult for the newborn children also to be added to the ration cards. Again, in Gujarat, the requirement, an unwritten requirement, is that a woman must change her middle name from her father's name to her husband's name when she's married. And unless she does that in the Aadhaar, unless that is reflected in the Aadhaar card, not only can she not have her name added in ration cards, she can also not access her entitlement under PMMVY, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, which is also provided under the NFSA as a security against food insecurity. Finally, we look at grievance redressal. One aspect that I've already brought out is the aspect of caste capital, and how it is hard for people to go up and speak anyway. But in the case of online grievance redressal, there are the respondents spoke about how they did engage. They filed online complaints, and for one of them, he said that his even though he had written a complaint, and after some time his complaint was shown as resolved, when he was not even once contacted by the block level office regarding his complaint. In another case of a Adivasi woman who was once contacted, once she went to the block office, nobody spoke to her, nobody tended to her, nobody directed her or helped her with what needs to be done next, and so her issue remains as it is. So
grievance redressal, online grievance redressals becomes an empty sort of a promise which is completely inactive in the cases of the participants in this research. So concluding now, digitization hides on-ground denial of rights behind digital records, and it makes it incumbent on the right holder to actually prove against digital records, to say that, you know, even though you, dear government, have digital record saying that I have received my entitlement, now I have to somehow bring proof and show you that I have actually not received it. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vani. Now handing it over to Professor Vasu.
Thank you so much for those very interesting presentations. I just have a few questions and comments based on those. Raina and Alfia, thank you. It's such a fascinating study also because it looks at, you're doing comparative work, which can often be very insightful. It yields a lot of information that wouldn't be possible if you're just looking at one thing. One of, I think, the interesting things, so when we look at the gender aspect of your, your field data, I think one of the interesting things which, there's been a lot spoken about women today in this conference, not a lot about men. We forget sometimes men are also a gender. So I think that is something which also comes out, it's almost as though when we say, okay, the women are concentrated here, as though we think, okay, that's what we should study if we are interested in gender. But no, everybody has a gender. We need to be able to account for both of those. So that is something which I think your study opens up, which is useful to think about. On the technology front, I think one of the points which has come up also again in this conference is the question of implementation. So you have policies that are not implemented. One question is, are they designed to be implementable? Right. The second question, of course, is, does the industry depend on their not being implemented? And if you have a situation where an industry depends that to continue to just function, it depends on this is not going to be regulated, this situation is not going to change, who is interested in changing it, and how are they to actually create that change, and how do you build the momentum and the authority, and how do you have the authority in that system to build it, right? So how do you regulate an industry that is surviving because of lack of regulation or lack of implementation of any existing regulation? So I think those are some very interesting questions which also, from a policy perspective are quite interesting. Tuba, I think, again, a very interesting paper. And I think it is also interesting that you were talking about the global situation during COVID-19, and you were also talking about the global rates of student dropouts, Muslim student dropouts in COVID-19, and looking at those in India. It might be interesting to understand the Indian situation better, again, to maybe look at what are the reasons globally why students are dropping out, and how do they compare with the reasons in India, right? Again, a very interesting take on the gendered nature of school dropouts, because do men and women, male and female students, drop out for the same reason? And your data shows that they don't. And I think one of the solutions that you offer is that the things which the household is not giving you, like access to devices, access to internet, maybe income, right? Or a share of the household income. Of course, the situation which you describe, the household income itself has severely reduced. So everybody's share is going to fall, right? But your solution seems to be the things that the household is not giving you, the state should give you. The state should give you a device, the state should give you money, the state should give you data, right? Whether or not, so that is one realm of discussion that can emerge from your work. But the second thing that I would ask is, even a device which the state gives you, a phone which comes to my daughter, let's say, for instance, if the access to that phone is still mediated through the household, what difference is that going to make? If the access so for instance, you're saying you should receive 1,000 to 3,000 rupees in your bank account, rupees, right, for childcare. That will come to a parent's bank account, I'm assuming, right? So how do you ensure that it is actually used for the child, right? So the question that how, because we've been talking about access today. So how do you ensure that in a situation where access to resources are not just enabled by the household, but mediated through the household regardless of where they come from? How do you ensure that they still end up in the hands of the person you want them to end up in, right? So that's the second, so that's a few comments on that paper. Vani, again, very interesting because, in a situation where we're looking at digital apps as the solution to everything, then what goes into the back end of those apps? And I think that the very interesting things which come out of your paper are that you have a situation in which service delivery is partially online and partially offline. So partially online because there is an app or there is some kind of website through which you're tracking but the thing ultimately is very physical. I mean, it is, I don't know, food grain or something like ration, right? So you have both online and on-ground aspects of service delivery. And in that situation, one of the things which I find particularly interesting is when we're talking about access, you go to that entire process. As a citizen, what parts do you have access to? And what parts do you not have access to? Because that is the crux of your paper, that you have access to some things, but you don't have access at all to certain, others, which leads to the question, who is the technology for? Is it for the end user or is it for the distributor, the government, the agency that's supposed to make this available? Because they're the ones deciding how much you have access to, right? So, when we think of digitization, the question of in whose interest is it to digitize? I think that's one way again of looking at it. That and if it is in, say, as an end user or a person with a ration card, if it is in my interest that it's good for me, that's why you're doing it. Why don't I have access to all of the system? Why do I only have access to some of it? And precisely the things which only get activated when problems arise, like a grievance redressal system, is what I'm finding inaccessible. And the third aspect, right, we said online and offline, but the third aspect, which I think is particularly chilling when you said it, is unwritten rules. Where do we even come to know of these unwritten rules that can totally exclude us from certain processes and that we may or may not even know of, let alone adhere to, right? Where do these unwritten rules fit into policy processes? How do they keep us out of those processes? So those are a few questions and observations on all the papers. Thank you very much.
The floor is open for question and answers. And responses. Sorry.
Just a quick response, and I think I've answered you a couple of times before also, but it's actually the design by which like the entire system operates there, and it's the political economy, and hence we chose that particular framework to kind of answer this, that unless and until that unregulated market is allowed to kind of function, and then the kind of gatekeeping that occurs there, it's the profitability of it that gets jeopardized actually. So to honestly speaking, yeah, I mean, and I honestly don't have an answer to the question about what exactly is the way forward, because these are loopholes with which the policy works, and therefore that unwritten rules or whatever you call it, like that's how the entire thing sustains itself. So so the political economy vis-a-vis the labor and urban geographies, that's something that gets really accentuated in case of the waste economies in Delhi. So yeah, I mean, just a quick response to it.
And I want to add one more thing. So recently, News Laundry explored one of the they are authorized and unauthorized factories for e-waste. So in UP and in one more state, I think it was Madhya Pradesh, I guess. So I think 13 out of 20 factories were unauthorized, even though they were authorized on paper. And the addresses which were given for the factory did not exist when they went for the regular checkups. So that is there. I mean, there are some gaps obviously present in the policy, and I think the way forward is to evaluate it more strictly.
So, ma'am, the financial assistance of 1,000 or 3,000 directly provided to the girls' account rather than on their parents' account, and it should be ensured that girls spend this money only on their education purpose rather than other things. So, it will yeah, but my studies basically focus on secondary education. It's 15 to 18 years. So it's yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it is quite chilling that there are unwritten rules that exist, and I think in fact one of the things that when I started thinking about this research with the community-based organizations, with the women there, one of the things that we were thinking about was how, I mean, we know that there are households where that are entitled to 50 kgs of ration but are only getting 15 kgs of ration every single month for years altogether, but there is absolutely nothing that will prove that, because what they do have is this picture perfect ration kind of a thing. So then we thought about, okay, let's look at shops and cases where this kind of thing has been proven, where there are and so it's a similar case. I mean, who knows that? How do you know? You only know that because of the right holders, of the people who are actually facing it. Otherwise, when you go up to the government and ask for a document or a GR government resolution that says that there is such kind of a practice, they will not have it for you. But in the same government office, when you go in to submit a PMMVY form and without your middle name change, they will not accept it. So it's a tough situation, and I think the more and more we're I mean, this entire thing of not just legibility of individuals, but also this almost technocratic view of the government, where you have to have proofs, have documents, have to conform to these said and unsaid, written and unwritten rules. It makes it very, very challenging for the right holders, especially from marginalized communities, to actually access something that is, right to food is their constitutional fundamental right under Article 21. You still can't access that. So it's quite chilling.
I just want to make one comment that we are discussing about gender, but Vani, when she was talking about PDS, which is Aadhaar based, I think there are many non-Indian nationals who also have Aadhaar card. So like Nepalese, Bangladeshis, they have it. They are legal migrants here. They are not like illegal migrants. They are staying here, they are working here, and they have Aadhaar card. So I mean, the policy of basing everything on Aadhaar card is like an eyewash, I think. And the person who needs it doesn't get it, but outsiders do get it. So that's what I've noticed. Many of my friends from Nepal have got Aadhaar card.
Can I respond to that? Thank you. I think it's actually very interesting what you're saying as well, because now for people, for the last few months, I think for people over the age of 18 to be able to get an Aadhaar card, there are certain, like there's just maybe one or two machines in entire districts that make Aadhaar cards for people who are over the age of 18, because those machines are specifically then sent to the local governments of the applicant for to go through verifications, and that is an incredibly painful process, especially again for pregnant, lactating women, persons with disability, old people, widows who have a lot of social constraints as well in terms of their mobility. It becomes very painful for them to be able to now, for something like a widow pension, you have to have an Aadhaar card.
at least in Gujarat, right? And if you do not have an Aadhaar card, you then have to go to that district office where people from all over the district have come. You have to wait in the line for 5 odd days, come sun or rain, and to be able to get your Aadhaar card. So that is the kind of response that the government has to the kind of to what we say. And so I think yes, I think linking things to Aadhaar card in that sense is also challenging, but I think it's also important that we're careful in terms of how we're phrasing or how we're understanding Aadhaar card and citizenship, because then that is the kind of response that the government has to okay, just to make sure that no non-citizen is getting an Aadhaar card, we'll go through these long processes of ensuring that only citizens are getting their Aadhaar cards, because that is the response they say. They say there are more people in India there are more Aadhaar cards in India than people who are over the age of 18, and so now we will have this process of verifying everybody who's over the age of 18 when they apply for an Aadhaar card, to ensure that no non-citizens get it. And that actually becomes a very dangerous practice of again, the government assessing who is a citizen and who is not, and then all of those biases that we've been hearing in our presentations come into play again, and so it becomes a very dangerous terrain.
They need to see all these things, because Nepalese, they insist that they need to have an Aadhaar card if they want to transfer, but they are Nepali citizens. So somewhere there's something wrong going on, so which they need to look into, I think.
But one important point which emerged from the presentation, which I'm happy that the chairperson also underlined it, is that from the supply side intervention, giving the digital technology or any technology to women or to vulnerable sections is not enough. And how it is being mediated by the husband, by the family, by the social norms, by the caste norms, all that is very important to see what would be the impact of that supply side intervention. And I think it's extremely important, because if you look at the labor market, you do find that the percentage of women who are outside the labor force are very high, and as their level of education goes up, the non-participation increases. Now, that, as per the standard model, Okaka blinder model, is considered to be discrimination. That does not mean that all the women who are not working applied and they were rejected by the employers. That is a factor to some extent, but it is the social pressure. Cause my mother-in-law is there, and all that is a part of the value system which needs to be changed, which needs to be tackled. Now, one good thing came out. I'll just take 2 more minutes, to comment on this paper on COVID, because that's very interesting. That you said, do I hear correctly, that the impact of dropout among the Muslim girls and boys were more or less the same during COVID period, right? But for OBCs, it was slightly gender differentiated. Is that right? Impact of COVID is higher for the
girls as compared to boys, and the
right.
more on OBCs and as compared to general.
I think I would like to tell you something very interesting.
Yeah.
The impact of COVID on gender, on the health side, is positive. Sex ratio at birth improved significantly during those 18 months where medical technology was not actually available or not being used because of the fear. The sex, because there was no going to hospitals, medical facilities, and no gender testing was taking place. Now, if you rank the districts of all the states, Maharashtra, I've ranked Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, these districts which have medical facilities available, sex ratio goes down. Because the moment medical facilities is available, you go for gender testing. You find it as very strange correlation. The moment medical facilities comes, the sex ratio goes down. You choose your gender of the child like you choose your television set. But as far as the women are concerned, I would like to tell you, Muslim women have the highest dropout rate, even more than scheduled caste and scheduled tribe women, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, Muslim boys also have the very high dropout rate. And people say there is gender discrimination among Muslims. If you analyze, you find that the girl dropout rate is very high for the Muslims, but boys dropout rate is also very high, and the gender gap is not very high.
Yes.
Because the Hindu boys dropout rate and girls dropout rate, that difference is quite high. So to say that it is just that the Muslim girls are being discriminated against, that would not be fair, because that varies. But at the same time, it is true that the gender aspect was affected to some extent in the education sector, as you mentioned, because access to technology, because the poorer sections of the Muslim, they don't have technology. But as far as the labor market is concerned, I would like to tell you the COVID impacted the male earnings much more significantly than the female earning. You know why? Because female earning in many sectors is 1/3 already of the men, and they are in the lowest sector. So there's not much of a possibility. So my studies, which is published again by CDPP, shows that the gender discrimination on the labor market and earning for the woman was not very high, because they were already having half or 1/3 of the earning of the males. So there was slight decline of 5 to 10%, whereas for the males it was decline of 30%. So I thought one positive impact was sex ratio improved during the COVID period because of non-availability or non-use of the medical facilities by the households. Thank you.
Okay, so there was a discussion on Aadhaar. Aadhaar is not citizen driven or citizen oriented card or a proof of citizenship, right? So the debate on citizenship or के बाहर के लोग और अंदर के लोग यहाँ रह सकते हैं कि नहीं is nothing to do with Aadhaar. Aadhaar is an identity residence proof. So residence, anybody can be residing in India, anybody can be identified. It's for that. So that's the reason why most of the people who are traveling in India and staying here for a very long time, they go for Aadhaar, and they can legibly have Aadhaar. So this is an identity, and that also is not by law bound or as a necessary. It's a different matter is that nobody goes to the court when the bank says that you have to correlate and you have to do this or you have to follow bank order. Because by law, I can always say that I don't want Aadhaar, and I can always say that I don't want to link Aadhaar, and there are many people who do. There are many friends of mine who are they have very extreme view. They have said that I don't want to give my Aadhaar as an identity, I don't want to give to bank, I don't want to correlate. They are banking, they are all that, and anything that relates to Aadhaar, like UPI payment or something like that, they don't make the UPI payment. You need money, you come home, you take money. I will not give you money in the way that you want money. So there are many ways. So there are two different world in the same way. It's a government which says that Aadhaar is a convenient identity card, you can say. But the government also says that it is necessary to correlate, but these two are always correlated, and therefore it's a very good bureaucratic tool to subjugate people or oppress people or things like that. So that is one thing that I want to say. If your research is on that, that is that has to be seen, that why the same government identifies one law and then violates its own law. That's one thing. The second part is that I wanted to talk about a little about the COVID time of dropout. I didn't go into the research question, but what I'm saying, one of the major dropout on female or school girls can be looked at as also, and if you correlate with the ownership of digital media, if the digital media is available to you, then the dropout is also like I can study from home, or my father has a smartphone or something like that, or So you don't mind not going and all that. On the other hand, if there is already a gender practice at home that ladkiyon ko ghar nahi bhejna school, but I was still sending. Now I have an excuse to tell them that don't go. Now there is another reason. So you are actually traditional practice that you are practicing or so you don't have to do extra effort to tell your daughter or your sister or somebody to. So that I don't know the numbers, but there is a play there. There is a small little play of ownership of digital tools by several of those village level people, where the dropout did not affect them because they said that they can do the exam or whatever, they can study home or use the devices at home. As far as this e-waste is concerned, I don't know, Alfia and Raina, you are studying that part of why e-waste is not getting lesser and lesser day by day, even though there is a huge law against e-waste in formal market. And there are more and more businesses coming up which is converting e-waste into a business, formidable, good business, clean business. And recyclability is also happening, upcycling is also happening, circular economy is now being more talked about. So what is this reason, because the more informal the sector would be, the more women would be working, and they won't be recognized, because that statistics that I mentioned in the morning about the handloom sector also. The entire handloom sector is 70% women work, but they are not identified in the same. But agriculture field mein workers, the women are workers, but they are paid lesser than other people. It's cheaper to the employers and all that to hire women and get things done. So it's the same practice. Actually, there is no change, but it's an informal sector that is helping this exploitation to continue, even in the market is being formalized. The third aspect is that even though e-waste is created by the electronic makers, who is considered to be the leaders of the industry, who are considered to be the more do-gooders kind of thing, or a more abide by the law, how come they are not sending their waste into not informal sector but in a formal waste? Because among the NGOs also it's very popular that people after 3 years of zero value they give it to the NGO people as a dump, so that it is then your responsibility to dump it legally or unlawfully, but it is not them who have to be responsible. So huge donation happens in the electronics good or digital goods, is because they don't want to be part of the market of informal sector and give the entire e-waste to the low-end user or the hand-me-down kind of users and things like that. So this aspect is that why it is not happening, because there is Karo Sambhav who is there, who can be checked out, who are typical circular economy kind of people. Yeah, so those couple of points I wanted to identify.
Thank you, everyone. With that, we'll conclude the last paper presentation panel. We now invite you to tea. The volunteers will guide you over there. And then at 4:20, we will start with Professor Kundu's special session, which will be in the forum. Thank you.
welcome back. I hope you all had a refreshing break and some great conversations. Now for the special talk on technology and unequal empowerment, I would like to invite Professor Amitabh Kundu sir to share his views on what are the emerging concerns and why. He's the Professor Emeritus at LJ University and the visiting professor at Manu, and he's also the part of the advisory board at CTPP. So it's a special. So you can come here, sir. Please take the podium.
PPT. Hello? लगा दिया क्या? Colleagues and friends and students of this university, I find some anomaly in the program, When the president of one country becomes the president of the whole world, it creates problems for the entire world economy, world politics. Similarly, if one of the speakers becomes also the chairman of a session, it creates problems for the other speakers. So I would like to tell that the topic suggested is only for my presentation, and that is shown as if the presentation theme of this session. The other speakers should have the same right as myself, and as when I'm sharing, then I'll give the same time as the other speakers. They should become the acting chairman during my presentation and stop me whenever I create impatience in your capacity to listen. You see, I'll put the issue in a slightly larger context. The problem of inequality, of impact of information communication technology and AI on the society, on the vulnerable sections of the population, on the social sectors, was an issue even before 2 decades. I remember in 2004, I was asked by UNDP to prepare a paper on information communication technology and human development towards building a composite index. So we tried to construct some index. I suffer from percentitis. That's what my daughter says, that I can't talk a sentence without a percentage figure. So we did this exercise. This was the ranking that we derived for the 9 countries of Asia. We took ICT indicators, skill-based, skill-independent. Skill-independent indicators would be television, telephone. I think we included mobile at that time as a skill-dependent, and also computers, access to laptop, personal computers and all that. And efficiency indicators, you know much better than that, for the efficiency rate. And then we took social sectors, health, education and basic services. The data availability was much poorer then than now. And we have vulnerability groups. We took Muslims and ethnic communities across the 9 countries for which data were available. And what we found, that India was in the middle of the 9 countries. This was better than Pakistan, the country that makes some people happy, but nonetheless, we were somewhere in the middle of the ranking. Things have changed significantly. I did this exercise quickly just before coming, and India is either at the top or next to China. So we have gone ahead. But the point is, we are talking about Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat is not just $2,500 per capita per day going up to $14,000. It means achievement in other frontiers also. And many studies do show that digital technology or overall technological inclusion is going to play a major role in India's transition to the category of developed countries. I quickly build up the deficits that India has with the entry point of the developed countries. If India has to become a developed country, not highly developed country, there are two categories. OECD countries are in the World Bank classified into 4 categories: highly developed, developed, medium, and low. So our internet penetration is 48 to 55%. This is the latest statistics we have from the, again, depending on the World Bank. If India has to become developed country, it has to be 90 to 98. Now, by 47, it may be slightly higher. Smartphone penetration, that India has done remarkably well, 70%, but the limit is 90 to 100%. Broadband subscription is still low, 10 to 15%. It has to go up. There's a significant deficit exists there. Digital payment users is also much less. And cyber security awareness, which is a significant problem, that also India is on the moderate side. Financial inclusion we are talking about. Again, I look quickly at the Findex index of the World Bank. Account ownership, 78% in India. And that is thanks to the program that we had on opening up the bank accounts. 78% is pretty on the higher side. Developed countries, 95% to 100%. But operating accounts is a deficit, 35% only. It has to go up to 50%. Borrowing from financial institutions is much lower compared to the entry point of the developed countries, not even the average. Savings in the financial institution is also pretty low. And female financial inclusion for the males is higher by 7.8% compared to the females, whereas for developed countries, most of the countries report equality in gender inclusion. Now, since CDPP has done a major study on health, I thought I will look at the health inclusion as well. Against India's infant mortality rate, latest is 27 per 1,000 live births. The developed countries, World Bank classification, the developed countries, as I said, this is not a very high category. Figure is 11%, but US has much less, 5, 3, this is infant mortality rate, that is death of children below 1 year of age. Child mortality rate, is that a way that I can sit also for some time? The microphone is there. Okay, fine. Whenever I need to. This is some problem in my standing. 32 per 1,000, which has to go down to 14. So these are much more significant challenge than achieving the income level of $14,000. And all these require significant contribution of digital technology, because health inclusion and financial inclusion certainly is a must for India reaching that categorization. Child mortality rate is 32 against the global figures, developed countries figures of 14. Maternal mortality rate has also to go down significantly from 97 to 14. Studies show that access to AI and ICT for water and sanitation by 10 percentage points reduces infant mortality rate by 7 and CMR by 11 percentage points. So we have to consider the digital inclusion, technological inclusion in this context. Let me start by describing the impact of technology in the past 5 decades since independence. What has it done to demography of India? You look at the sex ratio. Sex ratio is female-male ratio. It has been going down till 1991, which means that there was gender bias against women, which increased because of the availability of technology, which was differential between men and women. And as far as the last 2 decades, there is slight improvement. But as far as the child sex ratio is concerned, which is sex ratio for the children below 5 years of age, it is continuing to go down. This is a matter of serious anxiety and worry. By the way, what was the female-male ratio at birth, sex ratio at birth in 1951? Can you guess? It was pretty high, something like 960. And what is the child sex ratio at birth now? 960 going down to 918. Imagine that basically, I'm sorry I'm calling it technology. Yes, technology is facilitating that, and I said higher the level of availability of technology, lower becomes the sex ratio at birth. It is not only that, it has affected child sex ratio. Look at the overall sex ratio, it seems 946, 943, not much of a difference. But consider this sex ratio at different age groups. You do find globally the sex ratio increases as you go from 0 to 4 to 4 to 10, 5 to 10, 10 to 15. Why? Basically because they say, I'm not a medical expert, that female species are biologically stronger. Larger number of conceptions take place for male child, but there are more stillbirths for the male than for the female, for the boys than the girls. But it increases after birth, it increases. In 1951, sex ratio at birth, as I said, was 950, but it continuously declined because of the social prejudices, which is much stronger than the biological strength that the female child has. I was looking at the latest data on sex ratio of children 0 to 4, 4 to 10, and what you find is that up to 10 years of age there is no improvement, even now. You generally expect that the first 2 or 3 months, yes, male death rate will be slightly higher because the biological advantage. But you would expect this to improve, but up to 10 years of age, you find sex ratio remains more or less constant. Earlier, 1951, sex ratio was declining because of the social prejudices being very strong, but now it remains constant or slight decline. All over the world, girl child's mortality rate is less up to 15 years than the boy's child mortality rate. Again, they say because of biological factors, biological strength. In India, I was looking at the latest data. This is the under 5 mortality rate, which is 916 now. Female mortality rate, child mortality is slightly higher, or one PLFS data shows it is equal, but certainly it's a matter of anxiety that globally the child mortality rate is lower for the girls than the males. Here is either equal or it is slightly higher. The impact on maternal mortality rate has been certainly much higher than the reduction of the girl child's mortality rate. I have a feeling that the gender empowerment has affected the woman at a higher age group. I'm making a very provocative statement. As long as the child, girl child, is in the total care of the family, you find prejudices to be stronger. You do find when the girl falls ill, of course, we rush him to a hospital. My uncle is a homeopath, or that neighborhood is a very good doctor, but boys we take to escorts. And that's the reason why you find that the mortality rate for the girl child up to 5 years or to 10 years has not declined as much. I just thought I will flag this issue. I find one very disturbing fact that you find the male sex ratio at birth, sex ratio among the stillbirths, the children who are born dead. Larger number of, out of 100, something like 3.3 boys are found to be dead. out of 1,000 births. But for female, it is 2.7. Generally, you would expect this to be slightly higher, but not this much of higher. And I can give reference to 2-3 studies. They say it's quite possible that many of the stillbirths are being induced, and they do not report the gender of the child correctly. They mention boys because they've induced the female fetuses to be aborted. This is something very disturbing, that nobody can explain this high death rate of the boy child at birth other than the misreporting of the data. I just want to touch upon the labor market exclusion that I was talking about. This is 2011 census that we have. Overall, females, this is work participation rate, which is workers divided by total population, not 15 plus age group, by the way. This is total, and you find out of the total women, 31% of the women are in workforce, which is much less than that of men. But look at the educational categories. This is census data. As your educated level goes up, among illiterate it is quite high. Among primary and middle school it is the highest. But then you find among more educated women, the percentage of workers goes down. Now, this is percentage of workers with graduation and higher education. I got from another table. For men, it is 62.7. For women, this is graduation and above, this 25.7. Again, this shows that we are talking about skill development or educational development for women. Already women are educated, a large percentage of them are not in the labor force. And I'm not saying that they are not on their own wish. Of course, many of them would choose not to be there, but these are social cultural values which you have to find out whether that should be considered as a part of discrimination, because as I said, the Okaka blinder standard model considers any woman not coming into the labor force should be part of some explanation which is included in discrimination. This is 15 plus age group. Again, you find overall labor force participation rate is 41%. This is the latest data, 2023-24 VLFS. But this is not graduation plus, this is post-graduation plus. You find that the percentage of women who are in the workforce is something like 35%. This is post-graduation plus. This is the latest data. Earlier I was giving the data for 2011. Things have improved to a certain extent, but again, there's a lot of scope for social engineering to improve the overall income growth potential, because the study by Asian Development Bank says 21st century belongs to India. This is exactly the word in the preface, provided your workforce participation rate and skill development takes place for women and other socially vulnerable groups. I'll just take another, I think I'm not crossed my allotted time. You have significant growth in female employment in the last 5 years. Work participation rate for women has been declining in India. It's a matter of serious concern from 2004 onwards to 2019, and then 2017 was a bad year. But after that, you do find that the workforce participation rate has gone up for the women from last column, 25% in 2017-18 in the rural areas, last column, which has gone up to 38%. Women employment in the rural areas have gone up significantly. And this is one very important point I would like to mention, and I would like this to be considered seriously. So great news. Female work participation rate, which was declining for the last 15 years, have started increasing. Lowest figure was reported in 2017-18. It has now gone up more in the rural areas, 25.6 going up to 38.5, and urban also it has gone up. Now, reversal of the trend has happened. Good news number one. Good news number two, out of the total increase in the manufacturing employment during the last 5 years or 6 years, again let me repeat, out of the total increase in the manufacturing employment, manufacturing sector has remained more or less, workforce is stable. But as far as the woman's share is concerned, in the incremental manufacturing employment, 70% are for women. Am I making this point clear? 70% of the incremental manufacturing employment in the last 6 years are for women. This is great news number two. Great news number three, out of this 70%, would you believe 42% is in the rural areas. Third great news. And some of the economists, I would mention particularly Vishwanath Goldar, who is in charge of the national income account in the government, he has hailed it as a great phenomena. India's this growth in manufacturing is led by women manufacturing employment growth. But what happens is, I looked at the share of the manufacturing in GDP, that has not gone up. Although women's share has gone up in employment, overall share remains more or less similar, slight increase, but the share of manufacturing in the GDP has not gone up, which means that employment share for the woman has gone up, but not perhaps in the high value-added sector. This graph shows the increase in the woman's employment rate. You do find that the top one is showing the rural, and the bottom one is the urban, and the middle one is the overall. You find significant increase, and this is the point I was talking about. The total increase that has taken place in manufacturing between 2017-18 and 2023-24, is it technology driven? This 70% increase in the total share of women manufacturing in the total, is it backed up by technology? This is a major issue that is bothering the economists at the national level. I would like to mention there's a paper by one of the advisors of CDPP, Maulana. This paper has come out last week or 2 weeks ago. He shows that out of the total increase of manufacturing employment for the woman, a large part of it is concentrated in 4 activities. One is apparel, garments, tailoring, the handicraft. Second, beadi making. Third, bricks making. And the fourth, food processing. Now, I was talking to him yesterday. He considers this employment growth to be, in a way, spurious, not reflecting a healthy development, because a large part of this employment growth is unpaid family work. It is own account enterprises. That means nobody else is employed, just one person is working. One can argue, and I won't dismiss, that look, Government of India did try to promote employment in own account enterprises, family enterprises. So what is wrong if the woman is joining the husband and it is unpaid family work? Now women are being liberated to some extent because of the drop in total fertility rate from reproductive response to large if they have time. There is some kind of an empowerment taking place. You have to provide technology to them. It's a healthy development, and I looked at the latest data, and I do find that perhaps Maulana is overstating this poverty-induced factor, because manufacturing sector has again shown significant improvement, and slightly in those sectors where wage rate is not very low. I agree that in these 4 activities, wage rate of women is not, earning is not very high, but as I mentioned, that is a significant labor market discrimination in any case. Many of the activities that we have analyzed in the report that has been brought out by CDPP shows that women are getting, in any case, 1/3 or half of the earnings. So I would just conclude by showing
one interesting study, mentioning one interesting study by Dr. Shamika Ravi. She is a member of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. She brought out a paper showing access to basic amenities, where again technology comes in a big way in improved water, improved sanitation, LPG, and electricity. And she has shown in this analysis, this is available in the website, that the improvement rate has been significant, particularly after 2014. And the improvement rate has been higher for the Muslims. For all the 4 basic amenities, the rate of improvement is higher for the Muslims during 2014 to 2021 compared to the earlier 9-year period. So I analyzed this data freshly. This has been published by myself, Mahbub Rahman, in a journal, Council for Social Development. We find that this claim is valid for 2 services. One is LPG and other is sanitation. Swachh Bharat Mission has brought some impact. But the way the calculation of the growth rate has been changed by Shamika, you calculate the growth rate, annual, yearly increase, you take that. But if you start dividing that by uncovered percentage, figure goes up. And that's what has happened. That you divide the increase by the uncovered population. Over time, of course, uncovered population goes down. You have a lower denominator. So I said this is a methodological issue. Basically, we have no evidence to say that the reduction of inequality across social groups has been faster. But there has been a reduction for both the groups. I looked at drinking water, sanitation, these 2 facilities. This is the last set of slides. I will conclude at that. This is the paper which is coming out in Sarvekshana, which is the journal of the National Statistical Organization. The blue lines are showing access to drinking water facility. The lower level of technology is involved there. And what do we find? We find that the figures are more or less the same across social groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, and others. The blue, the first 4 are the social groups. You find scheduled tribes are slightly less, but Muslims, OBCs, and upper caste have more or less same level. But now technology comes in. You have the data for 2000. So, no, same, 2012. We have the data to water tap exclusive, adequate, and within the premise. That is shown by the red line. This is 2012 only. It shows significant inequality. So the moment you go from lower level services to high-tech services in water supply, you do find inequality appears sharply. The last 4 slides are for religious groups. Hindus, Muslims, and Christians and others. Again, you find here significant inequality, but a good point is percentage of households having access to drinking water facilities and improved higher quality drinking water facilities for the Muslim household is higher than scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. This was brought out by such a commission report also. That there is a concern in the Muslim households of privacy or perhaps having a toilet within the households, and that is reflected. The second 4, the second one is for the Muslims, which is showing a higher coverage of households by better water supply facilities, even compared to Hindus, excluding SC/ST population. Now, this is the situation in 2020-21. Again, you find that the inequalities emerge when you take high-tech services, and as far as the low-tech services is concerned, there's apparent equality. But one thing which is clear, that the percentage of Muslim households having access to drinking water facilities is slightly higher, but the improvement during 2012
and 2021 is the lowest, but still they retain their higher position. Just one more minute for trying your level of patience. This is for expenditure categories. 4 expenditure categories. You find no difference as far as the lower quality facilities are concerned in 2012 and 2021. But the moment you take bottom 20%, next 20%, you find significant inequality. So income level, consumption level does bring in access to technology. And that factor is coming very clearly in drinking water and also in sanitation. I don't want to take your more time. You find that as far as the lower level sanitation facilities are concerned, levels are much higher, but there is still inequality. But if you take higher level of technology, which is shown by the red lines, you find across religious groups, across social groups, it's high inequality. But once again, what Sachar Commission said is that access to toilet facilities is higher, and that improves the health conditions. Infant mortality rate for the Muslims go down because of this factor. So health is one factor. Educational deprivation emerges as very high factor. But health deprivation, because of access to toilet water and sanitation for the Muslim community being high, is slightly less. So it is a kind of mixed picture. And I think if we look at the data dispassionately, your capacity to participate in the national debate in making technology more equitable, more inclusive would be much higher. And I do find that there is improvement, but the gender inequality is a matter of concern, and social inequalities also are in some sectors matters of serious concern. Sorry, I think I've overshot the time by a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights. As always, they're highly relevant and very thought-provoking. I now request Mr. Farhad Merchant, sir, Ms. Meera Shenoy ma'am, and Ms. Vasudha Karju ma'am to come forward and please join Kundu sir.
I think it's better that we don't have question answer right now, because then disproportionate allotment of time will take place. Let's have all the presentations and we'll discuss all the 4 presentations at the end. How much time did I take? 25. So 25 minutes, she says. So I think we have to allow 22 minutes to each one at least. And I promise I would not intervene or try to summarize. May I request you?
Thank you. I kindly welcome Mr. Farhad Merchant, sir, CEO of the Aga Khan Education Service, for the special address. He would be sharing his perspective on how education, technology, and gender intersecting. Sir, please.
I thought I was on that. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Firstly, I just want to thank everybody today. I've had a fantastic day, enjoyed listening to all the research and all the presentations that have been covered through the day. Very insightful presentations, very useful information conducted through these researches. I think a lot more of these are required. I come to you, will be speaking more from a practitioner's perspective. And I think what I'll do is, before I start, I'll just quickly show you a quick glimpse of what the Aga Khan Schools is all about, and then talk further. So if you could just play back the link. So we've just completed 120 years this year. The Aga Khan Schools has started in 1905. So we've got a little bit of a 2-minute video that I thought it would be useful for you to see, rather than me speaking about it. It kind of breaks the monotony. Thank you. That 2 minutes is actually just a glimpse into what has been, a series of milestones over the years that the Aga Khan schools have been accomplished. I think the start or the genesis in 1905 when the 3 schools were initially established, these were girls' schools, and the whole objective of the schools over the years has been to cater to the needs of the time, and that's evolved over a period of time. So when we speak about inclusion, it is very important to also consider exclusion, and I think this was brought out in an earlier conversation as well, where we are saying that when we speak of inclusion, let's make sure, and especially gender inclusion, let's make sure that we consider both the genders. I think what this reflects, and very clearly what we've been seeing in terms of data as well, almost 50% of the population in our schools today are girls, and I think the focus has largely been the efforts taken. Like we've got, for example, a fully girls school in India as well, and similarly those are there in other areas. These are largely catering to places where there are conservative families which effectively do not want to send their children for education. So having a school that is a girls' school in the heart of that community, helps to kind of overcome that barrier of access. And we spoke a lot about technology trying to solve problems. Technology is a tool. I think it's very important for all of us to remember that it's a tool that is going to help us bridge the gap, but solving the problem requires behavioral change. And I think a lot of it is to do with that which we do at the Aga Khan schools. In India itself, we've got about 30 units, including day school, residential schools, hostels, preschools. And I think the focus of the work that we do in India as well tries to cater to the challenges that exist in the different areas in which we operate. So you saw that almost 90% of the areas in which we operate are in rural, remote regions, remote areas. And those are the places where the challenges are, kind of expanded multifold. So challenges of getting good quality teachers, how do you ensure that you are able to provide quality teaching in areas where these are access to them. The students typically travel, sometimes walk 2 hours to reach the school on a daily basis, and they are even girl children that are walking those 2 hours to get to those schools and to those places. And I think the idea of introducing technology is to address those kind of challenges. So I'll talk a little bit about the various technology initiatives that we are trying to take in order to solve some of the challenges. So for that, it's very important to understand each of these different challenges. So I spoke about access to quality teachers. In those areas, it's very difficult to get qualified teachers, and sometimes qualified but not having the language abilities, sometimes having both but not having the quality of delivery, which is also important. So all these 3 aspects, how can technology come in, how can it help, how can it solve the problem? And we're working on adopting education technology across the globe in order to be able to address this challenge. And when we're looking at this, we look at it from multiple perspectives. So we say that, where do you not have teachers? How do you solve the problem? Where do you have teachers that are not of that quality that you desire? How do you solve that problem? And so the approaches are different, but the context also varies, because in many of the areas where you do not have quality teachers because they are rural and remote areas, there is also a challenge of having access to internet and having bandwidth, and in some cases having electricity as well. So the idea is that the focus is where you have internet access, where you have the ability and the bandwidth, and you are able to get low bandwidth solutions. We introduce those in order to bring in remote teaching approaches where you have a local facilitator and you have a remote teacher that is coming in and working hand in hand in order to be able to bridge that gap of a good quality teacher. So the local teacher acts as an assistant teacher or a co-facilitator for that learning process. Where internet is an access, a lot of these are recorded sessions which are then distributed, are sent out to the field. So there are processes where this information is downloaded. It's basically somebody physically carrying it out into those remote areas, remote regions. In fact, I was trying to find out a little bit about, how do we boost technology access, internet access across areas. But these are a lot of the, nearly 90% that I spoke about is in the mountainous regions. So you don't have direct line of sight where you can bring in that technology and boosters to be able to provide the internet access to them. So the idea is that, in an offline mode or in a blended mode, in a flipped classroom mode, how do you ensure that you are able to still provide technology solutions to these students where you do not have quality teachers? So recorded sessions that are there, and I think some of you may be aware that, in EdTech itself, you have student information systems where you're trying to track students, their progress through their, so it's more administrative, it is more tracking of their academic performance, it is result analysis, etc. Then you have learning management system, then you have got content learning management, and then you have got the virtual learning environment. So you have various different things, and you have assessment tools, and you have got adaptive learning. There are so many different approaches that are there that will help you solve the problems, but not all of them can work where you have internet bandwidth issues. So we're looking at offline solutions as well. Identifying a lot of research going into identifying solutions that will, for example, where teachers are not available at all, you cannot get internet access, so then you use adaptive learning, which means that you want something which is offline, that typically based on where the student is today, allows them through that learning journey so that they can get to the learning outcomes that is expected out of them. And these adaptive learning solutions being offline, you also want to be able to track the progress of that child. So how do you make sure that it also has an ability to synchronize with the cloud so that somebody sitting somewhere in another remote rural area is also able to check the progress, track the progress, and make sure that the child is continuing to learn as per the requirements. The other element of using technology, whether it's for the students or for the teachers, is the motivation and the engagement. So it's very important when we speak about giving them a technology solution. There is training required. There is gamification that will help if it's a child or a teacher. I don't know if many of you have used, MOOCs, online courses that are there. The typical engagement on that MOOC will help you to complete that course. Otherwise, there is a high rate of dropout. So today there is only about 15% completion of any online course that most people take up. So it's very critical that you find the factors that will motivate that child and complement that with local facilitation. So even though you're giving them tablets, tools which are offline, for them to be able to do some self-paced learning, a lot of it is the nudging that is required from the local facilitators, from the teachers, in order for them to be able to continue to learn. Because it's very likely that when just like we tend to get demotivated, tend to kind of lose interest, tend to get caught up with other things, it's the same thing that applies for these children. And you might already be aware of certain regions and certain areas where we operate, where there is not conservative but fundamentalist kind of thinking, very radical thinking, where girls are not allowed access to education. So how do you solve that problem? And that's so that comes along with a lot of the solutions that we are ideating, that we are trying to implement and piloting. A lot of the risk management aspect has to be taken into account, because this is something which basically is going in some ways different from what the regime in power is trying to do. So there is a lot of that needs to be kept in mind and factored into the solutioning that goes into addressing the learning gaps and allowing for learning continuity for these children. The aspect about the children, in terms of their learning continuity, is also about their qualification. So these are, we were talking about K to 12 students, and maybe 5th standard, 6th standard, 7th standard, going all the way up to 12th grade. And how do they get certified to be able to pursue higher education as well, when you don't have the ability to access a school? So these are some of the factors that we are also looking into, to say how do you and what do you need to do to provide them with that certification so that they can continue their learning journey wherever they go after completion. For teachers itself, there is, aside from the co-facilitation, the online learning, there is a requirement for a lot of this information to be available for them to, it's kind of an online professional development for them. So they are not necessarily, they may be qualified, but they're not necessarily adept at teaching. And yet, you know, based on the kind of diverse locations where you are, you can't get everywhere physically. So the online professional development becomes crucial component of this. Now, you can't do online professional development, just in a synchronous manner, just because of the internet connectivity issues that are there. So then you look at blended learning approaches. So where you have the ability to do self-paced learning, like the online courses that are there, but supplement that with discussion forums, supplement that with online professional learning communities so that they can interact with each other. And they don't necessarily need to have an internet access for that. They work within, like the groups of schools can be in a particular valley, for example, where a wide area network, you know, internet facilities, etc. are set up, where they can continue to engage with each other, focused on the learning community objectives that are there. So whether they are learning English or math, those specific teachers, you know, in a primary section and a secondary section get together and they continue that learning beyond just the self-paced learning that is given to them. So that helps to kind of combine a bit of the synchronous learning with a whole lot of the asynchronous learning and blending that approach to be able to allow the teachers to be able to achieve their, improve their ability to teach these children. From a children's perspective, virtual schools is another area that we are exploring, which will pretty much create an entire virtual learning environment, a whole system that actually is replacing a brick and mortar school with an online school. But that requires a lot more investment in time and energy. And like currently what we are doing is doing a lot of research of what has worked and what hasn't worked in that area, especially in the developing countries. So, a lot of this works in most of the developing nations. You look at Europe, you look at North America, and you will see a lot of these online schools. In India, you have, a couple of examples, but they are largely in urban areas. Because we operate in rural areas, we're looking at, what is it and what models have worked. And I think the focus is on creating an environment that is similar to what you would have in a typical school. You don't want the child to lose out the social engagement, the interactions that they have with their peers, their other students, their teachers, their faculty. They need to have those engagements, even though they are not necessarily attending a brick and mortar school. So how do you combine that? Now, you may provide some of it online, but it's not necessarily going to solve that. So you need to be able to combine that with, places where they can converge, where they can have these interactions, these social gatherings, exchange views and ideas. But that will also have to be facilitated through appropriate approaches, which technology again can help with. So there are different areas that we are exploring that will address these. I spoke about learning gaps that are there. I think there was a session on what the pandemic has done. A lot of the students, that even 2 years, 3 years down the road are still struggling to kind of cope up with what the minimum learning levels required in the particular grade that they are in. So how do you bring about accelerated learning for these students so that when they enter a particular grade, the teacher is not focusing all their efforts on catching up on everything else that they have lost, and instead focusing on what needs to be done for that appropriate age. So the accelerated learning programs are focused on taking them through the gaps that they have got, very specific to every student, because of course there are certain students that have got the access, they have got, they come from, and we spoke about the financial divide or the economic divide that exists, where there are families that are able to provide them that environment and that continued learning because they have that the facilities and they have the resources, while there are others that haven't. And many of our students across our schools, more than 50% of them are first generation learners, many of them living in one room, where there is an entire joint family that is living over there with 5 children. and one device which basically they share across, and typically the father takes it and goes. So it's very, very, these challenges that were spoken about are actually real, and we kind of deal with them almost on a regular basis. Our girls' schools, are still there, and we still have the challenges of, the fathers pulling them out of school, grade 7 to get them married. So, the principal actually goes, to their homes, convincing the families to let them complete schooling so that at least they have that base level of education. So there is a lot that goes on beyond technology that, will continue to be there. I don't think technology is going to solve the world, but I think there is huge scope and potential for what we are doing. What we've invested in the last 2-3 years, post-pandemic, because online learning became the norm. And we did not want to lose a lot of the learning that the teachers had gained over that period of time. So they had started to use a lot of digital tools for enhancing and supplementing the learning. We wanted to continue to do that when they went back into the classroom. So we actually invested in these mobile tech trolleys, which have laptops and tablets in them, which go into the classroom, and whether the teacher is teaching English or maths or science. So this is not just for ICT and for completing what the ICT syllabus is, but this is focused on teaching the specific subject areas and supplementing that learning, whether you use quizzes or you use tools to be able to enhance that, or online assessments that supplement the formatives and the summatives that you do in the classroom. I think a lot of these are, things that we need to leverage more. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I think, I think my time is more or less run out. But I'm happy to chat with some of you after the session. It's again, as I said, it's great being here. A lot of it that you've spoken about in terms of policy and advocacy, please keep doing that, because that helps us practitioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the various capacities in which technology has been used in Aga Khan schools. To proceed with the concluding sessions, may I now request Ms. Meera Shenoy ma'am, founder for Youth for Jobs, for the valedictory address.
It's lovely to be here. I came late, but I heard some of the young researchers presenting their paper. And it's so hard to say no to Amir. He somehow is a very persuasive friend. Okay. So I work in disability. I always say that if you're a young woman, if you're poor, if you come from the village, and you're disabled, you have 4 burdens on your shoulder. So how do we help that person to have some money in her pocket, to have a voice, and to have some dreams? We work on a very large project with the government of Karnataka. And ask me, what is that project? That project is to sensitize the large network of self-help groups. We have something like 1 lakh of them, through the community resource persons, to sensitize them towards disability. Because women don't accept women with disabilities. Therefore, the women with disabilities don't join the self-help groups because of these attitudes, and therefore they can't access the entitlements which the women groups have. Inevitably, in the large gender programs or policy, women with disabilities are left behind. So that's what we do. If you look at any indicator, look at education, look at literacy levels, they are worse they fare worse than men with disabilities, and gender. And therefore you look at employment. Employment levels are lesser than men with disability and of course less than women. They remain in this vicious cycle of poverty. Our vision is that how do you take them from this vicious cycle of poverty to the virtual cycle of opportunity, to make them independent, to make them stand on our own feet and be poverty free. We believe that the pathway is tech trainings and livelihoods, whether it's a job or whether it's an enterprise. What are the challenges of digital literacy? It's really funny, and some of our grassroots workers say this beautifully. A myth one is they keep saying internet is not safe for girls, or sirf husband ke liye hai, hamare liye nahi. And of course, for disabled, there's one more thing, that you're anyway useless, so why give you this extra skill? In many cases, this only existing smartphone is with a husband who's gone off to work. So these challenges which we have, but the reality is that every woman with disability wants to be digitally savvy. So what do? We work in schools, and this is a government school of visually impaired. So what we do is we teach them JAWS or NVDA, and this is a software which converts text to speech. Our biggest issue sometimes we have is with the trainers, the teachers, government teachers. So you have these girls who are giggling because suddenly, new information they're accessing besides their textbooks. And it's this giggling and this enjoying that the teacher creeps in to see why are girls laughing so much? And then they become part of it. So today, even though we have a lot of struggles when we begin in the government schools, today from 6th class we teach them, we give them all what the government school doesn't give, which is English and these technology tools. Of course, we don't do tech alone. You'll see a picture of the girls smelling, okay? And that's how we teach them color. Clay, for example, workshops, each color is with a certain spice smell, and that's how they learn the colors. When we take them to a nature walk, there's some of these seeds which have the sound of rain, okay? So they play around with it, making sounds, and all this empowers them. What actually happens is that everyone, there's 100% passing, and because they know some English, we hope that they'll get into better education institutions and therefore be more employable. This system, in fact, has been now adopted by many other government schools. These are our training centers, and our focus is mainly the youth. We have a smaller presence in the schools. We have about 57 training centers, and the focus there is digital literacy. We call it 21st century skills. We give all what a rural youth does not get: soft skills, life skills, teach them how to interview, and then we give about 60 to 70% jobs. The others all want government jobs. So if they didn't know how to pass the government exams, they figure it out, or they go to higher education. During COVID, what we found was that our lines, besides health issues, they were jammed with actually women with disabilities saying, listen, youth for jobs is not focusing enough on us. So we asked them what they wanted, and they all said that they wanted to be taught in the afternoon so that they can finish their whole housework and then, take these classes. The second we realized was that for them, because some of them have small children, they could be young widows, we actually have to give them jobs in the same locality in a 3-kilometer radius. So therefore, our focus became local jobs, which means you have to penetrate the MSMEs, which are not easy to do, even though they are 70% of the labor markets. And the way we cracked it is basically listening to our grassroots workers with a lot of jugaad, with some learnings from us, listening to them. Now 60% of our jobs are actually the local jobs. Of course, we give jobs also to the large companies who have the last mile, like like all the petrol bunks, for example. There are lots of petrol bunks there too. The other change of the program which had to be brought during COVID was enterprise. A lot of women wanted to be nano entrepreneurs so that they could work from very close to the house, and that began a large enterprise problem. There again, we had the issue of where to get the seed money from, because the government fund doesn't flow smoothly. In fact, right now, we're working to see whether we can create a fund, especially a disability fund just for women with disabilities. So that's economic empowerment for them. The backbone of our work is this AI-triggered, completely accessible livelihood platform which we set up, is called Swarajability. So I'm going to quickly show you a small video.
Wow, can you imagine the first time the job platform just for all of us?
You can register so easily, and for the first time, there are sign language videos just for us.
I can say confidence for the first time that people who are visually impaired like me or have low vision can navigate this job portal with great ease. We test it at every stage of
A pioneering, award-winning livelihood platform for the disabled, tested by the disabled. Youth for Jobs, Swaraj Ability, a unique AI-triggered, accessible livelihood platform for persons with disabilities. 1,79,223 registered youth across 18 disabilities. 63,832 total job vacancies. 1,337 registered companies. Accessible portal for all 21 disabilities. Sign language videos. Simplified registration. AI-based job matching. Multi-channel communication. Interaction tools with employers. Multi-language support. We partner with the best of organizations in different sectors. In India and developing countries, 70% live in villages with low levels of education and employment. This keeps them in a vicious cycle of poverty. Vision: every youth with disability should be politically independent and confident. How? By upskilling and leading them to resilient livelihoods. Strategy: scaling of evidence-based effective solutions. Youth Jobs is 12 years old today, and we have reached 15.1 million households to change attitudes. We are the largest in South Asia of WB skilling, Youth Jobs and Enterprise. Now the system changer and is a Harvard case. We the Asia winner of MIT's Inclusion Innovation Challenge. That is for us that setting up the job platform for educators was the next logical step. So we did just that. Setting up the livelihood platform for persons with disabilities, but not making it an outreach or a model. Far more complex and supporting collaboratively the pan-India team of Youth Jobs, many of them with disabilities. and my team doing is the fact that the livelihood to one member of a family, especially a disabled, it's an entire family out of poverty in a sustained manner. Our work supports these SDG goals. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG 10, reduce inequality. SDG 17, partnerships for homes.
Friends distance me. Thinking disability is a distance. Today, because of Swaraj ability, a job portal just for us, I am independent and self-sufficient.
I looked after her all these days. Now, believe it or not, she looks after me.
As I said, we have to do a lot of work with companies to get them to hire. And now adding to the companies is the whole group of MSMEs which are coming in. This, to give you an example, these are sensitization workshops which we do. This is for IKEA, where the entire global team was sensitized by us through fun-filled workshops. We do accessibility audit, we do tech synchronizing. Essentially, we do anything which is necessary to get a company to hire a youth with disability. This just to give you an example, there was this large company, it's a multinational, and the president heard me speaking somewhere. So they hired girls. So he said, shall we make a big deal with girls with disabilities? My team was there for 3 months studying the operations, and we started. At that point of time, he said 2% of my workforce. Soon he increased it to 5%. Now it's at 10%. Now, why did that happen? COVID was a game changer, actually. When the other girls didn't turn up, our girls with disabilities actually ran the shop floor. And they realized this great, not only productivity, but the kind of, if an employer looks after well, they are actually very loyal employees, so therefore attrition is less. And that's how these numbers. I just want to end with 2 stories. This is Kameshwari. She's speech and hearing impaired. She works in the at Google. Where does she work? I think she works in the catering service. So the person who funded her is the head of IKEA retail, Anna. So when she came to Hyderabad, she called me up and she said, I want to interact with Kameshwari. Now I was so nervous. Kameshwari was from, I think, Vijayanagaram, okay? Speech and hearing impaired. She had just married. It was another speech and hearing impaired. Yes, I've got my signal. But it was amazing. She was so confident. She spoke in sign language, and I showed her photos, and it was like 2 friends talking to other. And then you realize again and again that economic empowerment is not just money in your pocket, it's much more. The second is Lulu. Lulu is highly disabled. So every day she would send me a message, still no job, because we couldn't find her a job. Finally, we gave her a job at JP Morgan. 2 weeks back, I visited her. It was amazing. Her mother used to really worry. She was an adopted child. The brothers had told the mother, we will not look after her, please, let her be independent. So the mother used to bless us every day, that we've given her a job. There she was, her mother had died, her brothers did not show her the will, like happens to all girls with disabilities. So she didn't get any money out of the will. But she was there in an independent small flat paying 15,000. And she was saying, you don't worry about me. I'm empowered to look after myself. And that's what a little money in your pocket and allowing you to dream actually happens. McKinsey did a survey on our work, and this, when we saw, actually emboldened us to do more, because you can see every indicator, a woman with disability fares better when she gets a livelihood, whether it's a job or an enterprise. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kundu.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your views and what Youth for Jobs is all about. Before we conclude today's program, I would like to welcome Professor Vasudha Karju to address our esteemed guests, students, and audience and share the closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I have been given a very specific and somewhat daunting task of summing up the day's proceedings. A lot has happened today. I think for those of us who've been here since the morning, we've heard a lot of, we received a lot of information, a lot of opinions, a lot of views. We've had some very interesting empirical work, and we've been very fortunate to have some experts and practitioners come and share their experiences with us. So I'm not going to attempt to take you through everything which has happened today, because that would be quite impossible. But I thought that what I would do is just focus a little bit on, I think, what are some of the main themes which have emerged from the day's discussion. One important theme, I think, has been of access to technology, and this has come up in a couple of ways. One very important one has been the ownership of digital devices, which a number of people have talked about, ownership and control over technology. We've also spoken about the digital divide in many ways as something which impedes that access, though, as Dean reminded us, receiving digital infrastructure is not charity, it's a right. But we've had the perspective of needing bottom-up approaches on access, needing bottom-up approaches on what access is and what it's about. We've also spoken about the limitations of technology, how sometimes access to things can be impeded by technology, and Mr. Manza reminded us that technology on its own is not going to work miracles, that technology has its own limitations. We've spoken from there, I think, to the idea of access versus inclusion, meaningful access, equity. These are some of the terms that have come about for people that we've used to kind of expand the idea of access. So, for instance, going beyond, say, ownership or access to a device, we've spoken about decision-making capacity and having control over those devices. We've spoken about why should we have access, so the social and economic reasons that there are, that the benefits that accrue to people, but also to countries, economies, when access is increased. We've also spoken of access as not only to devices, but as the access to dignity, ambition, and justice, which I think is a very important point to remember. From there, we moved to understanding people's experiences of technology. This came about in, through so many ways. We've ranging from UPI to menstrual apps to all sorts of ways in which we've spoken about our experiences of technology. Some of the recurring and important themes which have come up are of the trust that we have in technology, the safety of our devices, questions of privacy, questions of surveillance made possible through technology, surveillance made possible through, particularly through digital technology, but also of control, so social control by wider communities, but also control by content moderation by platforms that, say, we post on, by their rules and norms. So that's also been something which has come up in the discussion about gender and technology. And based on that, I think one of the ideas which has come about, although expressed a little indirectly, is when we think of technology and gender together, what difference does technology make to a gendered social reality? What difference does technology make to gendered relations? Some of the ways in which that has been discussed is through the ideas of independence and freedom and empowerment. So what technology enables people from various social locations to do. But at the same time, we've also had discussions about how older forms and patterns of and older social practices get reproduced through new technologies. So controlling women through, through either controlling access to technology as a way of control, or controlling through, say, for instance, digital devices. So, for instance, we've had a presentation today on minority women facing harassment on digital platforms. So on one hand, we're talking about technology as an enabler. It's allowing for something, it's allowing people to transcend some of those constraints of their daily lives. But on the other hand, technology is also a means for reproducing some of those, maybe even changing some of those in certain ways. We've spoken about stereotyping, which is perpetuated through technology. Trolling, for instance, which is also something which also in another way prevents people from accessing technology to the fullest. The way we speak about how trolling limits how people engage on various platforms. In the policy realm, I think one point which has come up again and again is the need for policies to be aimed at women, the need for policies to seriously engage with women's circumstances, women's needs. In that context, we've spoken also about community-led policymaking, localized policymaking, digital technology as a way of involving people in policymaking, I think has been a theme which has come up in some of the sessions. Linked to that has been the question of how to make institutions more inclusive and responsive. And again, multiple times in its own way, the very knotty issues of implementation of policies, which come up again and again. These are the recurring issues. So in this brief summing up, I think I have glossed over a lot of the nuance and detail and the really interesting work that has been brought in front of us today. Thank you everybody for coming here, for spending time and sharing your thoughts with us. And I think we've set the stage for a very engaging day tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for summing up the day. And finally, thank you to our esteemed guests, students, and all the paper presenters. I hope to see you all tomorrow for the panel discussion, the technical session, and the workshop at Triple IT. And thank you to all our partners and associate partners as well. Thank you so much.